Good morning. Today is 5th of April and we're going to be racing today. It's 5th of April 2025. And we're going to be racing at Randwick. This is Royal Randwick. This is probably one of the top few tracks in the world and one of the best in New South Wales, Australia. This is where we're going to be racing today. There are 10 races. It's a very important day today. We've got the Doncaster Mile, which is one of the biggest races in Australia after Melbourne Cup, probably. So that's the race number 8, and this is how the track looks like. The tricky part is the ground reading is soft as of now, and that shouldn't be a problem. It's a good track. There's the drainage system here is fantastic, so there's no problem. The last finishing mile from the last bend to the finishing post is about 410 meters, and we've got 10 races here. We'll see what we can do here. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that the horses that we have chosen are all looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are circumstantial changes and, there are better horses, we often step out or we make changes with our bets. So it's horse racing. We need to be vigilant. We need to be making decisions that are in favor of us. And that's exactly what we try and do. So I've got 3 tabs opened in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the feed, the live feed. The second one is RaceNet, where we get to see the scratchings and the odds. The third one is it used to be Top Sport. Now this is changed to something else, and this is where we generally look at the winning numbers when we cannot make it through the feed. So that's all that we have, and we'll see what we can do here today. We'll go to the first race and see the number of scratchings. 3, 7, 11, and 12 has been scratched. 3, 7, 11. 3, 7, 11, and 12 has been scratched. And we'll take a look at the odds. 1, 6, 2, and 9. 1, 6, 2, and 9.
Barely moved all week. Rhythm of Love, $2.50 chance. Mintaka Lads a little bit soft in betting.
Lewis!
Chance, no real interesting hit.
Welcome back, Lewis.
11 into $7.50. The best back runner outside the favourite has been Daytona. $17 Wednesday, $9 taken this morning. It's now a $7.50 chance. So Rhythm of Love, best back, but a good trim up for Daytona.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I like Daytona a bit here as well. Let's look at the Fred Best during the Winter Carnival, Maxim. What a run it was for this guy for barrier 14.
Yes, Rhythm of Love, roll on high, ends up winning it. So O'Shea Charlton have found this race for him today. He had a good spell since this. He then had a couple of other runs, but he's had a good spell. And his recent barrier trials have been very good. There's been 3 of them.
3 of them. So
Frank, welcome back.
And every trial that he's had, the second one...
It's going to be a long day today here.
A little bit more of him. Like
So,
they want him to win this race today.
so and
gentlemen, please get your drinks.
4 goes for 2 wins in second.
Yep, so he's back to
And
his
your
performance so far. Second in the Fred Brett Best. It's a
snacks.
great form race that.
I've got my buttermilk,
Yeah. Yeah. You get into the strut road.
Yeah.
and in a while I'll get some chips.
So we'll go with him. Andrew Madden to ride from a good gate. Substantial, a few gear changes. He's been trialling well. It's been 154 days. He only had 3 runs for Tony Gollan since switching, and they're all good. It's actually stiff not to win that latest one, went third. He was held up badly, so I can see why there's support. Stablemate Daytona, the first 2 runs in the book look ordinary, but latest very good sectionals. That was a walk, that was the Lost in Transit race where they went 36-4 and then 33-4. And he was doing better than anyone late. And then Blue Spinel, she gets it soft in behind, midfield perhaps, another Tony Gollan's runners here.
Yeah, same trifecta for me. And for 4th, I am putting in the 11, which is Mintaka Lad. You know, these horses sometimes... You know, there's been a lot of pressure on him, Maxie, I think.
You reckon he's been feeling the pressure?
I think he might have.
Right.
He might have. And today, no pressure. And I was originally going to leave him in the body, I think. And I might have still left him in the body, just in case. But I think it's Rhythm of Love's to lose here, given on that run in the Fred Best. And, you know, that next prep he had, although he only had 2 runs, a benchmark 94 and I think the Silver Eagle. So that was serious races, proper races, and he wasn't really that far away, 4.5.
When you talk about those races, this Class 6 plate, he rates 89 and he's got 55.5.
Yeah.
He's clearly the top rater in this.
Exactly. 15, 5, 9 and 11. Rightio, let's move on to the 9th. Benzu, I think the favourite here, a 3-year-old quality handicap over 1,200, Tim.
Race here, Benzu, $4.80. That's the same price it went up on Wednesday, so it's unchanged. A firm though for Cosmo Centaurus, it's been $8 into $6. Best back running in the race, and our worst way is Yabby Pub, $8.50 into $6.50, and a little bit of a trim up too for Boomtown Boss, $12 into $7.50.
Good race.
It's a great
Very
race.
good race.
I've got, 6 or 7 I wanted to get into my form, actually.
Cosmo Centaurus is the one that not many people have been talking about. He's got a lot of ability.
Yeah.
He's drawn poorly again. Look, I'm going to go with Benzu.
Yep.
I think even Billy Healy's trainer felt that the 1,000 first up might be a bit sharp for him, but he was 3 and 4 deep on the circle over the 1,000. And most impressive, last 100 and past the winning post.
And a super impressive specimen as well, like just a stunning, big, strong horse.
All right, let's talk about the first one. So that one is the favorite. It's an 1100 meter Group 3 2-year-old open. Now, that one is the favorite. The one has a lot of advantage through the rails. It'll get in, but winning is difficult. It's a neutral. Then we have 6, 2, and 9. So 6 is another colt. It's just got one race, and it's got one of the highest pressures here. So I don't know that will work or not. That's something that I don't know. The linear is 8, which is way out of the rails. The linear is 8, so 8 is a check. 8 is something that firstly it is a Colton filly and gelding mixed sex. There are colts, then there are fillies. These two are fillies, and this one is a gelding, and rest of them are colts. So 10 and 9 are fillies, then there's this gelding, and rest is like that. And that 8 is basically the linear. Now the linear is not in a position to win, but it'll get in some way or the other. It'll get in. So How it'll get in, I don't know. Whether it is the second or the third position, that's today is going to be a very difficult day to assume that, but that will get in. Winning is difficult because it lacks both sides of the race. The only one, and the two horses that actually has no, 3 horses actually, so that's 1 and 2 and then 9, which has both sides of the rails here. This is 1 and 2 and then 9. 1 has advantage, it will get in. Will it win? I don't know. Now 2 is there within the rails. It's a very beautiful management on that horse. But the same management is here on the 5 as well. Now generally what happens in an 1100 meter is the linear will win if it is within the rails, and then the highest drift. Here it is the 748 10, this one. Problem is this doesn't have both sides of the rails, but it doesn't require that. This one does not require to have both sides of the rails. The linear requires both sides of the rails. This thing can be anywhere in the track and it generally gets in. That's what we have seen in most of the cases. So this is the first one. It's a Colt filly, a mixed sex, and honestly, you know, that one is there. It'll get in some way or the other. It has advantage, but it's a neutral. Neutrals don't win, but they do get into places. So this one probably is one of those which will happen. 8 is a linear, will get in some way or the other. How, I don't know. But out of 2 and 10, which are not neutrals and, you know, has the rails, if we look at 2 and 10, what do we get? So we'll take a look at the race net. So that is 2, King of Pop, ridden by Zach Lloyd. 12th in 1200 meters 2 weeks ago at Rosehill. Now we look at the 10, which is Alabama Magic. It's ridden by somebody who is an apprentice jockey, but it came in 3rd out of 14 horses on the same distance, 1200 meters, 3 weeks ago at Rosehill. The 2 is an inner drift. The 2 is an inner drift. The 10 is an outer drift. The 10 is still a bigger number. There's a difference of 7 points here. And the biggest advantage of 10, I think, is that it is one of the BBs with no pressure. So that 10 has a very strong chance of doing this. The distance is something that it has been tested on, and though it did not win at this distance, but that's more or less what I think. That 10 is a check. If that 10 doesn't get tailed, I'll put a EW on 10 probably, or maybe a win bet on 10. 1, which is the favorite, is a neutral. I would have gone with this, but this is a neutral. 2 and 10. If I have to take a call between these two horses, then definitely I'll go with a BB with less pressure and the outer drift. This is anyway the second horse pool. 10 anyways is the horse that should come in second. Yesterday when we were racing, we had a similar situation on the first or the second race. So because everybody else is neutral, the second horse pool actually went through. And this will get in some way or the other. We cannot do that. We'll just go with a win bet. Frank. Two coupled. The 10 looks good. We just don't need it to be tailed. We don't need that thing to be tailed. If that thing gets tailed, then it'll be tricky. Caulfield, right? So
by a length facilitate, who was a little bit awkward round the corner. Then Aleppo Pine, Scenic Point brought to the middle of the course now and is starting to come on fast. So it's Medley at the 200 metres. Scenic Point with the ears pricked at hands and heels is moving up boldly. And then came Aleppo Pine who got squeezed out. Scenic Point's a bit wayward.
come on!
Ability gets it there. And Scenic Point won it by a length.
6.
Aleppo Pine. A gap through facilitate and last was Punic War.
Well, she's still a bit goofy,
So she's got a little bit still to learn here on.
Okay, we're at Randwick now. The 10 looks good, bro. We just don't need that to be tailed.
Benny Mellon, you've got a horse that I think is a really nice horse in the first best car. Have you been on before?
6. 6 is a dicey one. Frank, it has got just one race. And it's got huge pressure. We've seen that doesn't work. It doesn't work. I mean, we'll take a look at the 6. If it looks huge, then it is a threat. But I mean, any of these two, 9 and
He's
6,
in terrific form this time.
9 and 6, we need to take a look at. If these two are huge horses, then there are issues. 9 and 6 has to be very big to carry that thing.
Hopefully you can behave yourself. Stalls and hopefully you can get away. I'm not too concerned with everyone. I think we'll be able to get at the right time. Always nice.
It's like rapid fitness. Timmy, all patronage. He was terrific first up. A little bit lackluster second up. Third up into the G1. What are you sort of expecting today?
Yeah, well, this is definitely the race that he's been targeted for.
Man, is the camera guy going to do all this monkey business today?
Likes having a target. It's got a video on his own. Doesn't go still, but if he can get an okay run with people behind the speed, have a target, he'll do a quite cheaper.
North England, all the form stacks up around him.
Yeah, look, obviously well documented, had that flight setback going to the super, and maybe just that obviously told a little bit maybe. But he's bounced through it really well. I think he sets up really good today. I think he's going to present
What are we looking at? We're looking at somebody looking at a glass, a stem. Why?
Terrific day coming up and great visibility as well. You can see the coast from here. And I'll be keeping an eye out for King of Pop here in the opening race. He had no luck at all in the Golden Slipper. Today he's perched up in barrier 1. He'll have a back to follow. And I think King of Pop will go awfully close in the first. But Besker will give a very good sight. This trialled the house down recently. And then the favourite, North England.
Okay, thanks, Darren. Tim, what's happening with this market? There's 3 in contention for favouritism here.
Yeah, well, North England, your current favourite, having a very shaky hold on favouritism. Been a big go for Beskar this morning, and King of Pop also has supporters. So 3 chances to run favourite. It might not be North England.
Let's have a look at the mounting yard now. Go into the mounting yard to have a look at the horses in the Widden Kindergarten Stakes. This mounting yard for Harvey Norman. All you need in furniture, bedding, electrical, M Technology, and leading them around is North England here. Tim Clark on for Gay Waterhouse and Adrian Bott.
Yeah, I don't think you'll get too many knocks in the yard. He sat back early this prep, and he just may have been 1 run behind. So I think back to 1100 with a controlling position up on top of the speed might see the best of him today, although he is very smelly in the market. Yeah, he's a lovely horse, Ronnie, as we know. He's one of the horses, he's a more lightly framed type of colt. He's not that big, strong, robust type of colt. He hasn't got that big a shoulder on him, quite narrow through the girth. His coat's nice and healthy. His attitude's good. But yeah, he's one of those sort of lighter type of horses.
King of Pop number 2, Zach Lloyd, is riding for Gerald Ryan and Sterling Alexia.
I like the setup for him today. Total for giving the slipper from that draw. He did work, and the pattern was against him. His previous form was great, and he has to get another chance here. Yeah, he looks terrific again today, Ronnie. He did on Slipper Day as well. He's another one. He's a horse. His demeanours are really, really good. He never turns a hair when he gets in the enclosure. He hasn't taken any, he hasn't taken a backward step since the slipper. He looks well.
Number 4, Missile Magnate for Neesham and Archibald. Mark Zara in the saddle.
He got the job done, winning his maiden there at Gosford. He probably needs to lift off that run with more depth in this race. He's a good style of horse. First time I've ever laid eyes on him. Got a little bit of furnishing to do. He's a little bit the same as the top weight North England. He's sort of a narrow type of horse, not that deep in the shoulder, but his appearance is good.
Stormland number 5, Jason Collett and Kieran Maher.
Created a nice impression winning at his debut. He might have some upside, but a sharper race now. He's another one. He's a really good style of horse. I couldn't fight him as far as appearance-wise go. His attitude's great. He seems to be walking out very freely.
Now to Bexar, of course they're backing. Ben Mellon will ride. We've just heard from him with Corey, Anthony and Sam Friedman.
Yeah, very interesting horse. The money's come for him. $1.35 winning at Geelong back in December last year, and then he's had the 123 days off. He looked very sharp in the Randwick trial.
How tall is this guy? 6'4", 6'5"?
Probably the yard as well. Yeah, I'm a little bit the same, Ronnie. I was really taken by his trial here at Randwick, especially when they really pushed the button from about the furlong. The way that he ran through the line, it was great. He's a big style of horse. He's
big.
You couldn't fight him as far as appearance-wise goes. He looks terrific.
6 is big.
Is terrific and walks out.
Guy is about 6'4".
Adam Hieronymus.
Well, he comes out of what looks a strong enough Newcastle maiden. A couple of nice horses out of that, including the well-tried Buffalo later today. So, look, if anything, I'm just not sold back in distance with him, but he'll run a race. He's okay. He's probably a preparation off for mine. It looks like he's got lots of improvement in him. He's quite immature compared to a few of these others, but a nice enough horse.
Strata Verena, number 9, Zach Purton and Bjorn Baker. Well, she was very sharp, winning at a debut at Canterbury back in February, and then started favourite in the Magic Night.
This is written by Zach Purton.
Kept fresh since back to 1100. Just the draw.
That Mr. Genius in his home ground,
She's not quite there yet.
which is Shatin, Hong Kong, needs the gate number 1 on a 2,000 meter to win.
Yeah, look, she's a nice filly.
This is an 1100 meter, and he's
off a hot speed. Yeah, she's a really nice horse. She's another one. She's probably not quite there yet. A little bit of maturing to do, but yeah, not today for mine.
Going out for race number 1, the Widden Kindergarten Stakes. It starts day 1 of the championships here at Royal Randwick. Horses are about to emerge from the tunnel out onto the course proper. There'll be 2 feature 2-year-old races.
it's between
And then the group
2 and
one in
10.
size.
It's
That will be
better
race
in 2 and
6 on
10.
the program, the first of our group ones this afternoon.
6 is a linear, which
You've
is
seen
very far. It
these
is.
in the past. Some of them are newcomers
Whether it is.
that are having their first trip to Sydney. Who's you like?
Yeah,
Who's riding
it's my eye
6?
as well. I really like number 6, Vescar. He just paraded really, really well. He took my eye when I seen him in a recent barrier trial when they let him go at about the furlong. He had a terrific turn of foot.
The problem is this is written by an apprentice jockey.
I am 2, 1, 6 and 9. I'm with King of Pop here. I think he's going to get a perfect run in transit here. He's paraded well, and I think it's hard to beat. North England, unlayable. He's going to run third favourite here. Look, we all know he did enough in the slipper where he was 1 run behind, but the market is opposing him, which is significant, and this is a very interesting run at Bescar. It's only a map factor that puts me off. He looks a really quality dog, very well bred, in a good stable, and the money has arrived.
6 is big. It's big, but it's a linear way out of.
I'm 2, 1, 6 and 9. What runs favourite here, Tim?
Oh, well, I think it's probably King of Pop. We've had 3 different favourites in the last 3 minutes. It was North England, then it was Bescar for a minute. Now King of Pop into favourite. And he's a good firm today, $4 into $3.50. He went up second pick on Wednesday, but a good firm, $4 into $3.50. The early favourite was North England. He's been really soft in betting, $3.10 out to $3.60. Albeit he is the most popular runner with us. He's around about 40% of the tab hold, just now getting out a little bit further now to $3.70. So $3.10 out to $3.70. Bescar firms again. He's into $3.50. He's been a big go all week. $8 the first price bet on Wednesday. A bit over $6 when he...
It's the first one. I generally don't bet on the first one, but today let's make a change. I'll go with 10, but it's an EW.
$3.50 about Bescar. They're the 2 best back runners in the race. Strata Verena, $9.50. She's another big drifter.
I'm just worried about this jockey who's an apprentice jockey. That's all.
26 into a shortest 10.
All that he needs to do is
on the next line as a $15 chance.
the job today.
Pretty much all week. She went up $15 on Wednesday. She did get to a high of 17 this morning. But at this stage, a good battle for favouritism between the top 3. Very little between them. King of Pop, probably the best back late. He's a $3.50 chance, and $3.60 about Bescar. He's been the best back all day today.
Thank you. We're getting around to the gates here. We're at 1,100 metres for the opener. 10 races on the program today. Kindergarten kicks it all off. Then the 3-year-old fillies and the Adrian Knox. 20 to line up in the Chairman's, the final lead up to the Sydney Cup. And the Carbine Club with a small field. The Country Championships will be race 5. And then the Group 1s all in a row. The Sires, the TJ, the Doncaster, the Derby. And we finish up with the PJ Belt. All right, she's down from the chopper. She's on terra firma. Here's Chantel.
Thank you.
Let's go, Frankie. The jockey is the only problem.
Better reception from 2,000 metres up in the air, Corey.
You thought we would have got better reception 4 feet off the ground.
There's North England. North England over behind the start. And he is coming out of the Golden Slipper, like a couple of these are. North England went round a 20 to 1 chance of the Golden Slipper. King of Pop was a 25 to 1 chance. And we've got these visitors coming to town, or visitor, which is Bescar. They like the punters. Benny Mellon, you spoke with him out in the track, Corey, and you found him as a nick of the yard.
I did. He's a really lovely horse. I couldn't wait to see him in the flesh because what I seen on the video, I thought he was a bit of a giant of a horse. When I spotted him in closure, he really took me eye. I think he's a lovely horse. If he gets any sort of luck from that tricky draw, I think he'll run super.
Okay, who are we going to stamp as favourite here, Tim, because they're about to start moving up?
Yeah, further support for King of Pops. He's now into $3.30. The set up for him up on your screen, $3.40 into $3.30. So he's best back late. But we do continue to see support for Bescar, a current $3.50 second favourite. North England getting hard to lay now. He had been most popular all day, but he's hard to lay now. He's out to $3.70. So very little between them at the top of the betting there, 330, 350, 370. But King of Pop, best back lane.
They're moving in. Here's King of Pop going into the gates. Caught wide in the golden slipper. He's seeking a little bit of redemption here today after winning the Black Opal. And here comes Hay Street up for Neacham and Archibald. They've also got Missile Magnet, both runners for Triple Crown. Let's get up to Darren Flindell to start this big day of racing, one of the biggest in Sydney. It's day one of the championships.
Okay, thanks, Greg. And John from Sky One, the last couple getting set here for the kindergarten stakes. It's been a spirited betting race. The punters are really into King of Pop here from Barrier 1.
Dowds, welcome back.
3:30. And Strata Verena is Zach Purden back in town for Doncaster Day. This will be ridden with cover this time, Strata Verena. It's the last to move in. Locked and loaded now. There's the light. Stand by. Day one of the championships ready to kick off here at Randwick. Perfect day weather-wise. And they're off in the first, and North England was the first into stride. Bounced about a length in front from Besker immediately up on the outside. Then Missile Magnet, King of Pop, and Stormland is improving his position rather sharply, pulling his way right up on the speed. Back in the field then came Alabama Magic, followed them by Hay Street, and Strata Verena is being snagged back to last as Stormland was keen early and takes the lead away from North England. 2.5 to King of Pop. Besker gets cover now in fourth, followed by Missile Magnate, Hay Street and the White Cap. Then Alabama Magic and Strata Verena's last of amongst field. So it's Stormland turning in front from North England. King of Pop, Zach Lloyd's coming off heels. Besker trying to put him back in. Doing a good job.
Move it, baby.
Pop and Besker as North England got a length clear. King of Pop into the clear now from...
Come on, run, baby.
North England.
Run, baby.
Besker.
6 1 1 1 1 1
Third, then came Hay Street whizzing
1
from Alabama Magic. Further back, Strata Beretta, Missile Magnet, and Stormland, the initial leader, has finished back at the tail of the field.
Two horses backing up from the golden slipper, and they've run 1-2. North England has won the Widden Kindergarten Stakes, a Group 3 to go along with his golden gift. North England, despite the betting drift, holds out King of Pop, who was in that bumping duel down the straight. Besker is there as well. But look at Clark getting everything out of North England, and he holds off King of Pop and Besker.
Well, that's
It's a very big horse.
And there was nothing separating them there. So Tim Clark wanted to stay off the fence, and that probably didn't help King of Pop. And then those two horses getting into that bit of a bumping duel down the straight, as that cost them a little bit of
8 got
ground,
in
probably
1
has.
5
So there's lots of
1
ways
5
to
6 and
finish
8.
race. There wasn't much between them at the finish, and as we see that overhead there now, it's they just lost. They got at each other where the leader was sort of just off and gone at the right spot there. So a good contest to start the day, but North England defies the betting drift and bounces back.
Yeah, there's a fair bit of jockeying going on from pretty much start to finish there, Ronnie. As we've seen, Timmy Clark elected to sit outside lead, which forced Benny Mellon back on Besker to go back and sit in the 1-1. Obviously, Zach, King of Pop here, was snookered back in behind the leader, and then Benny Mellon...
Yeah, Zach will not do it. That was
probably took a little bit of wind out of both their sails.
understandable.
But like you said, North England was off and gone by then with Timmy Clark on board.
With that little bit of giving the track a soft 5 today, they've run 63.84, 63.84 for the 1100 metres, and home in 34.1. 1, 2, 6 and 8, a half neck by a short neck. North England, Tim Clark, Gay Waterhouse and Adrian Bott have won the first on day one of the championships. Up next, the tab Adrian Knox for the 3-year-old fillies over 2,000 metres.
Welcome to racing at Eagle Farm today. We've got horses in the yard for the first of 10. And this is for the 2-year-olds under handicap conditions over 1,300 metres. Your $1.75 favourite is the Lee Friedman trained Profoundly. And the Creek is the first horse to have a look at, Maxie, the Creek. Peter Mulholbert, Mark Duplessis.
Yeah, the stable have got big plans for the Creek. He's only had the 2 starts and they've been good performances up on pace. He was 4th behind Afterburners in the Duel of the Coast 3 weeks ago. He jumped quickly. He's pretty sharp out of the gates, this guy, and at times he was wide. But I thought battled on really well. To my way of thinking, he looks the leader here, and he should control to suit himself, I think.
Okay, let's look at this odds-on favourite now, Profoundly. She's had a month between runs, trained by Lee Friedman with Damien Thornton.
Well, she's the one with the form. She's a winner this track and distance 1 month ago, coming from back off them in a smallish field, but really did lift the last 200. She strode right away and won with plenty of authority. She's had a trial since at the Gold Coast, a month between runs, little trial, soft trial when finishing second to Darn Hot Lady, looking really good, so she's hard to beat for sure.
Meaner Than Evil is number 3, Glenn Thornton and Boris.
Well, the top 2 are in the market, the rest of them are $11 and longer. Meaner Than Evil is by Zusane, when it is a late entry, has had 4 trials since November, and I marked all of the trials okay.
Let's take a look at number 4, Island Boy now, Marcus Wilson and Jag Duffman Chester.
Just the 1 start here when well beaten by Halfpenny Hatch. Does have the inside barrier and will obviously improve a little bit from that first start.
His stablemate is King Tagaloa with Courtney Bellamy.
Yeah, was up on the pace here behind Halfpenny Hatch, but did weaken noticeably in the straight.
Egyptian Goddess will be number 6 from the Ryan Tyrrell stable. Blinkers come off, the visor goes on with Tip Brooker.
If she ran a place, it wouldn't surprise me at all. She was first up in the duel, and I don't know what happened at the start, but she was backed and she went right around the whole field and led by 3 or 4 lengths, and then naturally weakened out of it. But that was 3 weeks ago. Blinkers off, visor on. I'd be keeping her under notice.
Okay, what about the 7 On Point Pixie, Paul Shaler and Dylan Turner?
Third on debut behind Dragon Rouge at the Sunny Coast over the 1,000, so steps it up to 1,300. I thought it was an encouraging run. Stayed on quite well.
Then we get to Zala, a debutante from Team Heathcote with Bailey Wheeler.
Zala has remained pretty solid in the market around $13. Just the 1 official trial and went okay here at Eagle Farm back on the 13th of March.
Powerful Crown is number 9, Jason Edwards Taylor Marshall.
Comes out of that Dragon Rouge race at the Sunny Coast over the 1,000, so jumps to 1,300. Was good there too from back in the field, making progress.
And Kick Up High is from the Desley Forster stable. Nose Roll comes off today with Sammy Collett.
And I think the Winkers are going on for the first time. Was okay behind Halfpenny Hatch last start and could go forward from that draw. And it was over 1,400, so the distance is right.
Right, yeah, that is how the 2-year-olds look. This is developing into a very tricky race, Maxie, with some change of tactics.
Yeah, well, I thought, in my opinion, the Creek might be the leader here, but they want to ride him with cover.
Right.
They want to ride him with cover. We're getting news from the stewards. One of the roughies, King Tagaloa, they want to go forward with cover.
How does that work?
And so, yeah, so the lead...
He led last start, so today he wants to be forward with cover.
Yeah, maybe box seat right behind them. Look, Profoundly has been very well backed. So has the Creek. Not much doing elsewhere. I think Profoundly might be the way to go here. 2 to beat 1, then 7 and 10.
A great parade by Profoundly. My roughie here is Powerful Crown. But yeah, great parade by her, and hopefully she can live up to expectations here. How many are out? Maybe we can quickly get to Tim Ryan.
Thanks, Bernie. 3 firmers at the top of betting. Your favourite, Profoundly, 175 into now a $1.70 chance. Did get to as short as 150. Just now back to 170 late. The Creek has been $4 into $3.90, and good spec in the Kick Up High. 13 into 9 today. They're the 3 that punters are focusing on, but Profoundly best back with tab, around about 70% of the tab hole.
The clean favourite is Profoundly, 1,300, and the light turned on. Race number 1, soft 7. All in, gates open, racing, and away well the inside. There was Island Boy going for Zala. She's in front, rolling forward is On Point Pixie. Handy also King Tagaloa, trapped out as Egyptian Goddess, and further back to the Creek. And then we've got Meaner Than Evil. This favourite's back third last year, Profoundly over on the outside between the Powerful Crown. Last of all, Kick Up High. Egyptian Goddess in front, raced away by 2.5 up to second as On Point Pixie. Zala back to third. They're clear by 4 lengths from King Tagaloa. Island Boy a length and a half to V Creek and Meaner Than Evil. 2 lengths away, 2 further back the outside. Powerful Crown. Kick up high and the favourite Profoundly. Shed last of all inside the 600. So Egyptian Goddess in front. Second, the outside is On Point Pixie. A length and a half away, third of us. Bring around the home turn. Nearer the inside is running home Meaner Than Evil. V Creek is running home really well down the outside. And Profoundly is about 3 lengths behind V Creek. V Creek out wide and swept up. On Point Pixie trying to go with him. Profoundly is a further 3 lengths away. Next the inside Zala, but V Creek's in front. Draw about a neck in front. The inside is On Point Pixie, but V Creek is in front and comes away. V Creek has won. Second On Point Pixie. Profoundly only got Going Like to run third. Fourth into Zala. Kick Up High. Island Boy. Powerful Crown. Meaner Than Evil. King Tagaloa. And the last one was Egyptian Goddess.
So the Creek has got the cash for Mark Duplessis, Peter and Will Holbert. He did make notification that they wanted to ride with a bit of cover, and Mark carried out the instructions perfectly there. He settled 5th, 6th, 1 off the fence, and he just trucked up beautifully coming towards the bend. Profoundly was back in an awkward spot, and she's made some progress in the straight. And finishing in the middle of them, On Point Pixie, trained by Paul Shaler. Zala, the first starter for Rob Heathcote, getting 4th. So the Creek, after 2 promising runs, a second at Doomben to Pretty Dubious, and then 4th to Grafter Burners, comes here today, steps up a little bit in trip, ridden quietly with the big weight, 59 kilos, and he has been very strong at the end of the 1,300 metres. On Point Pixie battled on strongly up until the last 50 where the Creek drew away, and then Profoundly and a bit of a gap away to Zala by the looks of it, number 8 back in 4th. So that's the story of the first race at Eagle Farm. There is a protest, is there? It's Randwick, third versus second on the opening event on the card. So I'll keep you posted with that. Bernie, the Creek for Peter and Will Holman takes the first.
Yeah, that's right. There's some very happy people out the front here. One of them being Will Holbert, of course, training with his dad, Peter. And there's been a lot of work going into this fellow. I actually think, is this the horse you bought while you were on holidays in America?
Yeah, I was at LAX waiting to come home. Hadn't slept for about 3 days, so it was good.
And he was, you know, you had to pay a decent price for him.
Yeah, he was born a good sort, and he's just a really, really good sort. He looks a hell of a lot like his dad.
And obviously you trained the Hamo. This one was named the Creek. Do you have a preference?
Oh, this guy's got a lot more upside, yeah. Yeah.
Now today you came out and said we want to ride a little bit more conservative than perhaps what most speed maps had him, and that worked.
Yeah, all the data we've got of his track work says he'll run a mile in time, so we've just got to teach him to relax. And that was today. We just wanted to tick a few boxes of Eagle Farm and riding him off the pace and going further to 1200, so he's done all three.
I'm tipping you would have been relatively confident coming into the straight.
Yeah, Mark's perfect rider as per usual. That's what happens when you put Mark on.
Obviously this was under handicap conditions, so you carry 59. Oh, geez, somebody's just taken you out.
Yeah, good effort. Carried a lot more weight than the rest of them. But yeah, two good problems.
I love his demeanour. He's very cash.
Yeah, he is for a colt. Nothing phases him at all. He's just a cool dude.
So what is the plan now?
He'll be in the paddock Monday just for a couple of weeks, a little freshen up, get him back, and yeah, head towards the JJ Atkins at the end of the carnival.
Fantastic work by you and the team. Enjoy the win, Will.
Thanks, Bernie. Cheers.
All right, so this is the second one at Randwick. The odds are 9, 1, 6 and 3. 9 is the favorite, not within the rails. 14 is the linear. So 14 will get a place in some way or the other. 14 will get a place in some way or the other. Now, So if we look through the rails, we've got 3, 1, 5 that are within the rails, 3, 1, and 5. Now, 1 and 3, they have advantage, but 1 and 5 they have the same advantage. However, 1 is in a better hand. 5, I don't know if we need to consider this today, but that's that. But here is the thing. So it's a 2000 meter. We need to generally up till 2000 meter it is the linears that win, but this linear is out of the rails, so this will not win. So we're looking at linears. 4 is a stronger linear, but this side is missing. 5 is the next, which has both sides. 1 is within the odds, but comes from gate number 15. And it has only raced probably league races. It's got 5 league races, out of which it got 2. So 1 is a good one. There is no doubt about that fact, that 1 is a good one. But so if let's I mean, in this one, the 8 that got 4th, okay, that got 4th, and we were with the 10 which got nowhere. Why? Because of 2 reasons. One, this side of the rail was missing, and it was in the hand of an apprentice jockey. Now here definitely 3 has advantage, that is there. But if we look at these 2 horses, they more or less the same condition, but the management is better on this one. It's the third one in management. 6 is the first one, it's the third one. This comes here. The third one in management. These 2 are drift horses. Anyone can get in, especially the 3 is with all that. But will see, the 14 will get in, and the 2 here is the largest outer drift with a huge advantage on the distance. This thing has been running on this distance ever since. This thing has been running on this distance. That's the largest outer drift. So we need a linear. These 2 are tailing gates. 14 is gate number 5. It is. Then we have to look at gate number 4, which is this one. Has a lot of advantage, good team. And gate number 6 is also on pressure. Who's riding 5? C. Williams. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fifth in the odd. C.J. Williams. We've got 9 ridden by Zach Lloyd. Tim Clark just won the race. 6 is by Damian Lane. 6 is another linear which has got a lot of management going on because of Damian Lane. It is the that will not happen because this is more handicap than the linear. This is more handicap than the linear. This is tricky. This will not happen, and it is far from the rails. This one will get in some way or the other. We'll take a look at the 5. I like the 5. The one, if this thing goes on, the fact that this one has 5 league races out of which it has got 2. That's one way of looking at it. The second thing of looking at it is these two have the same advantage. This is a stronger linear. This is an inner drift. That's an outer drift. 57, 99. This translates to 299, 298. This is the largest outer drift. So 5 has a lot of support line going on. 5 has a lot of support from all the angles. 5 will get support from 2 because of the distance. That will be a pack. 40. Then it is within the rails. And if you look at the 14, that's 298. This is 299 on the pressure line. So either that is too much and it will not do anything, or this will win. It's 57 here and 83 here, so it has advantage here, and that translates to that. And 3 and 1, they kind of are drifts. 3 and 1, 3 definitely has a lot of advantage through the rails. That'll happen. Last time the rails, the one went through, neutral or not neutral, it just went through. It went through a pressure point here, and that pressure point was 179. The 6 was next. So we're looking at this. Fourteen is not in a position to win, but 5 is in a position to win. The problem is their management. I mean, they're good on one side of the management. They're the third best on one side of the management. The other side of the management is the finances absolutely sucks. That way, the 1 is better. But Tim Clark just won a race. Azar, welcome back. Resistance is 5. PC, welcome back, PC. 4 morph.
Hopper, you're a busy gal. It's been a busy morning, that's for sure. But this little girl, she took her 8 starts to win a race, but she finally bolted in. A much easier race at Hawksbury last time. I think that will give her the confidence now going forward. She lines up as one of our favourites in the Adrian Knox, and I don't believe there's plans to back up next week in the Oaks. However, if she's to come out and win dominantly, things could change.
What else are you looking forward to today? Of course, we see the sires, 4 Group 1s, Briasa. I know you've been a fan of the whole way through. The Doncaster is a stacked field, the filly and the Derby. It's just a huge day ahead.
I don't think you can pinpoint any one particular race because all 4 Group 1s are very exciting. And the Country Champs, that's a race that I love the Country Championship race. All the country folk, they get down here. It's their grand final. So looking forward to so much on offer today.
And I can't wait to listen to you behind the barriers. You better get on that horse.
Got a bit of an eye out for Chris Waller's filly here, Bettor, who was able to finally break through and win over a mile at Sandown last time. She's a keen-going type. She can make a few mistakes in the run, but there's no doubt she's got ability, and she's been buried in 2 barrier trials, but I think she'll go really well here. From the likely front-runner Dominetta, and of course Polymnia, who's striking good form at the right time.
Yeah, Polymnia the favourite. Ronnie, that track, just the way the first race played, I mean, it's 1100s too. Yeah, I'm not taking any notice of that. The horse up the fence there made ground of, I think it was Brett Kavanaugh's Alabama thing. So, yeah, it's like they did come out a bit, didn't they? 1, 2, 3. They were the best horses in the race. So, yeah, nothing glaring to me yet. I think we'll learn a little bit more here. 2,000 metres.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see if Tim Clark goes to the fence here on Dominetta. Or that's something in his head. But he didn't infer that to Corey. He said, I think he just more or less judged the speed of the race and had probably won in the race, to tell you the truth.
Let's have a look at them in the yard here for Harvey Norman. All you need in furniture, bedding, electric and technology. Number 1 is Dominetta, and that is Tim Clark for Gay Waterhouse and Adrian Bott.
Well, she did early work at Kembla and she fought hard there, running forward, only beaten half a length. So at home, 3rd up here, should stride across from the outside. I think the point with her is how much work she has to do to get round this first turn. So if they just let her glide across, have a little rest, which is a possibility, she's going to give a really good kick, and even with the 59, it'll be hard to run down.
Yeah, she looks terrific in the yard here today, Ronnie. Obviously 3rd up, so she's going to be hitting absolute peak condition. She's walking out really smoothly, attitude's good, and absolutely glowing as far as coat-wise goes. So, yeah, big tick for mine.
Inevitable Truth, number 2, Tyler Schiller and John Sargent.
I thought she'd get specking today, but she's out to $15. And so I know she's still a maiden, but she's just been nudged out in 2 runs this preparation. I think she's primed 3rd up, 2,000 metres at home. I think she's a value runner for sure.
She's a beautiful, big, strong filly. She always holds really, really good condition. She's slightly not quite there yet as far as coat-wise goes, but that would only be the small negative that I could put towards her.
Canny Queen, number 3, Karen McAvoy, Brad Widdop.
Yep, the first of the backup horses from Tuesday, where she was okay without raving. I think the drier track will suit her, and the inside draw, she does no work.
She's a lightly framed type of horse. Obviously, she's had a good few runs in this time around, but you couldn't fault her as far as appearance-wise goes, but she's looking quite vital.
Sun and Sand, number 4, Alicia Collett for the Joseph Jones yard.
Awkward draw, won a trial since Kembla. And I thought she was pretty good there last start. I think she's got a good winning strike rate, won 3 of 5. I can't dismiss her at odds.
She didn't jump out at me in the first lap that she'd done. I couldn't follow her as far as appearance-wise goes. But again, she's a bit of a plain Jane, but yeah, no knock.
Yuang, number 5, Craig Williams, Chris Leeds.
Yeah, lightly raced filly. Looks like a stayer to me. Says 2,000 metres looks suitable with a set of blinkers on today. So lightly raced, so you think filly, no knock. Yeah, she might surprise a few.
Yeah, she's another one. She's a nice style of horse. Obviously, she's not the finished product yet. She's got a small bit of sort of filling out to do. She's walking very smoothly, very upbeat as far as the manners goes. Yeah, she looks good enough.
To Belle de Tell, number 6, Damien Lane, Chris Waller.
Very interesting. Good support for her here. She has a very big SP profile, odds on her past 3 starts. Plus have a noseband just to slow her up a bit, and she might get nice cover and relax if she does from that inside draw. She certainly bears a lot. I'm very wary of her now that there's so much confidence about her in the market.
She's another one. She doesn't really jump out at you as far as looks-wise goes running. She's a bit of a plain Jane, quite light up over the hind quarter. Coat's nice and healthy, and she does walk out very freely. But again, she doesn't jump out of here.
Swelter, Tommy Berry wearing the Winx colours. Chris Waller. Yet to run a bad race, this filly. She's keeps hitting the line okay and should be strong late again, first time at this level.
Another one deep into the preparation, good few runs, holds very, very good condition, looks well.
Here's Atomic Clock, number 8, Ash Morgan and Kieran Maher. They're going to try and ride her further forward than midfield here, so plugged home okay at Kembla, but needs to lift us. I thought there was a couple of better runs in that race.
I couldn't fault her appearance-wise, Ronnie. She looks nice and healthy. Another one, her attitude's great. She walks out very freely.
Here's the favourite, Polymnia, number 9, Zach Lloyd for O'Shea and Sharp. I like the 1,800 metre lead upwind, doing it with style. She's, look, I know the other fillies look to be out of stronger races, but I suspect she's, the timing's perfect for her to prove very hard to hold out. She looks strong.
She's a nice enough horse. I couldn't fault her as far as appearance-wise goes. She looks nice and healthy, walks out very freely, attitude's good.
Next is Amplify. Jamie Mellamon for Kieran Maher. Okay, winning a while. It just has to lift to another level, but I've learnt the hard way that once these Kieran Maher horses step up in distance, they can lift, and she could well do.
She's a beautiful big filly. She's got a massive, big, strong hind quarter on her. Her temperament's quite good, although she's got the 2 handlers on her. I couldn't fault her as appearance. Looks good.
Miss Alexis, Jason Connor, Kieran Maher. Yeah, up from Victoria off a midweek maiden win. But she's got a few mates here, so in the right stable. Did have a little bit of specking on, well, did firm up early there on Wednesday morning, which is usually some sort of guide.
She's a neat type of horse. First time I've obviously laid eyes on her, but I couldn't fault her as far as appearance-wise. She looked very, very healthy. She's quite upbeat. She's looked good.
Jay Ashley, number 12, Michael Dion for Team Hawks. Around the mark, all prep, very fit, although still needs to find a few legs here.
Appearance is super, absolutely glowing. Yeah, no knock for mine.
Good. Flaming Moon, Tom Sherry on for Ed Cummings. Yeah, blinkers, crossover noseband on, had a trial since Hawksbury last start. Has ability, but this race probably a touch too soon for her.
Another one, beautiful big filly. Couldn't knock her as far as appearance-wise goes. She's got a great demeanour as well. Yeah, another one that's got a bit of a tick.
14 is exclusive artist Jay Ford for Neesham and Archibald. I don't mind her. She's won 2 of 3 this prep, appearing very strong, and has a chance with potential upside.
I really like her. She's a lovely filly. Parades very smoothly. Yeah, no knock at all.
And Kaitha Lily, number 15, Rachel King, again for Neesham and Archibald. Yeah, another one out of that Kembla Classic bunch finish. Probably preferring a few others out of that race, though.
Yeah, she's been slightly agitated since getting into the yard. Obviously, 4th up, still holds decent condition. Yeah, no knock.
Heading to the gates, 2,000 metres, as you can see, this start on a bend with the city in the backdrop. Corey, who do you like in the Adrian Knox?
I like number 2, Inevitable Truth. I really like this horse, and I love to see John Sargent's name next to these fillies. He's a great trainer of these staying type of horses. She's a big, strong, robust type of horse. I thought it's a tricky draw when I first looked at it, but where they're going to end up, I think would be outside lead. So yeah, Inevitable Truth for me.
I am 9, 2, 5 and 14. I'm with the Polymnia here, the favourite, well-tried favourite at that. I think she has different form here. This has been a target for her. I think she's hard to hold out. I agree with Inevitable Truth. I wish we'd like to have seen more support. For $17 looks over the odds to me. I think she was really good at Kembla Grange, as was Yu Wang, who's very solid around that $11 mark. And I'll throw in exclusive artist, number 14, just with a lovely, good-looking map for her. 9, 2, 5 and 14. Tim?
Yeah, the story to the betting here is the market absolutely hates the Kembla Grain Classic lead-up. Every runner coming out of that race has been a significant drifter, and punters looking very much elsewhere, especially with the favourite Polymnia. It's coming out of a Hawksbury maiden win, and it has been absolutely smashed. Over 55% of the total hold on the favourite, 310 into 270 today. It is our only loser.
PC's got 9. Frankie got 2. I got 5.
Nowhere near the popularity of Polymnia, but a big firm for it. Dominator through that Kembla race is a big drifter. Canny Queen is holding his place in the market on the quick backup, $9.50. Exclusive artist through a Gosford Class 1 is also a firmer. It's been $11 into 10. Yu Wang holding his place I think $10 chance. That's unchanged today. Everything else getting out. Inevitable Truth, Sun and Sand through that Kembla Grange Classic. Both significant drifters as well. It's pretty much Polymnia and a couple others around it. Belter Tell and exclusive artists that Ben affirms besides it.
Okay, Shani, how's Polymnia coping with things out behind the gates?
Coping really well. I've kept a close eye on her, and she spotted a set of earmuffs until she got around here, but she's ready to go. She's on song. She's really switched on, and she's arrived down here in a beautiful order. Inevitable Truth was another one that looked really good. When Tyler jumped aboard her, she really pumped herself up, and she's looking an absolute treat. Amplify, she's a bit of a madam actually. She came around with the pony, and she's just a big boisterous type of filly, but she looks incredibly well, as does Gia Street, who's right in front of me. I was taken by Miss Alexis, actually. She looked fantastic, and Elusive Artist is going to be loaded in riderless, but no knock on any of these ladies. They're handling it beautifully. Nice, cooler conditions compared to what we've had recently.
A lot of these eyeing the Oaks in 7 days' time, where they get to take on Treasure the Moment. There's a $1.70 favourite for the Oaks. They're loading in well. On the Ellison Road side of Randwick Racecourse, here's Darren Flindell with the tab, Adrian Knox.
Two to move in now, Swelter and Dominetta. Dominetta's got the outside draw to contend with and has been a big drifter out to $10. But Polymnia took a while to win the maiden at Hawksbury last time at skinny odds. She's a well-back favourite here, Polymnia. And they're locked and loaded for the tab. Adrian Knox, the lead up for the Oaks next Saturday. And they're ready to run. And the fillies are off now. And the Adrian Knox, Kenny Queen off the inside, jumped to the right.
Tuna! Welcome back, Tuna. 11.
Is rolling forward the deepest, going to the first bend. Amplifies Handy, followed by Kaffa Lily. Sun and Sanders poking right through the middle of the pack. Then came Jashri. Further back to you, Wang Bell to tell down on the rails. A length and a half to Atomic Clock, then Polymnia. The favourite is fourth last from Miss Alexa's Flaming Moon. And Swelter settles down at the rear of the field, working to the back. And Exclusive Artist races up on the outside and goes to the front now, with Inevitable Truth going to second. Kenny Queen was happy to take a sit just behind them in third spot, followed then by Amplify. Then came Kaffa Lily. Now Dominetta is cast three wide the strip here at the moment, with Sun and Sand right through the middle. They're followed then by Jaya Cherie from Yu Wang Bell to Tell. Then Atomic Clock from Polymnia. A length and a half to Miss Alexa's Flaming Moon, and Swelter is the last one. So they lead the back, and Exclusive Artist shows the way for Jay Ford by length on Inevitable Truth. Then Kenny Queen and Dominetta, really a victim here of a bad gate, and she has to do the work in a three-wide position. Amplified tucked in behind. Then came Kaffa Lily. Now Sun and Sand moves deeper. So does Yu Wang the outside from Jay Cherie, getting close to heels midfield.
I can't find any of the horses.
One off improving. Further back to Atomic Clock. Then came Polymnia. There's still fourth last from Flaming Moon. Miss Alexis and Swelter's last of a bunching field at the 575. It's Exclusive Artist just in front from Inevitable Truth. Dominetta. Yu Wang gets going in a four-wide position, looping the field. Then came Sun and Sand, Bell to Tell, and Polymnia. 300 metres to go. Yu Wang races to a narrow lead from Dominetta. Bell Cattell and Polymnia starting to close in hard on the outside. Here come the favourites. It's Polymnia and Bell to Tell. Bell to Tell the inside of Polymnia. Bell to Tell strong, holding the favourite, and Bell to Tell went on a long neck to Polymnia, and Yu Wang finished in third, followed by Sun and Sand, and on the outside Miss Alexis. A gap back to Catherine.
What happened there?
Inevitable Truth. Dominator did it tough from Exclusive Artist.
6. Buck.
5 Flaming Moon, and Atomic Clock was last in.
Next stop, Treasure the Moment. Number 6, Bell to Tell, has beaten Polymnia. Chris Waller, filly that has raced entirely in Victoria. Comes to Sydney for the Adrian Knox a week out from the Oaks. And Damien Lane continues his great form in Sydney Carnivals.
6.
Chris Waller, Polymnia, Zach Lloyd at the Shea and Charlton. And Yu Wang is going to end up in third spot. Now,
But
I wrote down the
6,
prices
14.
to Bell to Tell with 100 to 1. That was on, I think, Wednesday or Thursday. Was she 100 to 1 at the jump there?
Let me have a look. I am just trying to find her. You'll have to bear with me for a second. She was...
Go to Ronnie and get his thoughts, then we'll come back for the prizes. But no longer 100 to 1 if Chris wants to back her up, and I suppose that's what she's doing here, Ronnie.
Yeah, it's a decent training performance. She hadn't raced since the end of February. She'd been an aggressive filly, had started odds on a few times in Melbourne. He'd given 2 tailed off trials where just he was teaching her to settle, and it worked. And what a day this bloke could have for Damien Lane here today. He's got a host of outstanding rides. And look, I thought she presented to win there, the favourite Polymnia, but just a real strong staying effort from Bell to tell. And New Wang was quite solid there as well. But a big result for Damien Lane and Chris Waller to pull that one off there so close to the Oaks.
Yeah, like I said, Ronnie, looks on everything in the enclosure. She wasn't a real standout. She's a bit of a plain Jane, but gee, she's got a motor, and it was a terrific ride there by Damien Lane. Obviously buried away midfield, back on the fence, weaved his way through, but once he got clear running, gee, I love the way this filly really stride to the line.
We'll have an Oaks update when we return. 25.19 the race time, home in 34 flat.
Welcome back to Eagle Farm for race 2 on the...
What are the numbers? Because these guys are not showing numbers. They don't even have this.
That it's Theo Prospero.
Ranick.
$84.40 favourite. Kicking off with Hector Damaris here, Maxie, from the Billy Healy stable, CJ Graham.
He was trialling well, and Branwell first up here when second behind Ring Bearer, only just beaten. That was 10 days ago. So if he has a touch of luck from the draw, he should be in the...
Tuna 6954.
Got the drift 480 to 550.
and
Stuart
4.
Kendrick and Kyle Wilson-Taylor.
Started favourite here a couple of weeks ago, $2.05, and only managed 6th behind Theo Prospero. He never really got into the race until late. I guess the excuse could have been that it was a quick backup. It was only 8 days, so he's had a little bit more time.
Here is your new favourite, number 3, Theo Prospero, Matt Smith and Bailey Wheeler.
He improved a fair bit from his first up run to his second up run here at Eagle Farm. He won it well. He did get a lovely run in transit, likely to get that same run again, so fitter, hard to beat.
Borovich is the 4, Damien Thornton rides for Matt Dunn.
He's been progressing nicely in 2 runs back from a spell, should get a nice soft time of it.
Chris Waller trains 5, Mannerheim with Emily Lang.
Was closing in late when 4th behind Theo Prospero. Meets that horse 4 kilos better today. It's just a matter of just getting into a nice rhythm nice and early because he's a bit of a one-pacer.
Trevor Thomas trains Like Smoke with Tiff Brooker.
Going over the 1800 today. His only win from 19 was over the 1000. However, last couple of runs have been okay.
Medical Autocrat is the 7. Blinkers go on. Winkers come off. Talia Fenton replaces Cody Collis for Corey and Kylie Gearin.
Was going quite well until last start when didn't fire behind Divacara, was beaten a long way. That was on a soft 7 track.
Papal Miss is already on the track. Vishen Venkaya and Gurish Gamani.
Yeah, hard to recommend her on form.
Sea of Keys, Tracy Timberley and Jake Bayliss.
Here from Ballina. Its last 2 wins were at Murwillumbah, so he's coming to town today, so just want to watch him.
Sonoda is the 10, Mark Quinn and Robbie Dolan.
A bit similar, here from Port Macquarie after racing well at Taree, he's past 3.
Daiki Chujo trains Do It For Me with Nori Masuda.
This looks a little bit too tough.
Jenny Morrissey is solid second pick in the market. Corey and Kylie Gearin, Mark Duplessis.
Yeah, it was just fair last start behind Divacara, but no weight and a good draw. I think she'll run well.
And Termite is from the Grant Forge stable, the outright roughie with Taylor Marshall.
Yeah, didn't fire last start in a similar race to this.
And a new favourite again, Jenny Morrissey, Maxine, now 370.
Yeah, she's been the best back runner with no weight on her back. I'm with the 5 Mannerheim. Good each way bet at about the $7 to be 3 Theo Prospero, 2 Divacara and 12 the best back Jenny Morrissey.
Yeah, I thought Theo Prospero looked faultless in the yard. He's trimmed up since his last effort and surely has a little bit more improvement in him. Last 2 are loading, so here's Josh for the call.
And Mannerheim and Divacara will come up and complete the line. So 360 Jenny Maurice, 380 for Theo Prospero are the top 2 at the off. So Mannerheim going in. Starter was Mr. Shane Lister. Divacara coming up into line, drawn the car park. And they're all locked away. Red light on at the 1800. Good line, racing, and pair of big white smoke and Jenny Maurice all the way well. Sea of Chi Termite. Handy there, but just drifting back is Fio Prospero. Hector Damaris out 4 wide and 3 wide, looping forward of Medical Autocrat. Painless on the fence and wider out there is Do It For You. Fio Prospero back 4th last now. 3rd last is Diva Cara trapped out. Mannerheim's on the fence. And last of all is Sonoda. So Sea of Cheese in front. 2nd is Hector Damaris. 3 lengths away 3rd Termite. 4th the outside is Medical Autocrat. A length and a half to Jenny Maurice over on the outside of Perovic on the rails, and they're clear from Papal Miss and going forward quickly. Do It For You 3 wide, passing like smoke. A length and a half to Fio Prospero, Mannerheim, Diva Cara, and Sonoda is still last of all. So Sea of Chi by 2. 2nd is still Hector Damaris, and 2 lengths away 3rd Termite. 4th the outside Medical Autocrat. No luck for going forward. Do It For You 3 wide. Then we've got Jenny Maurice next the inside there as they swing down the side. Perovic going forward now. Fio Prospero passing Papal Miss and Diva Cara going forward likewise. Like smoke, 2nd last is Sonoda. Last of all, the inside Mannerheim. So Sea of Chi by length and a half. 2nd is Hector Damaris inside the 600. Wide route, Do It For You. Fio Prospero 4 wide. Jenny Maurice is 3 wide. Further back to Medical Autocrat passing Termite at the 425. Sea of Cheese in front. Running home, Fio Prospero down the outside. Sneak up the inside, Medical Autocrat. Do It For You. Hector Damaris and down the outside, Jenny Maurice, but Fio Prospero's in front. Jenny Maurice is trying hard. Further back to Medical Autocrat, but Fio Prospero going well with 100 metres left to go. A length and a half in front. Fio Prospero will win again.
Boom.
To Jenny Maurice and 3rd's a photo. Either Medical Autocrat or Sonoda that ran home well. Hector Damaris, David Clara, Mannerheim, Papal Miss. Then we had Light Smoke, Perovic, Do It For You, with Sea of Chi, and Termite had pulled up at the rear.
All right, this is what is going on. This is the 3rd one. It is 2,600 meters. Now, if we look at what happened on a 2,000 meter, is this that. Is a lot of relaxation on that horse. 3-year-old filly. There's a lot of relaxation. If we look through the Jedel, that's a relaxation here, right? This is sectional timing, and then depending on sectional timing, how the handicapping and the pressure has been laid out. So that these two kind of did that thing. 6, 9, and 5. We went through the pressure point of being well, we should have looked at it. I mean, this one, the actual pressure is less than 6, which I kind of missed out. So 14 had the highest, that's the linear, was not within the rails. 6 was also not within the rails. So I kind of stayed out of both of them, but that happened. But the advantage was here. The relaxation was here on the sectional timing. This one is... everything is looking good. The 3 should win. All right, the highest pressure point. And if we look through the rails, that's the linear within the rails and the top-notch advantage. So there's, I mean, that 3 is bolted in. That's, let's assume that. But there is a thing with that 9. If we take in the sectional timing, the 9 has sectional timing. And that's exactly how it is. 9, 3, 7, and 2. But 3 is the favorite. This one is a horse. However, it looks like the jockey is neutral here. The jockey is neutral, but this essentially means this jockey is a fabulous jockey. There is no doubt. This jockey is a fabulous jockey. One is there. One of the dogs, but we'll go with 3. And we'll take a look at the 9. Two in Goffield. Where is this, by the way?
Just a bit of a tricky gate to overcome. But if you can run forward and find a spot, no knock. Really looks well in the yard. Number 8, Mattimer. Number 9, Rustamore.
Fiasco test ridden for speed with Fearless Rider and Just Glamorous is sweeping across the face of the field. After a couple of 100 metres, Just Glamorous uncontested by 3 lengths Bond Mistress Fiasco test. They were followed by Fearless Rider, Electric Bell and Euphemia as they speed along. Then 3 lengths Grey Ice, Pink Shandon as a result of the field splitting is able to get closer to the rails, and they were followed by Surprising. Well back in the field, Charming Deal looking to improve from Hoops and Last Mystery. So the leader, Just Glamorous, off the back section. 1,000 metres to go by 2 lengths to Bond Mistress, a length Fiasco test, Fearless Brighter. They were followed by Electric Bell and Euphemia, 2 lengths Pink Shandon and 8 off the front. A length away, Grey Ice, and then Charming Deal, Surprising. Well back as Hoops, and at the tail, Blistering at the 700 metres. So it's Just Glamorous, just steady before the corner, that has run it pretty solidly by a length and a quarter, Bond Mistress, and then came in third, Fiasco Test. Fearless Rider, 2 lengths, Euphemia. Then came Electric Bell, Pink Shandon rowing along, and they were followed by Grey Ice, Charming Deal, Surprising, Hoops and Blistering. Just Glamorous has a few of these off the bit around the corner. At the 300 metres, 2 lengths, Bond Mistress, Fiasco Test, Fearless Rider. Electric Bell's hit a brick wall. Grey Ice down the outside, followed by Euphemia. Just Glamorous coming back to them. At the 150, Fiasco Test, Grey Ice, Surprising late. Just Glamorous with Grey Ice. Grey Ice in the middle takes the lead, and Grey Ice wins it. Grey Ice, 3/4, Fiasco Test, and Just Glamorous. Photo fourth between Fearless Brighter and on the outside, Surprising from Electric Bell. Then came Blistering, Pink Shandon under pressure before the corner, never came on. Bo Mistress is back in the field in company then with Charming Deal, Hoops, and at the tail of the field, Euphemia.
Craig Hewitt, the man to get the job done on the returning Grey Ice. He's in the saddle of the
strengthen up, and I think you really mature into a horse to go to the next level.
Yeah, the owners, it's a reward for them, yet they're still 50% of it, of course, heading towards, what could be his best part of his racing in the Everest.
Exactly, they're still along for the ride, and for the $115,000 purchase, they've cashed out and they've got plenty in the bank, so I'm sure they'll come back and buy more horses.
Do they know that the Easter Stars are on Sunday, Monday this week?
I'm sure they've been told.
By you? You're picking them up in a bus, are you?
Yeah, it'd be nice.
Mate, what about this? I'll get to a couple of others later, but I want to talk this one. So Sumi, it came here on debut with plenty of raps. And you remember that day you said it was on Sky, just whether everything's just going to become too quick for her.
Yeah, and she only had the one soft trial, so she's tightened up from that run. It's a hard sort of race. A lot of 2-year-olds are trialled up good, coming from all different angles, but we're drawn out wide, but I just sort of keep in. She's naturally fast horse, don't probably squeeze it too much because she'll probably overdo it. Just take your time getting across, so it's probably not the worst gate for her. But she's strictly unfitness wise. She probably just felt the pinch last furlong, but she ran a good race.
Good luck.
Thank you.
There he is, Nathan Doyle. We might chat a little bit later on this afternoon. This is the most important man we've got to get to. Timmy Ryan, I went against the favourite in the first, but didn't help me. I'm back second and third. You've got plenty of money. What's the money doing in the second?
Run on Thursday evening, when I put these markets up, they really came for this horse. I put up $8, so I assessed it pretty poorly there. A really good go. $3.40 after scratchings this morning, and they've come again for it today. $3.40 into $3. So the favourite, best backed running in the race, almost half the total investment with tab.com.au. So that's makes it a pretty bad result for a $3 chance. Has been money though just in the last 5 minutes or so for the Nathan Doyle runner. After that good rap he gave So Sumi there, $4.80 into $3.90. So that's just firmed again. It was $4.80 to $4.20 just now into $3.90. So good late move too for Sosumi in the race. Matima had support earlier in the week, 11 into a short as $5.50. Did get back out to $6.50, but now back into $5. So it's seen some support too. Matima kite surfing getting a little bit easy for the Kieran Maher stable, and then we're out to double figures or longer the rest. Rustimo, Chris Lee's galloper, I put up favourite on Thursday afternoon. Can't write a ticket for it. It's all the way out to $11, Rich. So Impact Zone, best back runner. It's actually firm to get your favourite now into $2.70. So pretty good go here. 8 into 270, but some late money too for Sosumi.
Give it strength, Timmy, give it strength. They're loading the gates. There's the favourite, number 7, Impact Zone. Here's Phil Roberts. Good luck, punters, for race 2.
It's had support earlier in betting, but that may well have dried up. So Sumi coming in. About to go in was Sosumi, but it just backed away at the first attempt. Love You, Love Me is the other one out of line. So Love You, Love Me, about to come up. It goes in now. And we're set to go race 2, 2 and 3-year-old maiden, 1,000 metres. Impact Zone, the favourite. They stand up well now. Starter has them, and they're away, and Impact Zone was away midfield, but is pressing forward, but going out quickly is Matima. Impact Zone and Step Quick is going forward as well, but Impact Zone looks like it will be first down to the rails, and it is. And it led over Step Quick, and Matima on the outside up into third spot. Next on the inner was Outburst Strike, saving ground the inside, then Parfumier. Further back in the event as they run up towards the home bend. Well, Rustino's getting right back. Kite Surfing is back with it. Track deep is Wizard Star. And back at the tail is Love You, Love Me. Around the bend, it's Impact Zone in front. Step Quick the outside. There's plenty of room for Outback Strike to get through on the inner. Matima is starting to close off down the centre of the track. Rustino gets an inside run. Plenty of chances. Impact Zone is the leader. Matima coming after it. Step Quick. Rustino still there. It is Impact Zone in front. Matima coming at it. Matima going to Impact Zone. Matima the outside. Impact Zone. Maybe Matima got the bob in over Impact Zone. Not much in it. It's a bob of the head. Rustino, Step Quick and Kite Surfer were in the photo for third, followed by Parfumier. Further back was Wizard Star from Love You, Love Me. Well back was Sosumi, and Outburst Strike back towards the rear.
Yeah, I think you'll be right. I think the Godolphin Blue will get the bob on the outside. 8 of Matima. Yep, it does. Numbers are 8, 7 and 10. I think you can follow the first 3 over the line. They might all have a pretty good ability. 57.73 the overall time, and they shipped home in 33.66. 8, 7 and 10. The 3 debutantes run 1, 2, 3.
What
runs fourth. Numbers
might
8,
happen?
7, 10 and 9. 8, 7, 10 and 9 ahead by a length and a half. Matima beats Impact Zone. The plunge just goes astray. Matima, $6.20 it got out to, and $1.90. Impact Zone, $1.30. Kite Surfing, $1.90. And number 9, Rustimo, will run fourth. 8, 7, 10 and 9 on race 2 at Hawksbury. 8, 7, 10 and 9. I hope you back the winner.
7 has the distance, BC. 7 has the majority on the distance. It has been running on this distance ever since 2,600 meter.
2,600 meters, and that's
but I mean, honestly speaking, this distance is a very tricky distance. It's 2,600 meter up till 2,400 meter. The 5-year-old mares are very good. We have seen that multiple times, but this one is a 2,600 meter. There's a and there are like 20 horses running. 20. Is this a kind of a joke or what? There's going to be a lot of traffic. That's why they made it a 2600 meter probably, but um, there's a whole lot of possibilities that can happen. I have a strong feeling that, that 9 is also there in the race in some way or the other.
He's not ruling out a run next week, but Adelaide and Queensland are on the radar. Let's have a look at these runners in the yard for Harvey Norman. All you need in furniture, bedding and electrical and technology. I meant bedding, not betting. That's Harvey Norman. Here's number 1 Desert Hero, raced by His Majesty the King and Her Majesty the Queen. I see the stars. Ryan Moore jumps on board for William Hacks.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Corey's got to say about him. He's had 288 days off. I don't know how to approach him. He obviously had fantastic form, early form overseas, and yeah, but the reports were he's lost a bit of weight. There's he has to lift, and apparently they're pretty happy with him the last week. So look, he's still respected in the market, and his best performance wins this race. But that's a long time ago, his best form. But you've got to trust William has. They're happy to bring him out here.
Yeah, Ronnie. Well, obviously, first time I've seen a horse, he's not the biggest or strongest type of horses. He's quite small and sort of narrow, especially through the neck and the shoulder region. He's healthy enough as far as coat-wise goes. He seems to be walking out quite smoothly. But yeah, he's not the biggest, strongest, robust type of horse.
Number 2, Athabaskan. Tommy Berry for O'Shea and Charlton.
He's tipping.
Or is it going to go to a dedicated jockey?
He's got great fourth up form, and he gets his chance to lay
Big Bet 3 ran. 3 should win.
3 kilos better today.
But what happens if this goes to a dedicated jockey?
He's a big, strong, it's really, really good condition. His demeanour's perfect. Walks out really smoothly and freely. Yeah, I've always been a big
3 has a dedicated jockey.
fan.
Here's LL Cance, number 3, the mare. Tim Clark for Gay Waterhouse and Adrian Bott.
Oh, she's a tough mare who does it both ends. She's dominant, winning last start. And
That's a beautiful
she
horse.
appears to be going from strength to strength.
She does, Ronnie. And
That's a
even
beautiful
in her
horse.
minutes, I was expecting to see a little bit lacklustre when she walked in the enclosure, especially having the 2 hard runs this time back, stepping up the 2600. But she's walked in like she's owned the enclosure. She's really stepping out well and very upbeat. She looks great.
Lastotchka. Tyler Schiller takes over from
That's a
Chad
beautiful
Schofield, who
horse.
couldn't make the weight for the Price Kent Junior yard.
Much better run in the Manion Cup. Could be on the improve, but I would have
That's a
preferred
beautiful
a
grey.
little bit softer track, although the jar is still out of it, so good helper.
Yeah, he's a nice, neat type of horse. He doesn't look like that big sort of staying type, lanky type. He's more of like a smaller, sprinty type of horse. Very healthy as far as coat-wise goes. Nice and fresh and bright. Yeah, I like him.
Francesco Gardi, number 5, Damien Lane, Chris Waller.
Yeah, the trainer set of winkers on him today. He hasn't put his best foot forward in a while now, so I think too much improvement is needed.
He's paraded okay so far. He's one of those horses, he doesn't really jump out at you as far as looks-wise goes. He's a bit of a plain type of horse. He's obviously not walking at the moment, so I can't tell you how his action is, but yeah, there's no negative for mine.
True Marvel, Kieran McAvoy, Matthew Smith.
Yeah, stays all day and just might warm up past a few late here.
He looks nice and upbeat, nice and sort of fresh and in the game. He looks well.
Waltham, number 7, Blake Shin, Matthew Smith.
Norton bid on him today. I like this horse. I think he's been work in progress. He got his confidence up winning a week race in Queensland last start. He presents well, off a win, and I think he's got a terrific chance of knocking him over.
He looks well. Obviously, haven't seen him this time round, but he's dabbled up all over the hindquarters. His manners are good. Yeah, I couldn't fault him so far.
Aljassor, number 8, Craig Williams, Chris Leeds.
Well, he can stay. Blinkers on today. He's been going through the grades in Queensland, but obviously stiffest test today.
Absolutely glowing as far as appearance-wise goes. His coat's really, really healthy. Another one that walks out very smooth in his action.
Kinesiology, number 9, Andre Zeni, Chris Waller.
He was trending nicely prior to being outclassed in the Sky High last start. Look, he could bounce back, but that barrier doesn't help.
He's another one this far in his parade. He's well within himself. He's walking out smoothly. Another one, he's got a terrific attitude, always has done, but yeah, no negative for him.
Valiant King, Zach Lloyd, Chris Waller. Expected to make a real statement for the Sydney Cup today. He's into $11. He really caught the eye 2 starts back, then little excuses last start, and I think they may have just pushed the button on him now, and they want a big Sydney Cup trial today because he's well fancied in that race.
The yard couldn't have him looking any fitter. He looks absolutely superb in the yard. He's got dapples upon dapples, walking out very, very well, and attitude's absolutely bang on.
Strathclyde J Ford, Chris Waller. Genuine type, rarely runs bad. He hit the line well in the lead up the Manion Cup last time, and he's got more than a few supporters.
Standard parade for Strathclyde. He's a big, strong type of horse. Always parades well, always looks well.
Birdman, Jamie Millen and Chris Waller. Yeah, hardly the punter's pal, but has to fit in somewhere on form. And with blinkers on, the map looks good for him.
Super relaxed and casual since getting into the yard. I couldn't find a negative for him.
Manzoyce, Waller and McD. Blinkers back on today, hasn't won in a long while. Okay, at Canberra, just to forget he went round last start, he had a lot to do. They're going to try and ride him further forward, those blinkers back on today too.
He was super relaxed and casual until Jockey got up on board, and then he really come to life. He's paraded well.
Hopeful Ash Morgan on for Neesham and Archibald. Yeah, wet tracker. He'll appreciate the lightweight, but he's hard to trust.
Couldn't find a negative for him, Ronnie. He looked okay.
7th runner for Chris Waller in this field is Mr. Waterville, Rhys Jones. Needs improvement on what we've seen in 3 runs back. Well, he wasn't much better last start.
He was another one, a little bit lifeless until the Jockey got up on board. When Rhys Jones hit the saddle, he really come to life.
Age of Sale, Chris Lee's Dylan Gibbons. Yeah, the more I looked at that run and the opponent, it was a terrific performance considering the pattern of the day. You're just not sure that's the form line here.
Deep into the preparation, he still holds terrific condition. He's obviously feeling well and above himself. He's up on the toe. He looks great.
Here is the grey mare, Baccio Del Miss, Molly Burke, Lee and Cherie Curtis.
Yeah, we've got a few greys here. We just spoke about her. I think I spoke about Baccio Del Miss when I was looking at Age of Sale. So, yeah, like I said, it was a terrific run in the opponent, and that was against the pattern of the day.
Still holds terrific condition, walks out very smoothly as well.
And the greys in the broadcast team as well. Fulfilled, Andrew Gibbons and Chris Lees.
Yeah, way up in class. Too much improvement needed.
Getting slightly warm as well, Ron. Easy parades past me now.
La Spirit Deal, a 2nd runner for Lee and Cherie. Alicia Collett.
Can stay, but then ridden more forward today, which is understandable, but needs to lift on what we saw last time.
I couldn't really find a negative. Has paraded well so far.
And Positivity, Andrew Forsman, Winona Costa.
This is one that might run better than its price suggests. I forgive why
Rank
last start.
3.
And fitter for recent racing.
3 should win.
Well, he's been up on the toe. Not getting hot at all, but he's obviously feeling really well.
That's a lenient.
Here we go. They're going out onto the track here. The Stayers.
It's a beautiful horse. It's a beautiful horse.
Time, but this race is $300,000 Group 2. 20 of them we looked at, Corey. Who did you settle on?
I ended up settling with number 3, Alicante. Obviously, it's been terrific this time around. She's a big, strong, robust type of mare, but I was expecting her to walk into the enclosure and be a little bit dull just after her first 2 runs. I thought they might have been a little bit of a gut buster, but she was right up on the toe. She looked well, so she's pulled up well from those 2 runs, and yeah, she'll get total control of this race up in front, so I think she'll be very hard to get past.
I am 7, 3, 2 and 12. I'm having a throw on the stumps with the new kid here, Waltham. Just got his confidence second up, winning in Queensland. He looks a strong stayer. Yep, happy to go his way. LL Cairns. It'll be interesting to see if Tim. They've avoided the fence for some reason. We haven't had a good look at the horses on the fence here today. If her asset is railing up and keep giving, so it'll be interesting to see what Tim does here. If he's under instructions to stay off the fence, so that's what I'm most interested in here. We know what she does. She gets up there, she has a go, and she's hard to get past. Athabaskan presents beautifully fourth up with great fourth up form, and Birdman with the blinkers on, although his stablemate looks well fancied, Valiant King. 7, 3, 2 and 12. Tim?
Hello, Cants. Just a touch easy with tap.com.au. 270 out to 280, albeit she's very, very easy to lay. Over 55% the total hold. She's our only loser and a big loser in our book. But we're not that keen to push too much further past 280. She was a dominant winner last time out, and in fact she just firms now back into $2.70. So rock solid the fave. Desert Hero, There's not a lot of interest in him. 6 out to 7. We just wrote about the 7. He's back into 650, but popularity-wise, nowhere near the money that we've seen on Al Cants. Ronnie's tip, Walton, rock solid. Can't move it off the $8 quote. I thought he might get back out a little bit, but he is rock solid. Birdman's been a little bit easy, $8.50 out to 10, as has at the Baskin. Who has been $9 out to 10. The big firm today has been for Valiant King. Ronnie's mentioned it a couple of times. $23 taken just after scratchings this morning. Had some big bets in the last 10, 15 minutes or so. It's been as much as $14 into $11. So big go for Valiant King, 23 into 11. I can't give much of a push for much else at longer odds. The fave, the big loser in our book, but that late money for, or not late money, money all day for Valiant King, 23 into 11.
Okay, Chantel Buckley's over the start. We'll get to her in a moment. There's LL Cants having a bit of a canter down towards the start of the 2600. I think a lot of these have gone well past the 600 metre mark, up towards the 800 metre mark. And they turn around and they head back to you, Shani.
They do indeed, and she's probably, she's coming now, so I'll have a look at her. But I was actually quite impressed with the way she was in the mountain yard, because we do know that she can get very hot and bothered, and that's just her. She did that at Rosehill last start, but as I said, the conditions aren't as warm as they were last time out a few weeks ago, Golden Summer Day. So she's actually a lot better, and I'm looking at her now, and she's hardly turned her hair, so that's a really positive sign there for LL Kent's, our favourite. Just looking for at the basket, there he is over there. Always picture of health. Every time you see this horse, he's probably one of the best looking stayers that you'll see. Strathtay has come on beautifully from his run last time out there behind LL Cants. Walson, I haven't seen him for a while. I reckon that trip up to Brisbane would have done him the absolute world of good, because he's looking in pristine order. It's the best I've seen him looking for some time. Just touching on a couple of others. What else have we got? I've lost my little piece of paper here. Desert Hero, I haven't seen him before, obviously, but a really nice gelding. I actually thought it was LB when he first walked in, very similar type of horses, but Brian didn't give him a big warm-up. He came straight around to the gates, and he seems okay. He's a little bit hot under the saddlecloth and up under his tail, but apart from that, he is pretty good order. So nothing negative to report. All the horses seem well, and they've arrived here beautifully.
He lost a lot of weight on the trip over Desert Hero, so the team have obviously done a very good job to get him here today. I think the original plan was probably the Sydney Cup, but they'll settle for the Chairman's today. And of course, Dubai Honour has got the Haggis yard off to a great start. They've got Alma Beer to come later today in the Doncaster, trying to make up for his defeat in the Randwick. The reports are good about that horse. So Desert Hero, raced by His Majesty the King and Her Majesty the Queen, will be moving into the line shortly. Waltham's gone in. Let's go back to Tim Ryan and get the final update.
Yeah, it's important that you've highlighted Desert Hero there. And the important thing with these internationals is the last few minutes of betting, and the betting says no to Desert Hero. Now out to $8.50. We can't lay it late. It might even start longer than that, $8.50. Now, with the lack of money for him, that means the favourite had to firm. LL Cants now into $2.60. She's really well back late. Walton now into second pickers, $8 chance. And Valiant King now $8.50. $23 into $8.50. You won't see much bigger move in a single day for one horse.
That's today.
That's just today.
Just today.
Originally went up $15 on Wednesday.
LL Cairns has got a near perfect record here in Australia. Only narrow defeats when it hasn't been winning. Here's Lastochka coming up. And you can see Baccio del Miss, one of the greys, moving up to an outside line. There's about 4 out. In they go. The Chairman's 2,600 metres at Royal Randwick, race 3 on day 1 of the championships.
Razzini from the outside barrier. Here's the last to move in. Great to see the starting gates completely full at the top of the Randwick Straight on this picture-perfect day in Sydney. Day 1 of the championships. They're racing down the Chairman's quality. The big fielder on the wing. Kinesiology taken back together with Mr. Waterville. Now, looking for those going forward in the gold jacket, hopeful there. El Jasur wide out, Positivity Handy. Towards the inside, we've got a Laukantz showing good muster now from Manzois. And Lostotchka's pretty handy. Valiant King's pretty handy. The Nature Sailor, as they go past the post the first time, Laukantz has the fence, but the three up wide are all pushing forward here. Particularly El Jasur on the outside of Positivity. And they're rushing forward on the outside of Laukantz. Hopeful just takes a sit behind them in fourth. Couple off to Age of Sail on the inside of Manzois. Now Lostotchka's caught in a three-wide position. And Valiant King looks to have slipped in there with a bit of cover on the outside of Francesco Guardi. Desert Heroes midfield at the moment and one off the fence. In advance there of Bergman down on the fence in the red cap. They're followed further back then by Fulfilled at this point, and Le Spirit Dealers off the track trying to improve. Back in the field is True Marvel, followed by Wealth, and then Athabaskan from Strathtyre. Mr. Waterville, Baccio Del Mist in Kinesiology, who drew gate 20, has been snagged back to last. But there was plenty happening up front early, but now Clark takes control of the race. At the 1,400 metres, the favourite in front of Laukantz. She weathered the early storm and leads by two going down the back. From El Jasur, Valiant King in the white cap is racing into third position at this point, followed by Hopeful. Then came Positivity, and they're followed further back then by Desert Hero, who's starting to inch a little bit closer. So Ryan Moore wants Desert Hero on the firing line. He doesn't want the mare to get too far in front. 1,000 to go. Laukantz 2.5 clear from El Jasur, followed by Valiant King. Hopeful. Desert Hero wedged between runners in fifth. Two further back then to Positivity. Age of Sail on the fence, followed by Le Spirit Dealer. Two off then to El Jasur, fulfilled out wide from Francesco Guardi, True Marvel. Then came Manzois, Athabaskan, well back, Bergman on the rails. Further back then to Waltham from Strathtyre. They really quicken things up at the 600 metres, and Clark lets the mare roll Laukantz. And she
Come on, baby. You've done so good. Run.
Valiant King now. Followed by Hopeful on the rails.
Nobody. Untouchable. Untouchable, that horse is. That is untouchable. That horse is. Boom. Untouchable, that is. Boom. Francesco Guardi, Baccio Del Mist, Mr. Waterville. What a horse, what a run. Still pretty strong past the post. Then came Fulfilled, Athabaskan hasn't run on. Nor Kinesiology, El Jasur and Positivity.
There will be many in absolute awe of this mare after what she's just done. She'll firm up even more and put her stamp.
That's a big, that's a beautiful horse. That's a beautiful horse.
Loading quickly, Maxine.
Yeah, it's an open market, Bernie. Kayleen's Profit is the favourite. I'm with the 8 Tappy's Lad to be 2-12-1.
All right, here's Josh.
What are the numbers, by the way?
I make good line, 1 or 2 just dancing about, and attendance in with the favourite Kayleen's Profit. Racing now, and Kayleen's Profit away okay. Calm Seeker pinged away. Kayleen's Profit in the second. Handy the outside, Tappy's Lad. One from the outside, flat.
3 definitely.
Over.
Then what?
Roller Coaster 3 wide, drifting back as Merlin's Melody. Bedford Squares on the inside and kick to Newey. And they're clear from further back as Outburst. And like a Bill, the fence amalgamation has gone back to the rear. So Calm Seeker at the 1,800 metres markers raced away by 4. Second, Tappy's Lad, the race favourite. Third there, Kayleen's Profit. A length and a half to Roller Coaster. Bedford Square, the fence. Further back to Kip to Dewey, Merlin's Melody. 1.5 to Flash Prince, and they're clear from Like a Beal. Outburst on the outside, amalgamation 2 lengths away. So Calm Seeker's raced away in front by about 8 lengths now. Second, Tappy's Lad, a length and a half away. Third, Kayleen's Profit. Bedford Square, Roller Coaster. And they're clear from Kit to Newey, Merlin's Melody. Flash Prince over on the outside. Like a Beal in third last. A length and a half to Outburst in second last. Amalgamation is still last of all. So Calm Seeker beyond Courtney Bellamy. In front by still about 8 lengths here. Second is still Tappy's Lad. A length and a half away. Third, Kayleen's Profit. Bedford Square. Next the outside Roller Coaster. A length and a half to Merlin's Melody. Is back there on the inside. Kick to Newey. They're nicely clear for Flash Prince. Like a Bill. Second last outburst over on the outside. Amalgamation. A length and a half away. So Calm Seeker. 700 metres left to run. In front still by 6 or 7 lengths here. Second, Tammy's Lab. A length and a half away. Third, Kaylane's Profit. Creeping forward, Roller Coaster. Bedford Square. Next the outside, trying to make some ground. Merlin's Melody. Flash Prince likewise. Kick to Dewey. And outburst to get right towards the outside. Can they catch Roy? Calm Circuit, the 400s in front by 4. Second, the outside. Tappan's Lad chipping away. Here's Roller Coaster running home well. Further back to Kaylane's Profit. Calm Seekers in front, looks to be all out though. Here's Roller Coaster down the outside. Between them, Tappy's Lab. Down the outside, Kaylane's Profit runs home. Roller Coaster with a narrow lead. Tappy's Lab is coming back the inside. Roller Coaster, Tappy's Lab, Roller Coaster in front of Roller Coaster. A half end to Tappy's Lab, third to Kaylane's Profit, followed by Merlin's Melody. Outburst, Amalgamation, Flash Prince, Calm Seeker knocked up, he had to. Bedford Square, Like a Beal, and Kip to Newey's pulled up at the tail.
Well, gets his day in the sunshine today, Roller Coaster, and written by Michael Rod. Gets up to score, trained by Paul Shaler. Only just, Tappy's Lad was good today. He had the job of trying to take the leaders up to the tearaway in Calm Seeker. He was all out on the turn, but to his credit, he kept on staying on. But he's been outstayed late by Roller Coaster. You couldn't begrudge this guy a win. Very patient connections. He's been doing a good job this preparation, threatening to get a win. It's a nice win at Eagle Farm.
Yeah, that was a pretty much clean shot.
Just went a little bit
That
too
was
hard.
a
You
pretty
could see
much
down the
clean
back, he was
shot.
really putting a lot into it. Back in fourth there, Outburst running a good race, and fifth was, I think it might have been Merlin's Melody, the other one, but they're using plenty of the
I don't know, that was probably the second
off the rail.
pole.
Lad in the middle and towards the outside in those blue colours. That's the winner, Roller Coaster.
That's right, Maxie. He is impossible to catch, but he turns up and he makes money for his owners. So Paul Shaler is very happy with that.
Yeah, absolutely, Ben. Like
158.
I guess most Saturday class Queensland stayers are, aren't they? We all get our turn once a month, I guess. But
A big chocolate wheel.
yeah, it is. It is. So, pleased it's our turn this week, and he's been racing in pretty good form this preparation. So I guess he's rewarded for his consistency, I suppose.
From memory, was his last win when he was the dashing first upper, the Gold Coast?
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was his last one. But this is his first time we've been able to stretch him out over 2,000 metres, because he's always had a few niggles, and once we've gone to step him up in trip, something's gone wrong. We've had to stop with him. So this is the first genuine prep where we've got him up to 2,400, 2,200 metres. So just opens up a few more avenues for him. And yeah, I'll say there'll be another race for him next week or the week after, so he'll be back.
We'll wait for him. Well done.
I don't think he'll put two together, but anyway, thank you.
You never know. You never know. Well done, Paul Shaler. 3 beats 8, 12 and 2, 120, 58, 37, 65 as we come back to Tim Ryan in Sydney.
Yes, thank you, Bernie. Plenty happening here at Randwick. It is tab takeover time, and you can see that offer on your screen now. Please get to your TV right now, scan that QR code, and you can get.
Okay, this is the fourth one here at Randwick. If we look through the odds, it's 2158. 2 is the favorite, 1, 5, and 8. If we look through the rails, the 2 is the one which is with the advantage. Okay. Now, problem is this, that 5 is the linear. Now I should have actually stopped here, but then I could not take the fourth horse, and then I had to drag it. These two are the same numbers, 3 and 5. So that's the outer drift. This is the linear. The 5 is the linear. 1600 meter, the linear should win, but this one is not within the rails. It's a forceful thing because I had to take in the fourth horse, but the fourth horse and the fifth horse, they have the same numbers, so that's where it get in. If we look through this side, it comes in second. They are also tailing gates, 2 and 5. But this is the section that probably is going to work. 2 definitely has an advantage. It will go through the rails. It has both sides of the rails organically. And this one is a larger inner drift. That's the highest outer drift, which should be the second. But if we look at these 3 horses, then this is a better linear. And it's a 1600 meter. It is going to be on pace. So I'm not sure. The 5 is the linear, but organically it is not here. It has disadvantage. 5 winning is difficult. 2 is the favorite, but it is not the highest pressure. The highest pressure is 5, then it is 8, then it is 2. So it's a chance. I don't know if 2 will win. Will it comes from gate number 8. There are not many horses. We're looking at probably 9 horses. They're not many, but it is still gate number 8. It's a 3-year-old gelding. If we look through this, 2 is here. 5 is the handicap. Second one is 8. 5 is the linear. That should win, but it's a colt. And difficult from that gate with that. There's no pressure on this. Finally, it doesn't have any pressure. So we'll take a look at the 2 and 8.
She was kind of deep. She rolled forward. I thought she was going to drop off at the 150 in the furlong, yet I thought she was still good through the line. She's got natural early speed. She'll find a spot up near the speed without any worry. She parades in great order. For me, she should just get the job done here and get the maiden out of the way. Number 13, Return Artist, big odds, Gerald Rhinestone, Alexio, company beaten on debut, whacked away, will certainly appreciate the suggestions. Winkers go on, place chance. And then number 15, Zucratic, good odds, Joe Pride, Mitchell Bell, comes out of the race at Kembla, didn't do a lot that day. I think we can follow him, maybe next preparation, and knock an arm and star the bottom one. Big odds, great place chance this bottom one. For the trifecta players, paraded in really good order. My numbers in race 3, 12, 11, 7 and 5. 12, 11, 7 and 5. We've been seeing horses start really short odds lately. And I thought Siesta at $1.65 might have been rock bottom. They said, Richard, if you don't mind. $1.45 on tap fixed odds. Let's go to the man in the chair, Timmy Ryan. It looks like they just keep piling on here, Tim.
Yeah, that 145 no longer. 140 about Siesta. 180 into 140 today. That's after going up $1.90 on Thursday. The $1.40, it might not last much longer. So very, very heavily backed here. And it's a struggle to find a firmer behind it. Cheeky Dance has been soft. Afloat's been soft, has Pelosa, it's been quite soft. Neptunite, the only one that's seen a little bit of interest, the Gay Waterhouse Adrian Bott first starter, $21 into $18. It's seen a little bit of interest, but it's just one-way traffic here, Richard. $1.40 about the favourite Siesta for the price in Kent stable. It's been knocking on the door. It was very good in town last time out, so I can see why it's been well supported. I didn't quite have it marked $1.40, but punters very, very keen to be involved. But you know what? You don't have to take $1.40 about Richard. We're going to offer you $10 about Watson in the size. So if you get to your screen, then we'll be able to flash it up on your screen there. Scan the QR code, Richard. $10 about Watson in the size. Surely you'd be keen to take that.
Oh, what I want. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. English size, $10 for what's maximum bet $10. Scan it on there, your QR code on the screen. For the old people, just put your camera up there on the screen, press bang, you go straight through, click on it, your account comes up, and you take $10 Watson in the English size. Of course, that's race 6 on the card at Ranick, which is the first of the Group 1s at 3:20 this afternoon. Of course, the Carbine Club's the next one up. This favourite, heavily backed, number 12 Siesta, $1.40. Bad result for the Tab boys. Let's cheer it. And girls, $1.40 back to $1.45. Ah, they're generous. $1.45 Siesta, the favourite for Mick Price and Michael Kent Jr., $1.45. That's it upstairs. This is race 3, punters, the maiden, over 1,300 metres. Here's Phil Roberts.
Favourite is Siesta, and it's into $1.45 now. $13 the field for the remainder. 13 or better. Now, critical thinking coming up. Float has gone in. So Ranick about to be led forward. That will leave the Gentle Shores along with Maiden now. And I'm thinking the favourite Siesta with Barry and Blanket on. 1,300 metres the trip here. Maybe now being let up. Maybe now coming forward. So maybe now to come in. It's gone up. The barrier blanketed runner. Shine thinking it's Siesta, the short priced favourite. It maybe not. Gentle Shores waiting its turn to come forward.
So here is 150.
This runner is with barrier blanket on. It's not keen to go into the gates at all. I see the rider of Wild Sensation up in the structure. This barrier blanketed runner. It's proving difficult to load. Gentle Shores coming in. It's actually Bolded Blazing. It's the one holding up the start. As the rider came out of the gates and jumped aboard Grant Buckley to try and get this runner in. Goes up now. So Bolton Blaze has gone in. The line is set. Third event, 1,300 metres. Siesta, the short priced favourite. Red lights flashing. Still see the rider of Wild Sensation up in the structure. Grant Buckley also out of the saddle on Bolton Blazing momentarily. Got a few issues over at the start. About to get word from stewards. Okay, maybe now number 5. Going at bets. Fractious in the stalls. We will undergo the bets. It is out back of the gates now. Rider Zach Waddick remaining in the saddle, just trotting up this runner behind the start. Maybe now undergoing the bets. And the lead strap has been reapplied to maybe now, so by the looks of things it's going back in. maybe now past bettor. And once again, we're set to go. Third event from Hawksbury. And they're away. And Apache Old start Pelosi near the inside, clearly the best to begin. Tina is going forward. Wild Sensation pressing up into third spot. Where's his favourite Siesta? It's about midfield, maybe a touch worse. So they settle down, and it is Neptunite going to the lead. Wild Sensation the second. Baby Man works up to third. Pelosi fourth the inside, followed by Bolden Blazon, who gets in the fifth spot early. In clear air, it's Cheeky Dancer. 2 lengths away then came Calming Star. It's in a rearward position with the favourite Siesta moving up on its outside, and not that far away from those is Return Artist, followed by Magenta Shores, afloat, and also Juan Pablo have got well back in the field. Well back, Critical Thinking. Zucratic is back at the tail. Coming up to the home bend, there's Neptunite on top. Second, the outside, Wild Sensation. Pelosi is awaiting the out. Bolden Blazon works to the outside with maybe now Cheeky Dancer. Siesta is the widest runner. They head to the centre of the track. Neptunite being tackled by Pelosi. On the outside, Wild Sensation. Siesta not able to get to them at the moment. Cheeky Dancer battles away. So there's still in front Pelosi close to the line. It's clear over Neptunite. Cheeky Dancer late the outside, but Pelosi gets up. A Kami Star got through in the centre. Grabs second from either Cheeky Dancer or Neptunite. The back was afloat. Down the outside, Wild Sensation. Wider was the favourite. Siesta didn't do a whole lot in the run home. Maybe now Zucratic were next. Magenta Shores and Juan Pablo passed some in the run home, as did Critical Thinking.
Frank on 8. Frankie will take a look at that horse. Even I'm very tempted to go with the 8.
Pelosi wins 11, 16, and I thought
We'll take a look at both of these horses.
16 and 7. Pelosi, barrier 1 today. The smother in behind. Got the run at the right time. 11, 16, 7 and 6 are the numbers over the line. 14, 20 and $3.30 is the Maniac not having something on it. 11, 16, 7 and 6, 2.5 lengths for half deck.
5 is there.
16, 7 and 6 on race 3 here at Hawksbury. The totes are coming up. 11, 16, 7 and 6.
On the favourite.
We're going to take a break on Sky Thoroughbred Central. Carbine Club's up next.
Two has huge advantage. We'll take a look at. We'll take a look at this.
It's like one of the few country jockeys that get to record their rides on their mount in the country championship final.
Then he'll be the man of steel.
How happy were you with his Wagga run?
Yeah, he went super. He's just been. We had a lot of bad barriers leading up to that. He had another bad barrier that day, but yeah, his win was super, and I'm really grateful for the owners to keep me on today.
And you're obviously based up in Queensland now, so you didn't get to ride him in the City Handicap, but watching from afar, you must have been happy with that.
Yeah, his run was really good. Obviously, Dougie's horse winners, it's pretty good and goes even better on a wet track. So as you, nice go if you can win on it.
I mean, this is such a paradox that either we are left with absolute donkeys and we don't know what to do with those donkeys, or we are facing the country's best horses
to claim here today.
and again we don't know what to do with them.
Well, in the sales race there. I guess Shangri-La's
Tuner on 10 for a place.
They look to be the three main hopes here, the only hopes, I think. 2-1-5.
Okay, this is...
Either we are at tracks where they only have donkeys.
Just go back to Ella Cairns run.
Well,
who has been racing.
It was incredible. What a Sydney Cup trial to the handicap. They have another crack at her now.
Yeah, I just had a look at that, Ronnie. She's exempt from penalty by winning that race, so they can't get her. So she's in there with 52 kilos. We went,
Two has been tested here. Two is beautiful. Two has been tested here at Randwick at this distance.
She's a 6 to 4 chance. $2.50 in the Sydney Cup.
The other one which has been tested is the 9, which is the EW.
Looking at the replay, he was good, and Valiant King, that'll top him off. But how are they going to beat her?
I don't know. She just surges, doesn't stop.
Here's the Hong Kong Jockey Club Whirlpool Carbine Club Stakes. The Whirlpool on the tote starts now. Races 4 to 9. This mounting out for Harvey Norman. All you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. Evaporate number 1 for the Hayes boys and Blake Shin.
Yeah, it looks nice and bright after a trip to New Zealand. So it was a brave run there. He got some very strong form lines in Victoria. He's had a lovely Sydney trial since arriving here, and he has to be a serious threat to this favourite.
I couldn't agree more on him. I was waiting to see him in the enclosure, obviously travelling around, and can take a bit of wind out of their sails, but he seems very upbeat. He's nice and fresh and bright, and he's walking out really smoothly. Attitude's terrific, and he absolutely is glowing in the coat.
Number 2 is Swift Falcon, the tablet of the day. 2.15 on the NOP. What are you? 2.15.
Put a bit of a raise on that. We might be looking at 220.
It's lay of the day.
220 shortly. Swift Falcon, so 220 as opposed to
It's Dab's lay of the day.
Tyler Chittle in the saddle.
Yeah, well, it looks a lovely race for him on paper. He's had excuses at the top level, 2 Group 1s and a Group 2 in all 3 weeks back at that top level. So, if anything, the map angle is the only issue. Where does he get to? Probably well back here. And I wish there was a touch more speed up front for him.
He just needs something to tow him into the race, Ronnie. As we know from the 600 home, he's happened to be making his own luck from the 600 through. But I thought he might have been a little bit more lacklustre in his parade today with those tough runs that he's had under his belt. But he's
PC, you have Dab.
attitude. He looks really well though today.
You have Dab, I guess.
Schofield for Measham and Archibald.
Yeah, a month in a trial since last starting the Rosehill Guineas. I think he's ready for a peak performance if he's good enough.
He's well and above himself. He's been up on the toes since walking into the yard, so he's obviously feeling great. He's glowing in the coat, and another one that's walking out very well. Action's great.
That's Saint Emilion, number 4, Natural Winner and Kieran Marr.
I think he's been gelded since his last run 50 days ago. He's had a trial since, not doing much on a wet track first up. He showed a lot of middle distance ability in the spring last year, so just watch him today for future reference.
Yeah, couldn't bag him as far as his appearance-wise goes. He seems to be quite well and above himself. He's up on the toe slightly. Looks really well though.
Shangri-La Spring, number 5, Tim Clark for Waterhouse and Bond.
Well, he toughed it out well in the Canberra Guineas first up. He gets a solo lead here, which is significant. And he might take a bit of running down. He's had a little top-up trial since that first up run as well.
He's another one that's above him.
You have a point.
Himself and feeling very well. Slightly up on
That's
the
a contradiction.
Hot at all. He's obviously feeling very, very well.
Now we go to Segura Rock, number 6, Damien Lane and Chris Waller.
I think he's got talent. He was well first up, but just found that 13.52 short. So he could roll forward here, and he's a possible improver back up to a mile. He's a definite place chance.
He looks like he'll take a bit of benefit out of today's run again. He has trimmed up since that first up effort, but I think he's got more improvement to come.
Brigadine Gal, number 8, Craig Williams and Joe Pryor.
Yeah, doing a good job, loomed up and probably didn't run the 1900 out in the Epona. Blinkers back to a mile soon.
Looks very, very well in the enclosure. Obviously had a good few runs this time in, but still holds really, really good condition. Looks well.
We've got Fingers, number 10, race knock on for Rick Kelly. Going great in the country.
It obviously finds a few hot horses here on the up, but she's been expected long odds.
Another one I couldn't find a negative for, Ronnie. Obviously, she's had a good amount of runs this time in, but still holds good condition, still looks well, and still looks nice and bright.
Okay, that's a look at the runners as they head out. The 2 big hopes here are Evaporate and Swift Falcon. Ben Hayes is here. Evaporate. How's he travelled back from New Zealand?
Really good. I think the travelling's, if anything, improved him. His attitude's fantastic. He was out the back half asleep in the stalls, and I love the way he woke up when he paraded, and I think he paraded really well. So we're very happy with him.
He's been in Sydney for a while.
He has, yeah. He trialled last week, and it was a very good trial. It was a bit fresh and well within himself, so I'm glad we were able to give him a good stretch of the legs. And his work on Wednesday was excellent, and I feel he's got to run a big race.
I suppose you're going to be in front of the other favourite, so it's a matter of holding his big finish out.
Yeah, correct. We've got the competitive advantage. We have to carry a bit more weight, but I'd imagine he's a horse that would be up on the pace.
This is again another New Zealand horse, Kiwi horse. These horses are very good.
We think he goes very, very good.
The New Zealand horses.
If we didn't. So look, he's got to have the advantage, and we're looking forward to seeing how he goes. He's been quite unlucky this prep. He had not a lot of things that gone
What
wrong.
the poll?
You've won two
It still
Doncasters,
haven't
the
ended.
bright side, and you've got a horse sneaking into the field today, rising.
We'll get to see that after the race.
Maybe a similar leader to bright side.
End it
when he
after
went
the
his
race. Let's see what people has to
Brightside
say.
won his first with his exact same rating. So
A lot of people might just wait for the last
deserves his
moment.
opportunity. He ran really well in the All-Star Mile, second up to a mile, taking on, some of the best horses in Australia, and he's only beaten 4 lengths, and he gets a nice
That
weight drop here.
insider
He's
trading.
done everything right. His trial last week was excellent, and he's a genuine top 5 chance and a great barrier with Tyler Schiller aboard.
Let's see. Okay, end pause.
Rides at dawn to the Doncaster. But back to this. The punter's saying a 2-horse race. The
72% says yes, 29 votes.
Swift Falcon with us. It's the lay of the day. Corey, who do you like?
Yeah, I'm with Evaporate as well. I really love the way this horse parade firstly, but then I looked at the speed map. Obviously, Swift Falcon's been very hard to beat, but he's going to have to make his own luck from the tail of the field. So, yeah, Evaporate for me on top.
I'm 2, 1, 5 and 8. I'm leaning to, I know he probably needs a smart ride from Schiller, but he's just going too well. Swift Falcon. The punters are showing a bit of resistance now, back into odds on. He got to 215 and they stepped in. So they knew what they were going to get, and he got to the mark they wanted to back him, and he looks superb. I can see he'll be very hard to run down, Evaporate. Everything looks positive with him. He's, they only want 2 horses here, and understandably so. Shangri-La Spring is going to give you a side up front, but he looks unlayable. And likewise with Bridgetine Gow with the blinkers on back in distance. Looks a match race, 2, 1, 5 and 8.
Yeah, it's the faded Swift Falcon, the tab.com to be late of the day. We pushed hard all day, 180. We got him to a high of 215. Around about 2 or 3 minutes ago, the punter said no more. 215, 210, evens, 195 just taken. He's back into 190. He's over 70% of the total tab hold. So the punter's winning the battle. They've got him back into odds on. Evaporate, the horse we like. He's rock solid as a $3 second pick. And it's a struggle to lay much else. Shangri-La, really soft, 7 out to 9. Bridgetine Gal, just in a couple of points, 12 into 950. And St. Amelia, the roughie in the race, 126 into 71. He's a bit of a firm. But it's all about the favourite. He's now into 185. He's been smashed late.
Gee, there's some big names here today. Corey and I just walked past one of the all-time greats, Darren Gauci, walking up the tunnel to watch this race before the Carbine Club. Starts the whirlpool. It's going to be behind the gate. She's up on horseback. Chantel Buckley.
So Falcon, I actually counted around near him, and he's just getting better and better every time I see him. And he hasn't gone backwards, and he's just absolutely thriving at this point in time. So really positive for him. Bridgetine Girl looked outstanding. She too, probably the best I've seen her. She's had a real glow about her. Evaporate, another one that he's handled the travelling really well, and nothing seems to phase him. He's looking superb. Segura Rock has come on nicely from his first of run, Shangri-La Spring, I should say. Another one that's in the same boat has really come on nicely.
They're loading up. St. Amelia goes in the line, and they're set. Here's Darren.
Swift Falcon back into odds on for the Carbine Club. And we're ready to go. And they're racing right line away, but
Adaman, welcome back.
Shangri-La Spring about a half to 3/4 on Evaporate. Bridgetine Gal pretty handy there on the rails in front of Fingers Hunter. They're followed then by Segura Rock.
5 is the linear.
Oversettled second last with Falcon. And 2 lengths away to St. Amelia. So Shangri-La Spring rolls to the front of the 1,200 metres. And Evaporate does the chasing. Blake Shin puts him right up on the speed behind the front runner. Bridgetine Gal racing into a clear third and tugging along from Fingers Hunter. Then Depth of Character. Segura Rock's next in the runner. 2 further back to Swift Falconer and 2.5 to St. Amelia. And last of all, at about a dozen lengths off the lead. So Clark's letting Shangri-La Spring run along.
This will get.
Evaporate.
If they don't act now, there's no chance. They need to act now. They need to act now, baby. Bring it in. What are you waiting for? Christmas is too far.
to fingers on us again.
Run.
Falcon is still a second last and pulling to the outside, coming down the middle of the track now. Evaporate moved up, takes the lead away from Shangri-La Spring. With Falcon starting to wind up on the outside. Evaporate goes for home of the 200. Evaporate.
Don't. No, this is 1. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3.
Shangri-La Spring, Sakira Rock. The gap in the field, fingers, Bridget and Gallons, had a million. Lake Shin.
1, 2, 5, I think. 1, 2,
Not long
5. They. That was not a great sight to see.
Speed, when you can find a position like he doesn't have the talent that he's got. You know, he might have all the talent in the world, the second horse, but no early speed in races can bring you undone 9 times out of 10. And
1, 2, 3.
That was a
What kind of a nonsense is that? 1, 2, 3. They did not act at the last the 600 meter marker. What, they're sleeping?
Ronnie, I'm not going to bag the horse, but even if he drew softer where he could land that length or two closer, I don't think it made any difference today. Vaporator's just way too strong tactically, like you said, speed-wise. He gets up on speed, he comes back underneath Blake Shin. For a fleeting moment, I thought he was going to over-race there. He got his set up a couple of times with Blake, but then once...
All of them are PC. They're like Moron Pro Max. Ultra.
For the Hayes boys. Clark's already ridden a double. Shin and Lane, the other winners. We'll be back for race 5, the Country Championships for Evergreen Turf. That's next from Royal Randwick.
Welcome back to Eagle Farm. Time for race 4, a benchmark 85 over 1,500 metres. So favourite here is I'm a True Star.
What were they doing is what I don't understand anyway.
It's a little bit like the previous winner. He's been threatening to win for a little while. Roller coaster. He got his money today, and a few gear changes, Bernie. Blinkers on, winkers are going on him first time. He's certainly got the ability to run well here on a good day.
Mississippi Prince is second up. A big improver, Brent Gray, Cody Hollis.
He hasn't won in a while. Just the one run back from the spell. Tongue control bit is going on again. He's capable as well.
Amicus Curie.
1, 7, 14 and 8.
He's in great order. He's a second driver. He's bouncing around the yard, and look, he's in really good form. He was advantaged by being on pace last start in the slow run, running third to Space Tracker, but he looks so good with the clank for Courtney Bellamy. I think he's got a chance of getting in the money again.
Bolden Ho is from the Kira stable, Kyle Wilson-Taylor.
Yeah, the change of tactics early today is attempt to lead. This guy has been struggling to run top 3 in Sydney in benchmark 78, so he needs to find a length or two to win here.
I'm a True Star, Laurie Maxford-Smith, Robbie Dolan.
The upgrade to a soft 6 is even better. He just needs to handle that okay, and he's very hard to beat for sure. He's in great form.
Jack Bruce trains Patton. He's on the track. Taylor Marshall.
Yeah, just waiting for him. He didn't do enough first up.
I read Defcon, Matt Cropp, CJ Grail.
She looks great as well in the mounting yard, and her last 2 wins have been terrific. They've been great rides. She likes to sit back and come with a strong run. She has gone forward and raced well in the past as well.
Here's Tahinga, John Thomas, Talia Fenlon.
He won a benchmark 70 at the Coast on Jewel Day quite well. This is a little bit harder, but drops a lot in the handicaps.
Typhoon Zip, Naomi Hemmings, Nikita Berriman.
Yeah, racing well, but maybe a tad outclassed.
Righty-go.
All right, PC is now the man of steel.
He's now $2.30, Maxie. Good parade. Also,
PC is officially the man of steel right now because PC probably ate the beer can.
Well, he's been heavily backed. I'm a True Star. Every time I look, he's firming in 5-10 cents. We had a change of tactics with Baldino. They want to try and lead, so the more pressure up front, the better for I'm a True Star. 6-8-4-9.
All right, let's get to Tim. Tim, we're looking for that $3.
I know, we tried to get it there. We did it. $2.80 top one this morning into $2.40. This has been smashed. from one lay of the day to another here at Eagle Farm into $2.40. Looking for anything but confirm in behind it. Tahinga just in a little bit, $6.50 into 5. It looks our best hope. The punters, they're winning the battle here with I'm a True Star in its price into $2.40. It's been a big go, $2.90 into $2.40 today.
See what the result is. Here is Josh for the call.
Now, Jetty going in, and the field is now right at the 1500. The light turned on. I'm a True Star, the fave, racing now. I'm a True Star's come out last. Jetty, Amicus Curie, Baldino right up there, 3 wide. Trapped out Mississippi Prince. Drifting back, Patton on the rail. Wider out, Typhoon Tip going forward, passing Tahinga. I'm a True Star now, second last, and Red Death Conscience last over on the outside. Not much between Baldino and Amicus Curie here, working forward as Mississippi Prince and Jetty back to 4th. Patton 5th and 6th, the outside, Typhoon Tip Tahinga further back. A length and a half, I'm a True Star, second last, and Red Death Con. She's to last over on the outside, so Baldino's away from the fence in front. Mississippi Prince has been wide. Amicus Curie the inside. A length and a half to Jetty. Wide route Typhoon Tip and further back to Patton on the inside. Tahinga third last. Red Defcon creeping forward on the favourite I'm a True Star. It's Stone Motherless last at the 600. So the inside, Amicus Curie, Baldino. Mississippi Prince has been wide. Jetty's away from the fence. Patton sticking towards the inside, getting towards the outside. Typhoon Tip. Red Defcon the deepest. I'm a True Star weaving home right across the track. Mississippi Prince, Typhoon Tip out wide. She's grabbed the lead. Red Defcon's a length and a half away. Tahinga further back with also I'm a True Star. Out wide, Typhoon Tip in front. Mississippi Prince about a neck away. Further back to Tahinga. Typhoon Tip just in front. Rallying back, Mississippi Prince coming back. They hit the line. Bobbing photo. Mississippi Prince, I think they might have just won from Typhoon Tip to Tahinga. Followed by I'm a True Star. Red Defcon. Baldino, Jetty, Amicus Curie.
Adam and Ed too.
Has pulled up at the rear.
All right. Well, the bookies have got the lot. Every cent out of that, with the heavily backed favourite running 4th, I'm a True Star. It's been up to Mississippi Prince and Typhoon Tip. We're just waiting for the numbers to go up. Tahinga back in 3rd in that I'm a True Star. And, back behind those, Red Defcon. So Mississippi Prince has kicked here and gets the money. Trained by Brent Gray at Doomben, ridden by Cody Collis. He has been able to overhaul Typhoon Tip, who had established a good lead.
I think they purposely do this during the Cup days. This is something, a very, very common thing that happens during the Cup days. The jockeys, they go nuts.
To the middle, to the outer part of the track, and that's where these two are. Red Defcon back there out wide. She hasn't been able to finish off as strong as she has in the past, Bernie, but good for Brent Gray. He's only got a few horses in work at Doomben. He's a hard worker, and he's got a nice horse here. He's won plenty of races with, but this will put a big smile on his face.
It has put a huge smile on his face. This has been his stable star and his best mate for the last few years in the stable. So a really emotional win here. But I thought he was pretty good first up at the coast.
He was okay. The race didn't really pan out to suit him. So nearly 2 years since he won a race.
What's happened in between then and now?
He's just got all sorts of problems, you know. Like he's got anhidrosis, so he doesn't handle the heat very good. And
it's good for Queensland.
Yeah, right. And he has a few structural problems and the odd mental problem and that sort of thing. But
like all of us.
Yeah, Kim Parrish, she does a lot of work for me. So she's been doing a good job on him. And
he is your mate, isn't he? He's your mate.
Sammy Collett, Sammy worked him on Tuesday, and she reckoned he'd run good today. So yeah.
Good on you. You enjoy it.
Thanks, Bernie.
Great trainer, Brent Gray. Quick chat here with Corey just before we go. Corey, I keep calling him Corey. Odie, of course.
He'll get it right one day.
Yeah, he's a bloody warrior, this horse, Bernie. Like, I thought the outside horse might have had me at the halfway out the straight, but he fought back and he was really strong to the line. Like, in the running, Cole was a bit off the fence, but that fence is quite sticky today, so we're in the better going. He was in a nice rhythm and he was just too good for him today.
Well done, Cody.
Thanks, Ben.
All right, there he is. Why does Corey keep coming out? I don't know. 2, 10, 9, and 6, 35, 92. Yeah, it's pretty wet down there on the inside. You've really got to be out past that middle of the track here, and that was the ground that Cody found. So well done to Cody Collis there. That's it for the fourth. Let's head to Hawksbury.
Welcome back to Hawksbury, race 4 on the card. This is the Provincial maiden over 1,500 metres, the favourite. And a very open race. We've got equal favourites, the Nathan Doyle pair, Ampusa, Literature Cocoon, and also the bottom one, Winning Roulette, all at around the $5.50 mark. We'll get to Timmy Ryan after the yard. Number 1, sock draw. That certainly helps this fella, the soft draw. He just bounces. The 1,500 metres, I think that might just suit him. Olivia Chambers for Peter Green, one at a bit of odds. That might run well from the soft draw. I think the dry track and the good draw certainly gives him his chance to run well. Number 2, Irish Anthem. Look, I know that he can get costly. He's had 22 starts for no wins at 9 minors, but he's nice and fresh. He's bounced into the yard. Jason's got him looking an absolute peach. But I know, you keep looking at it and thinking, no wins from 22. He can run well today, just on looks alone, Irish Anthem. Number 3, Royal Randwick, big odds from the Steve O'Halloran stable, 4 weeks between breaks. Disappointed here. Look, it got a long way back, everything went against it. But that said, I think second up he can certainly improve. He's run well second up previously, but this is a tough art from where he's drawn. Number 4, Jason Darren, barrier 1, a big plus. Look, he's just a versatile galloper. He's had 5 starts, he handles all services, the inside draw, Louise Day. No knock, comes back 100 metres. He parades good. He's with the clerk of the course there. He's calmed down a little bit since he got in the yard. He's a great chance from the soft draw. Number 5, Shalala Jet. Edo Rourke, Mitchell Bell, first up. The trials, he looks like he's going to appreciate that a little bit further in the trials. He's had a couple of trials this time back in at the 1,000, the 1,200, then the 1,000. He looks like the 15 kicking off on debut might suit him, but I just want to see him do a little bit more than we saw in the trials. Number 6, Ordensia, Kerry Parker. We've got a couple of runners. Jet Fences on board, little 3-week freshen up. Thought it was a shame disappointing the other day at Kembla. Maybe just chasing that hot speed. The start before that, when he was really good, he was able to go to the front and dominate on that occasion. He'll roll forward. I got him as a place chance here, but he's been certainly rock solid in the market. Number 7 is Star Cheery. Rock Chad Levers on board. The trials haven't exactly captured her just yet. Nice mare. She comes here. She got a little bit warm early, but she settled down really well now. A little bit of a tricky gate to overcome for her here. This looks tough after on debut. Number 8, Catatonic. Mark Chevalier trains here at Hawksbury. Louis Boozevillen's on board. 3 starts. Look, the 3 runs, which were at Canterbury, Hawksbury, and then Newcastle. I just think he's just learning. She's just learning what the caper's all about. Awkward gate makes it tricky. I think she'll keep for another day. Number 9 is Dodgy Freckle, around the $34 mark, trained by Brad Witter. Look, the run 2 ago at Bathurst was very good, albeit was that good enough for here? Well, I don't think it's that far off here. This only Provincial maiden. That was a maiden up at Bathurst. The disappointing run was last time out. Awkward gate here. She'd have to really turn her form around. Number 10, Ampusa. Now that one of the favourites, Nathan Doyle, Andrew Atkins on board. 2 starts ago was very good here. With Inspired Star, though, everything went against Inspired Star, yet it was still able to beat it. But the run was good. She's stripping fitter. There's no knock on and out. She had 1 trial leading into a first up run. She now had 2 runs under her belt. No excuse to stay in Pusa. She just needs a little bit of luck. The stablemate number 11, Literature Tycoon. Keegan Lathan on board, disappointing the other day. But the run before that at Newcastle behind Tokyo Queen was very good. That said, I think I would have been competitive in that Provincial maiden. But there's not a lot of depth here. Just need a little bit of luck from that gate. Not a lot of her. She's a nice enough bag. She's found an ideal race to run well. Number 12, Okara Mia. Ed Cummings, Heavy Van der Hoven's on board. Little freshen up for this filly by Piero. She was good. You go back to her running Newcastle late January. I thought she was good, really hitting the line. That was 1880. She's freshened up. She's now at 1,500 metres. The run before that, in a lot stronger maiden behind Swelter.
And she's one of the ones that have got a chance here. Number 12, O'Cara Mia. Number 13, Pro Velocity. Soft draw, Brad Widow, Grant Buckley. Soft draw helps her. She should just smother right in behind the speed here. No knock on her. She really improved from her first run after this preparation to her second. And the bottom one, winning at Roulette. Kerry Parker, short gone. Only had the one race start, and she's done nothing wrong. She really attacked the line over 1200 once she finally got out and saw a clear room and was able to really powder the line. I think the 1500 suits, she can just get in a nice smother in behind her. She's one of the players. My numbers in race 4, 14, 4, 2 and 11. 14 on top, winning Roulette. 4, Jason Darren. 2, Irish Anthem. And 11, Literature Tycoon. I've thrown the 12 in just on looks alone from the Ed Cummings stable. 14, 4, 2, 11. Very open races. Race number 4, Timmy Ryan. How's the action here on race 4 at Hawksbury?
Very open race, $5 to field, but there's been a big go here. One that started on Thursday evening after I put up the prices. Number 12, O'Cara Mia. Edward Cummings Galloper resuming from a spell. I've got $26. There's been good support for it Thursday, Friday. $12 after scratchings this morning, and they've gone again. $12 taken, $8 taken, $7 taken. It's now into a $5 chance. So now equal favourite on second hit there. $12 into $5 today for O'Cara Mare. So that's been a really big go, and one that I didn't really anticipate when assessing this race, but obviously expected to run very well for Edward Cummings, now back training at Hawksbury on its home track there. And Pusa is the favourite, just holding on to favouritism. It's also affirmed today, 6 into $4.80. It was good at Wyong, probably in the worst part of the track that day. So not surprised to see a little bit of money for Pusa. Literature Tycoon, by early favourite, it's been out the gate. $3.60, it's all the way out to a $7 chance. Irish Anthem saw a bit of support on Thursday when markets first went up, $15 into 8, and it's a small firm again today, $8 into $7.50. They're out to Jason Darren, who's been a bit easy today, 8 out to $9.50, or Denzia, just a little bit easy as well. And those runners at longer odds, bit hard to give you much of a push for those. Willing Relay, another notable drifter from $4.60 on Thursday, all the way out to $12. But change at the top now into favourite, O'Cara Mia. So Impulse is back to $5. O'Cara Mia firms up into a $4.80 chance. So $26. Bet about this horse on Thursday evening. Now a $4.80 favourite. Richard, it's the story of the betting here. 26 to $4.80, O'Cara Mia.
I thought I'd gone back in time. Timmy, I just saw number 12, O'Cara Mia, the one you spoke about getting resettled with the gates. Maybe that was the signal. Keep going, boys. Keep going. This has been very heavily backed, as Tim said. $26 the other day. Don't ever say T. Ryan's not generous. And it's been $12 into $4.80 since scratchings this morning. This is the Provincial Maiden Plate. Best back runner, number 12. O'Cara Mia. Edward Cummings, Heavy Van der Hoogen's on board. Here's Phil Roberts for the call of race 4. Good luck, punters.
$4.80 the field. Very wide betting affair indeed. 1,500 metres and field of 14. Irish Anthem coming in. Caribbean now comes up. Handful left to load. Dodgy Freckle with winning Roulette. Atomic about to come up. And Star Tory is back with the clerk of the course. Now Denzia about to be led forward. See the rider of winning Roulette was up at the structure out of the saddle momentarily. Great Dodgy Freckle comes in. By the looks of it, Star Tory, the only one to come up. Star Tory coming in. Chad Lever riding. And we're just about set to go. Red light, 1,500 metres. Starter has them. Starter holds them. Away. On Winning Roulette was out the back early, Startori, and also Literature Tycoon, not all that well served. And it is Catatonic going to the lead in the early part. And Booster sits up in second spot. Jason Darren on the inside. Boiler Fires going forward out deeper on the track. And Shalar Jet likewise. Followed next by Ordenzia and back on the inside. Next was Irish Anthem as they run into that first bend. Exo Thrill was next as they passed 1,000 metres, followed by Okara Mia. Field strings out here. Pace looks to be good. Next was the Grey Dodgy Freckle, followed by Winning Roulette, getting well back Literature Tycoon. Back with it now is Irish Anthem. And back at the tail of the field is Star Tory. They head down the side, inside the 600 metres. Catatonic in front, Shalar Jet 3/4 away in second. Jason Darren next, followed by Broiler Fire. And then Dodgy Freckle, followed by Ordenzia. Back on the inside was Exo Thrill as they make their way up to the home bend. And Pusa was in the centre of that pack. Further back then came Pro Velocity, who's in midfield. Well back now was Winning Roulette. It's trying to weave its way through the ruck, as is Literature Tycoon, and they bump together. They have put both of themselves out of business, and Okara Mia is now starting to surge down the outside. Jason Darren got an inside run. Goes up in Pusa, the widest runner, Okara Mia. And Pusa hit the lead. Okara Mia trying to go with it, and Pusa over Okara Mia. In third spot was Jason Darren. Fourth, Don't Know, Catatonic is there. Pro Velocity back on the inside. Exo Thrill, wider was Ordenzia. Literature Tycoon and Star Tory both finished off. Followed next by Pro Velocity. Well back was Dodgy Freckle with Winning Roulette. Never a factor today.
Right, this is the fifth one here at Randwick. One is the favorite. If we look through the odds, 1, 7, 14 and 8. 1 is the favorite, but 7 is the linear. It's a 1400 meter. One is superbly handicapped. This is advantage. This is linear. This one also lacks this side of the rail. So that is a tricky thing. On top of that, 7 probably is has been on this distance ever since. 7 has been on this distance ever since. Plus it has a dedicated jockey. PC is on 1.
Yeah, no, he's taken a lot of improvement out of it, I reckon. Yeah, I reckon we got him spot on there.
Just quickly, Barry, before he's proven a bit of versatility now, where would you ideally like to see him in the run?
Yeah, well, you know, he's raced a lot more confident now. He understands his 3 barriers, so I was leading up to it, and, you know, he jumped and led in the qualifier at Canamble, and he hasn't done that since he's been a 2-year-old, you know, so obviously he's a lot more confident now. I think, I think he can be in the first 4 or 5.
Best of luck.
Thanks, Carla.
I'm with Gallant Star here in the championship final here. His run at Canberra was very good. He ran second in this race last year. I think he's gone better since returning from a spell. So I'm with number 1, Gallant Star. I thought the danger here was number 14, Varsity. He's been going well also. Third, I thought 3, Tribeca Star. In front of number 7, Know Thyself. But I'm with Gallant Star here in the championship final. Good on you, Benny. Good calling here. That's Ben Hall, who's calling the Evergreen Turf Company Championship Final 1400. What price is Gallant Star now, Tim?
Yeah, he's very, very popular. He's a firming $2.70 favourite. He's a big loser. He's very short on the World Pool, $2.65 on the World Pool.
Let's have a look at them, starting with Gallant Star. This is for Harvey Norman. All you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. Number 1, Gallant Star, Jason Collett and Brett Robb.
Yeah, he's a go-to horse for many here with the form he's got. He's a nice progressive horse. He has to be hard to beat from this draw. He was great in this race last year. He's got fantastic Randwick form, and I think he's, with even luck, he's the one to beat.
Yeah, he's one of those horses, running. You look at him, you can just tell he's an old tradesman, just goes about his business, nothing bothers him, no hair turned. Once entering the enclosure, looks absolutely super, very free in his action, looks great.
We qualified at Canberra, qualifying at Port Macquarie, Sumo Fish, Dylan Gibbons for Wayne Wilkes.
I think this horse has really turned the corner. He was did the Port Macquarie qualifier, and then he's had an eye-catching run in town since, and of the 50 to 1 chances and better, I think he's the one. He's the one that's right out the market that could be worth a spec.
Yeah, I couldn't fault his appearance, Ronnie. He looks nice and healthy as far as coat-wise goes. His attitude's good. He does support the two handlers, but he hasn't put a foot wrong since getting in the enclosure, so yeah, no negative.
Who's the Lismore winner? Tribeca Star, Natural Willer and Matt Dunn.
Yeah, well, after that Lismore he went to the Gold Coast and never saw daylight at all, so he presents well, and he's definitely not out.
Yeah, he's another one, Ronnie. I couldn't find a real negative for him. He's very relaxed and casual as he parades, walks out well. Yeah, another tip.
All right, Carla Nisbet's going to chime in here with some of her area runners, Ronnie. He's Canny Hill, the Wagga qualifier winner. Simon Miller on for Kim Davis.
I like the way he's going. It was a tough effort winning at Wagga at the 1400. He ticked that off well, and then he was great back in distance with a run behind Garda last time. Like, he maps beautifully, and he's right up there in the top six or seven picks for sure.
He's quite a lightly framed horse, but he is holding his condition quite well now at his 5th run into the preparation. He's typically a pretty casual horse, and we're certainly seeing that of him today. I think barrier 2 and his fitness will take him a long way here.
Here's the Rizza Tycoon, number 5, Craig Williams on for Gaynor Williams.
5 weeks since Orange. He's a big, tall horse. He's got a good-looking record. You'll find out if there's any depth to his form today, but he's on a winning streak.
What they wouldn't want to get into a push or a bargaining match with him, Ronnie. I know that because he's a big boy. First time I remember seeing him, but he's big, strong type of horse, holds himself very, very well. Was paraded great. Very healthy as far as coat-wise goes, and another one that walks out very smoothly.
Here's the Southern Wildcard winner, Ticklebelly, Pierre Boudvillain, on for Scott Collins.
Yeah, courageous mare, who surprisingly ticked off the 1400 metre box last start. She'll give a bit of cheek for a long way.
Yeah, she's actually quite a hot mare, and we saw that when she qualified at Goulburn last start. She actually flipped over in the enclosure. I was expecting her to undergo a vet check at the very least behind the gates, but she seemed to get herself together and obviously went on to win. She's handling herself today much better than what I expected, and she'll certainly look the winner at some stage.
Know thyself, Aaron Bullock on for Massara and Gavranich.
Dominant second up winner there at Scone in the wild card. He's got plenty of depth to his form, running well on with skinnies, and the gamble is that he is good on the dry as he is on the wet. We'll find out today because he presents in the peak of form.
Yeah, he's a nice type of horse, and I really like his win there at Scone. I thought he was really game. He's paraded terrific so far. He's a bit of an old timer. He's never puts a foot wrong once he's entered the enclosure. Yeah, it looks good.
Fukubana, Blake Shin, Matt Dunn.
I like this horse. I think he's always shown something. He needs luck from the draw, but convinced he's going to be stronger than most late here.
It's not a lot of him. I know he's had a good few runs this time in, but he's still very, very healthy as far as his coat goes. He's glowing, walks out freely. Yeah, another tick.
Here's Loose Domania, the horse from Inverell. Tim Clark on for Todd Payne.
He's a genuine horse, we know that. He's also got good Randwick form, never runs bad here. That has to be worthy of some consideration.
Yeah, he's fresh and well. He's been up on the toe, not getting hot at all, but he's obviously well above himself. Looks good.
Barandana, Matthew Carl on for Peter Morgan.
I thought he's been presented as well as anything here. He looks better than anything to me, but he's talented. Just a small query running the 1400 out.
He is a good-looking horse, and he does look really well, and I have seen him get up on his toes a bit in the past, but he's lovely and relaxed here on what's obviously a big occasion. He's a horse with a terrific turn of foot at his best, and he'll certainly appreciate getting on to a better surface today.
Here's the stayer who qualified, Don Stefano, Mitch Stapleton on for Dean Murphy.
Yeah, it's just if that sprinting edge is off him now after hitting the line okay at Orange, so probably looking for further now.
Yeah, couldn't fight him in the yard, Ronnie. He still looks nice and bright and fresh. Doesn't have a lot of condition. There's not a lot of him, but he looks well.
Rouge Merlin, stablemate to the favourite. Clayton Gallagher on for Brett Robb.
Obviously no match for Gallant Star last time, but there's no discredit in that. I thought he was another one that looks a really nice type.
Yeah, he's a nice neat type of horse. He's got a big set, nice shoulder on him, big nice hind quarter. He's paraded well.
Sunshine. Tommy Berry on for the drive.
Big bet one, Randwick.
And then flow out in a harder race at Canberra.
All right, PC, let's go one.
Might charge home late.
Yeah, she's
I honestly like the 7 because the 7 is the linear,
dawdling out the gates.
but I'm going to go with you.
To give herself a best shot.
He's into varsity. Damien Lane from Asara and Gavranich. Kept fresh since winning at Tamworth. Head former as well. She's untapped, being so lightly raced as well.
Yeah, she's lightly raced running. She's obviously got a little bit of furniture to do. I know she's a 4-year-old mare, but I don't think she's the finished product yet. But what there is there, she looks really, really well.
Assassin Cheek's gone out for Pat Murphy and Zach Furton.
But this race is probably the trickiest of all.
No, not at the hundreds, so they're not at that price.
Well, she's deeply doing the most, but for a light horse, she's holding her condition really well, and she's going into this on fresh legs.
This is-
Ian, Karen McAvoy, Joe Burgess.
It starts from 0 to...
From what we saw at Newcastle last start after qualifying at Port.
Paraded okay. I couldn't really find a negative for the
God knows. But
Going to the gates here, Corey Brown and Kayla Nisbet. Who do you like?
Yeah, I really like her varsity. She's obviously a very lightly raced mare, but I think she's been an immature type of mare. She's still filling into herself, but the way she handled a parade and the way that she won at Tamworth, I think she's going to be very hard to beat.
Now, purely from a yard perspective,
this one is this race is probably the best to stay out from because this is open as in open. There are horses from 0 to God knows where. Which one will hit from where is very difficult to assume.
Gallant Star is the one. He's got all the form in the world. Just needs to jump cleanly, find his lovely trailing position here, and he's very, very hard to beat. I think today, and just know himself, a little query on harder tracks, but he hasn't done too much wrong in his short career. Third up now, ready to go. Fukubarna, he'll hit the line hard here. 14 into varsity, looks well fancy. Best of the rest, riding the speed here as well. If there's something here that can really upset, I'm saying it's either Sumo Fish at 60 to 1 or 80 to 1. That looks a bit ridiculous to me. Or Kenny Hill at $31. But 1, 7, 8 and 14.
Can't keep the butters off. Gallant Star here, $3.20 into $2.60 today. Well over half the investment on the race. He's a big loser for us. $2.50 on the Whirlpool. He's been really well backed. No Myself, the second pick, has been really hard to lay. We got him from 4 all the way out to $5.50, just to trim up late into 5. In a varsity, rock solid as a $5.50 chance. Fugabana was 9 out to 11, just trimming back into $9.50. But Gallant Star heavily backed.
Okay, Shani, big moment for these gallopers as they start to load in.
Indeed it is, and Gallant Star's arrived here looking absolutely beautiful. He's just one of those horses that seems to be getting better and better as he gets on in age. I wanted to keep a close eye. Tickleberry, she's actually quite well. I know she can get us up a little bit.
12 is tailing the favorite, so there is a strong chance.
Absolutely fantastic. Sumo Fish for one, a big odds. I think he's arrived looking absolutely fantastic as well. They are moving in really quickly. Fukubana is one of the other ones. Fukubana and Truck at the start. There wasn't much between the pair of them and the way they presented.
Red Rock Train's the favourite Gallant Star. No trainer has won this race twice. And he's won it before with Sizzle and Mitchell.
No trainer has won this race twice.
Big one, $1 million, the Evergreen Turf Country Championships final here at Royal Randwick. Fukubana will be the last one to go in. Here's Ben Hall. 25, the red light is on. Set to jump, Gallant Star is the favourite. They're racing now. Fukubana out wide, left well, and Ticklebelly shows speed, and into Varsty's not too far away in the early stages. The favourite Gallant Star's driving through just behind those runners. They run down onto the course proper. So into Varsity now pushes through and takes up the lead. From in second spot is Ticklebelly. Gallant Star nice and handy. McKean on the inside. And then Zariza Tycoon caught wide. Sasson Cheek was next. Then came Kenny Heller. They were followed next in the field is behind those runners as they run down the side was Know Thyself. Then came Rouge Millen on the inside of Fukubana. Tribeca Star was next, then Liz Tabania just dropping back, followed by the inside Sunshine. 2 lengths away then was Burren Dana. Don Stefano's out of touch down the side. The leader as they come up towards the turn was in a Varsity as they run up towards the 450. Led from on the outside Ticklebelly, then Gallant Stars in close attendance as they swing the turn. It's in a Varsity in front from on the outside, driving at it now Ticklebelly. 2 lengths away, Gallant Star starts to wind up on the outside. Then came Listomania. They were followed by Out Wide and Know Thyself starting to chime in. Tickle Belly the leader. Gallant Star's eating up the margin. Listomania the outside and also Know Thyself chiming in. Fukubana out wide. The leader on the inside. Tickle Belly, Gallant Star, Listomania. Know Thyself's driving. Listomania.
7.
Fukubana was not far away. Then Gallant Star followed by Tickle Belly just dropped down but late. Then Sunshine followed next by further back to Tribeca Star. They were next followed by Kenny Hill, Sasso Cheek. McKean was next. Barandana, Rouge Buller, Don Stefano, Sumo Fish pulled up well back in the field. And Sarissa Tycoon was last to greet the judge. It looks like Know Thyself is going to get up and win the Evergreen Turf Country Championship final. It looks as though Know Thyself has just nosed out the galloper from Inverell, Listomania. They made their runs together. They got the better of Gallant Star, who had the run of the race.
1400 meter, if the linear is within the rails, it's very difficult to beat.
Know Thyself has kept coming. And Listomania levels up. They get to the line and the nose goes down right on the line for victory, does it? Lottie, you've got a better view than me.
6
Looks like the outside.
Yeah, it looks like it. It's hard to line those heads up, but it looks like it took him forever. But I reckon he's just got there right on the line. That last half a bound. That young man on board, Darren Bullock-Gimpy, Lee from Green Kingsby, he doesn't ride, 56 and a half very often, but he gets a big prize today. A great result for him, getting the job done. Listomania did his thing, very, very brave again there. And look, Fukubana was very good running on. And Gallant Star, geez, you would have had your life on him on the point of the turn there. He seemed to have his chance, but a worthy winner, well set up, and he proved he can do it on the dry as well.
7, 9, 8 and 1. 7, 9, 8 and 1 after the Country Championship final. Know Thyself.
Welcome back to Eagle Farm. Time for race 5 on the card. That's Molly is your $3.60 favourite. It's an open handicap over 1,805. Warp Speed is the first horse to look at, Maxi, at about $13 from the Mark Goodwin stable with Cody Collis.
Could be a good each way play.
Yeah.
He's been in the top 3 finish here at Eagle Farm, 9 of 18 starts. He's very genuine.
So what happened is this, that 7 was the linear. It's 1400 meter, 7 linear with that pressure. It's very difficult to beat.
Quiet, isn't she?
Yeah.
She conserves all of the energy for the last 300 metres of a race. She's drawn right to get to the outside when they turn for home and let
Let's go coffee.
Alrighty, then we get to the 5.
Taken by Grandstand Gazette for the first time. I feel like he's tightened up just ever so slightly from that run too. I feel like potentially he will as he continues to go through his preparation, but he's doing everything right today.
Levitt Burlington Gate gets an extra 2.5 kilos and a better draw.
2, 1, 3, and 4.
Yeah, dominant winner in 64 grade at Packet and two back. They've not been far at Sandown last time out. The extra 200 metres is a positive, but this is a much tougher test.
She's really good again today. Peak fitness now. She's beautifully relaxed. You know that she's going to try exceptionally hard. She's never been refined. You can expect her to run good on the stage today. That's right.
Yeah, finished really strong. George's fast time last time. Callum had a wide trial between us to keep her up to the mark. Drops 4 kilos with the right fast. She's a pretty stiff right fast.
She's a big scope type of girl, and she's particularly calm. She's got lots of manners and does everything right. Fitness-wise, I feel like she's been kept out of life.
Right on second on the 3 kilos on the back, but this is much stronger race.
It is a stronger race. She's been presented well here. She is just getting a little bit more between the back legs, which I would have thought would have an impact on the way that she's going on today. But she has struck herself in pretty even and tough race here.
Your numbers 4, 2, 5. Kings Valley's really back a little bit. $3. He's shown get into it with last week's that he can race on speed in a race where they reckon he doesn't look a lot of speed on paper. So I think he can roll forward, put himself somewhere in the first 4 and give a really good fight. I do think looks the main danger. He was terrific against the Pat last time out of the Valley in a stronger race down in grade. He looks like he's ready to win another race.
You know, PC, I also had the same question and I banged my head. And finally, that's when I got the rails. So if there's a linear within the rails, I go very sure that this thing will work. If it is not within the rails, then that's a problem.
Couple of the other ones look super Denmark. I really like this.
You're right, they don't. You're right, they don't. But the fact is also this, we see that, you know, along with the horses, the jockeys are also handicapped. The jockeys are also handicapped. It's not that, you know, we know it all, but we're slowly figuring out the areas that affects the most.
They can use their inside draws to be prominent, but I think Kings Valley can probably work across him and put himself in the first couple in a race where it doesn't look like speed on paper. So he was able to do that at Flemington in a slowly run race 2 starts ago. You know, if you go back here, then all of a sudden you can see him quite a start in a race where there's probably going to be going up slowly up front. So the market would suggest that he's probably going to race in his usual pattern and put himself up on speed, and there doesn't look a lot of other speed on paper. So that's another bonus for this favourite, who has been well supported. $3.40 in the 320, and it was $3.70 this morning, a bigger price. And my brother Steve's just been a little easy, preferential, rock solid after turning up the betting Amy. But interesting comment with the yard. There shouldn't be much between a few of them.
No, there's not. I think there's a lot of nice horses. They're all at a similar sort of a mark. Their fitness is spot on, and it wouldn't surprise if you could say that, you know, 1 of 6 or 8 of them actually get up and win. I don't think that much would surprise, but no, potentially Jack Turnbull could give us a bit of a steer into who he thinks could win here.
Well, let's hope so. Amy, stable Cornell benchmark has been in contest on this program last year with Desperado seeing off partnership breeds. They're hoping the Kings Valley can this year. Jack, good luck. We're all enamored with the black punch that's going to pop. Well, we can put it on.
It doesn't affect his action, it's also against the nails. How is he, that aside from a month and change between runs? He's good, yeah, he's to his credit a model of consistency and doesn't shift weight. So he's actually come down through another race and yeah, we don't want to change too much. We've got a few beside us that'll do a similar thing, so if we can come across, possibly find a pair of heels. You know, he does appreciate the chase, and if he can land third talk to the other, all the best. Thank you.
They always act up, PC. They always have these issues when it is a cup day. I don't know what goes on in their head.
Kings Valley, Bird Brian handicap.
best yet to come on our program this afternoon. We've got a really good 3-year-old fillies contest, the Evergreen Turn for Jeff Murphy. So looking forward to at our next race, the first leg of Caulfield's Quaddy today, and then our feature events, Group 3 Easter Cup. That's my Tobin Brothers. Trying to get a decent field and something a little bit different in the Eastern Cup. The Chiller Cup, the 3-year-old filly, it looks like she'll be heading to some of the premium races for her Asian sex in Adelaide to come April and May. It's going to be a feature in that race. We have not had a 3-year-old filly run in the Eastern Cup since 1988. We've had 4 win the race against Rich and Lengthy. The last of those back in 1972. Victoria Handicap, the other Group 3 of the program, later on this afternoon, and that has attracted a high quality field. It's a bit custom.
About 80 seconds of starting time. The horses are behind the guns. What happened? Through a line with one about Amy Hill start. So Beck still leading up the room. Baron needs to tramper, but across the track, right back to Glenn Douglas, who has just trained a winner in the previous Adelaide. There was a Shipwell for stakes and depth on Blue Great Tail barriers. And the post area just saying that about taking a free time. So there's experience about these horses, a feel of the barriers sometimes, and she's got a lot of barriers. Pretty nice ball. Speaks of the favourite. Probably a few pundits against
Not only that, they overthink. I think they try to improvise. That's bad idea. Improvising is bad idea because it is supposed to work in a particular pattern. If they do not improvise, the results will be exactly what and how the race has been laid. But when they improvise, that's when it gets dirty.
Named in his honour is going into the middle stall as Denmark. Preferential taking one more turn. The favourite Kings Valley is forward at Galileus.
This is what I think. They need to understand that they'll get a place. If they chase the win with a horse that is supposed to get a place, it will not even get a place. If they understand that this race, for me, I am supposed to get the second place, and this is exactly what I need to follow. If they do that, there's no problem. But if they chase the win, then there is a problem.
And Kings Valley is the widest. Preferential in 6th from Roguery, Denmark. Then My Brother's Keeper, Burlington Gate, and Galileus is at the end of the field. So they're about to climb the hill at the 1500. Mozu Marcassin in the middle, then Kilkenny Lass the fence, and Kings Valley deeper. And they were followed by 4, who retreats out of that battle. One off the fence in 4th place as the favourite eventually will sit outside the leader. Roguery is 5th the rails, and then came Fortune as they reached the top of the hill at the 1200. Next is Preferential, Galileus, then well back in the field is Denmark. They were followed by Burlington Gate and My Brother's Keeper. Mozu Marcassin, the leader, 3/4 of a length to Kings Valley, who just spent a few chips to get there. And then 2 lengths Kilkenny, Lass and Core, 1.5 Preferential, followed by Fortune and Roguery. A length away Burlington Gate, Denmark, Galileus, and My Brother's Keeper is last at the side. 850 metres to run. It's Mozu Marcassin. They've steadied midway from Kings Valley. Now Core slides up 3 wide. Kilkenny Lass is behind those horses. Fortune starting to get itchy as well. They were followed by Preferential at the 650, a length and a quarter, Denmark, Burlington Gate. Roguery's being dragged back by the tiring Kilkenny Lass. Galileus second last, then My Brother's Keeper. Mozu Marcassin joined by Kings Valley, and almost a line of 3 from Core at the 450. A length Preferential. Fortune's got a bit to offer, can't get a run, and Burlington Gate is sweeping up around them. Mozu Marcassin at the 250. Kings Valley's just about beaten here. Core, Preferential and Fortune back on the inside. Denmark tracks it through. Fortune at the 150 went to the front from Core, Preferential. My Brother's Keeper out wide is flying home. Fortune, My Brother's Keeper. My Brother's Keeper has got up on the line from Fortune, Preferential and Core. They were followed by Denmark. Next to finish, Mozu Marcassin, Galileus from Burlington Gate. Roguery, Kings Valley didn't find, and Kilkenny Lass last.
He can be a hard to catch conveyance. My brother's keeper, but at the full time, if he's 13 before he starts, he is victorious. Patrick Maloney, who got a bit of a
9 and 12.
places behind Vaselina at the Valley on that ship. Was beaten out of sight last time out and would.
Okay, this is what I've got for this sixth one here at Randwick. Oh, we've got, through the odds, we have 2, 1, 3, and 4. Through the rails, 2 is the favorite. It is the linear. Now, the problem is this, that it's not with a great jockey. It's not with a great jockey. It's a 1400 meter. Ideally, 2 should win. I mean, that's the number that we look for. This is exactly the same thing which was here with 7. So that was 277. This is 205. This is even better. This horse is better. But I don't know. I think they are a fantastic team. There's no doubt about the team. There's all good. This is the favorite and the linear and the support line. Everything is there, but the jockey is a problem. We'll see. The jockey is a problem. And it's a mix X. We've got 1 filly in this, which is number 10. I don't think that is going to do anything nice. But the jockey is a problem with number 2. What do we do? PC, what do you have for this one? 7 wins. Hawksbury?
150 metre mark. So keep an eye on that, punters. But protest at Eagle Farm.
Yeah, protest. Kibosh wins the race. Enamacore got second in front of Red Top. Red Top was protested against Enamacore. Third against second. Here at Hawksbury, race number 5, heavily back. It got back to evens for a fleeting moment there, just a second to go. Back into $1.95 on tap fixed odds. Is the favourite, number 4, Flying Embers. If you believe, give a little prayer. Here it is. Here is our caller in fine form. Phil Roberts, race 5 at Hawksbury. The favourite is Black Figures again. Flying Embers.
Nominator yet to move in. It's like Red Road Miss still waiting into
Rank 3 is with Mark Zahara. He won 2 Melbourne Cups, 2, but he's also very old.
550 she conquers and Love the Cube. It's double big as the rest. She conquers about to come in. Negro Miss goes up to the wide gate, and Flying Embers will be the last. Flying Embers comes in. They look to be set at the 1100 metre shoot. 5th event from Hawksbury this afternoon. They stand up well and they're away. And Flying Embers began fairly well. Looked to have a little bump with Verodino shortly after the start. Nominator showing speed out deep on the track. And as they link up with the course at proper, it is Nominator taking up the lead. Allegro Miss moving up. Verodino was next. And they were followed next by, as they run towards the 700 metres, She Conquers. Flying Embers is up on its outside. Triple Yes, the inner. Further back then came Sculptor, who's back to third last, with Orthies and Allegro Misses back at the tail. Formal is up towards midfield, coming to the bend, dominated the leader. A length and a half, Allegro Miss, Veravino. Flying Embers works to the outside. Formal is going with it. They were followed next, coming up to the 250-metre mark by Allegro Miss, trying to work to the outside with Sculptor. But there's Flying Embers going to Formal as they run inside the 200. Flying Embers gets to Formal. The outside trying hard as Motor Scarfo. Flying Embers in front. Goes to a clear lead now over Formal and Flying Embers over either Formal or Motor Scarfo. Orthies was close up, followed by Allegro Miss and also She Conquers. Further back then along the inside as they pulled up was Sculptor. Well back was Love the Cube in company with Veravino. And back at the rear was Nominator.
Heavily back, and the punters collect. Go and get in the queue at the tab.com.au. All happy days. 4, 5, 2 and 6 will be the numbers. 4 Flying Embers, William Stanley for John Thompson. Beats the stablemate, number 5 Moscafo, and number 2 Formal runs third, and number 6 Orthies runs 4. The length and a quarter, the margin by a head, 103.21, 33.81, 4, 5, 2 and 6, 4, 5, 2 and 6. $2.10, $1.50 Flying Embers. Moscato, $5.50 for the value, $2.50 for Formal, and Orthies runs 4. The next race up, Guy Thyroid Central, it's Group 1 racing. Don't go anywhere.
Stay tuned, more Group 1 action on the other side of the track on Sky Racing.
Well, Kieran, you're about to be a very busy man. You've got a lot of races coming up now. Let's start. We'll touch on a horse that I followed for a little while, State Visit. In the sires, you do, of course, have your other runner, but I want to talk about State Visit because I think if he'd drawn a gate, he would have been right there.
Yeah, it was a slashing run last start. The leader won. He got back to last, and his sectionals were super. Really got through the line, and I think he's got a really bright future.
We'll touch, of course, as well on a few of your other runners. We'll go to the Doncaster, where you've got Gringotts and Another Wheel as your main chances. How are they both?
Super. Gringotts is probably career best form. Drops to a nice weight, gets a good draw. Another Wheel, not quite as straightforward. I think he's in a great spot though. But he needs a little bit of luck just from that wider draw.
We can't forget about Jimmy Starr. Maybe another song coming for him too.
Amelia, I'm sure we'll have one in the bank. But Jimmy's in great order. I think Randwick will suit him a bit better than the Valley.
What about Chanois, just last one?
Chanois, his last 2 runs, he's full of confidence, great draw, step up in trip. I think he'll run it. And he's just a happy horse at the moment.
Best of luck. I better leave you. You've got a lot of horses to saddle.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like the Vin Rocks style for this, the VRC Sires winner at Flemington over this distance of 1,400 metres. And the way he trialled here the other week, he looks all right. So I put him on top, Vin Rock, over Rivellino, then Wotan. And I think a good roughie for taking trifectas in the first 4 is Navy Pilot.
Okay, Ronnie, you just had a look forward to the Derby here, and Aliana's been very solidly backed in the best betting race of the day.
Yeah, it's 2-horse race. It's become a bit of a 1-horse race now. He did $2.20 Aliana in the Derby. Really do it all the way up to $5.
Wow. What about this race coming up here, Watton? This was your big offer, $10?
Yeah, with Tap Takeover Horse, we bet $10 about it. That quickly sold out. And he's a little bit easy in the betting. We're out to $3.10 about him, so we're still keen to take him on in the main book as well. Seeing good support for Rivellino. It's been rock solid in the 420 quote most of the day. It's actually our worst way now if you take out that Tap Takeover offer for Wadton. But Vidrock also pretty solid as a $4 chance. It's the one we're looking to keep safe.
It'll be a bronze statue of Wadton if he gets beat today. Yes, well, that'll be
Tab headquarters I'm talking about.
that'll be the second statue they do. They're already started on the first one. Here's the English Sires, Group 1, 1,400 metres for the 2-year-olds. The second leg of the Triple Crown, which isn't alive this year, with Mahuna, the slipper winner, going for a spell. Number 1, Rivellino. This is for Harvey Norman, or you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. Rivellino, fourth in the slipper. Hugh Bowman and Chris Lees.
Yeah, he's a quiet achiever. I feel he was unlucky in the slipper, not having the rub of the green there. This track suits 1,400 suits. Just needs to clean get away, just to be in front of 2 or 3 and get the right back to follow. I think hard to hold out.
He hasn't got any digs in his armour, Ronnie. Obviously, he's slightly unlucky in the slipper when he was slow away, but I thought he'd run through the line really well. Looks like he's pulled up well. Yeah, no, not for me at all.
Here is Watton, number 2, second in the golden slipper. Ryan Moore jumps on today for Coolmore. Chris Waller.
Yeah, look, I'm convinced he's a good colt. He's holding a real peak here today. Look, he needs plenty to go right with a probable negative ride from the draw. So, again, this could be a little Swift Falcon look about it. But he's got one of the world's best on board here to judge the speed of the race.
He looks every bit as good as what he did in the slipper, Ronnie. Although I would say I reckon he might have lightened off a fraction from that run. He's, like I've always said, he's not that real big, strong, robust type of colt, but he looks well. But I do think he's lightened off slightly.
Here is the unbeaten Victorian, Vinrock, number 3, Mark Zara on for Matt Laurie.
Yeah, the great unknown here. He's a big Sires winner at Flemington. I love his racing style. He'll kick up from barrier 1, probably peel around Bellazane on straightening and get his opportunity.
One win run.
A pretty hard second favourite here now.
He's a beautiful big horse. Holds really, really good condition. Big, thick, strong set type of horse. Big hind quarter. Walks out really freely.
Number 4, Prestige Forever. Jamie Mott on for David Brydoak and Matt Jenkins.
Yeah, huge step up from Mooney Valley last time, but he's a horse on the up who I find a little hard to read, but hard to knock him with his 2 runs he's had so far.
I couldn't really find a negative for him, Ronnie. He's paraded well. He's a nice enough looking horse. But again, I couldn't put a negative towards him.
We get to State Visit, number 5, Jason Comet and Kieran Maher.
Well, he's in the right stable. I've been eyeing off this horse for a while now. I think he could be more of a Champagne Stakes style of horse, but I'm not underselling him here. They're going to be further forward with him here today, and he's, like I say, I think he's on the improve.
He's a good style of horse. Has paraded well so far. His demeanour's terrific. He's got a good attitude on him. Walks out very freely. Yeah, no knock from him.
Here's Buffalo, number 6, Zach Purton for David Atkins.
Yeah, nice horse. He's a good future. I've got no doubt about that. Broke his maiden with confidence at Newcastle. That race might be all right. He's attracted plenty of support over the last 24 hours.
He's actually, I reckon he's improved again, Ronnie, in looks as well as his manners. He's really furnished basically overnight. He's a lovely horse. He's obviously going to be better next time around, but I do think he's really come since that last run.
Nordic Viking, number 7, Craig Williams and John Sargent.
I thought he was pretty good in the Black Opal. He's had a little month since then, and he will be. I say you think 1,400 would be okay. Keep an eye on him for maybe Champagne Stakes Day.
Yeah, he's a lovely horse. He's held himself really, really well in the parade as well. Couldn't fault him.
Navy Pilot, number 8, Zach Lloyd on for Kieran Maher.
Yeah, Sabre must like him to put him in a race like this at his second start in a race. Did start favourite at his debut, did enough. So I still think he might be more future rather than today.
Yeah, he looks like he'll take good benefit out of today's run, Ronnie. He's slightly immature compared to a few of these others, but he looks good.
Number 9 is Federalist. Nasharilla, Team Hawks.
Yeah, won't see a better bred horse here today. I Am Invincible, Arcadia Queen. Just throttled down at Newcastle when fancied. He looks a really nice horse. They don't run him in races like this as maiden as the Team Hawks, and when they do, they've got a big opinion of him.
Yeah, he's a big leggy type of horse. He's obviously got a little bit of filling out to do maybe later on, but we couldn't knock him as far as appearance-wise goes. He looks well.
Here is number 10, Bella Zane, also out of the slipper. She ran 8th, Tim Clark for Waterhouse and Bond.
I think she's got a great each-way chance. So, look, I know 1,400 might be a stretch, but she's holding her condition well. She gets a cosy on-pace run where she gets confidence up, but she could easily surprise you. I think she's over the odds.
Yeah, I couldn't knock her parade at all. She looked well.
Okay, Chris Lee's just being wished good luck.
Yeah, this is going to go. This can go horribly wrong.
State visit. You've got Rivellino at 1400, which you've been waiting to.
I want to step out, but I will not. I will either go with. So this 2 is the linear. Ideally, the 2 should win. The problem is the jockey. The jockey is absolutely, it's a colt, and if the jockey is not right, then the colt will not work. That's the first thing. Now, there's a strong chance with 1, which PC is on. But having said that, you know, there's no pressure on these horses, so this thing can go horribly wrong. Horribly wrong. In fact, that 9 might just win. Right. This thing is... The 3 is a good one, Frank, but it lacks the other side of the rail. I don't know how it'll work. 2 and 1, I guess. All right, PC, let's go 1. Bet 1.
1, 2, 3, and 10. Does he run favourite?
I think he might just run favourite Vinrock. Watson's a horse we've been keen to take on all day long. 310 out to 330 now. Going
Yeah, he's getting old.
Him on two,
As a...
takeover. We've got $10 about him there. So very keen to take on Watson. He's got a bad map. He'll get a long way back. Vinrock's a horse we like, and he's the best firm. 420 into 350. You're right, Ronnie. I think he will run favourite here, Vinrock. Rivellino, a little bit easy today. 420 out to 440. Actually, just framing back into $4.20 now. But he's very, very popular. Belazane, money for it early in the week. That's dried up. Ditto, Prestige Forever. Small firm today for Buffalo, 19 into 17. And a little bit of specking for the rank outside the field, Navy Pilot, 71 into 51.
Okay, Shanny, you've seen a lot of these from the word go. How do they look over there?
Really good. So I'll touch on the Victorians. Vinrock, obviously we haven't seen him before, but he is right. He's nice and settled. He's a little bit warm. He's feeling the heat a fraction. Mark gave him quite a good weight when he first arrived here. And Forever Prestige. Prestige Forever, I should say. Jamie's just out of the saddle.
As old as gold, yes.
Still looks well enough in his
True. Golden words, my friend.
Like he's gone backwards. Navy Pilot has come on nicely from the first time I saw him here at on the track. Belazane, she's another one. She's just such a brute of an animal. She's a really.
And I so much like that too. It is the linear. It should win. But unfortunately, it's a 2-year-old colt, and they've got a weird jockey on that.
He's still looking really well. He's just got a beautiful demeanour about him. Nothing seems to really phase him. And State Visit, I reckon he's come on even more from the last time. So just 1 to load, Prestige Forever.
Big race coming up, the first Group 1 this afternoon on day 1 of the championships. This is the English Sires. It's worth $1 million in prize money, but for a colt to win this, it's worth much, much more. Prestige Forever goes in, they're all in his Darren.
Vinrock's been very well back to beat Wotana. We're ready to go. Starter about to release them. Gates are back now, and they're off and racing. A terrific line out. Belazane showing tremendous speed, and the filly is going to zip for the front. Rivellino's right up on the speed. Rivellino's running second in the early part, followed by Vinrock, pretty handy. And going forward out wide is Prestige Forever in the early part, but Belazane is going to lead comfortably. Vinrock gets right up on the inside. Prestige over the outside, and Rivellino between them. A couple of lengths.
That's the filly.
Who's got 3 wide. Battling strongly on the outside of State Visit, Navy Pilot down on the rails. Then came Federalist from Buffalo and Nordic Viking, the last one. Belazane shows the way narrowly from Prestige Forever the outside. Finrock leaders back third from Rivellino. And Wotan 3 wide, but Ryan Moore is keeping him in a nice rhythm going forward, coming to the turn. Further back to State Visit, Navy Pilot, Federalist under pressure from Nordic Viking and Buffalo as they straighten up. Belazane in front from Prestige Forever. And Wotan's been wide going after the leaders. State Visit into the clear. Rivellino getting tight for room at the 300.
What is... Man, these guys are absolutely out of their mind or what? Three. Boom! Three.
The weekend has been for Matt Laurie. Treasure the moment.
Old is gold.
Postponed meeting at Rose Hill won the Vinery Stud Stakes. The fourth Group 1 win of his career. 4 days later, he wins another one, this time with Vin Rock, which breaks a 44-year drought since the last VRC size winner won the double. In the AJC side, or now the ATC side, sponsored by England. Vin Rock, Mark Zara and Matt Laurie have won the science.
Yeah, well, yes, the Victorians are here and they're getting a result. And Vin Rock, Zara was
361.
Gets through to do a really, really good job there. So, Harder Dog, he was fantastic. Buffalo charges home, State Visit there. Wotan keeps coming back in the middle as well there, but a worthy winner. Yeah, I thought it was just not anybody. Obviously, sat directly behind.
That was big win, absolutely.
Up a straight line, more shifted out onto Huey, Rivellino, and there's a little bit of confusion just backing behind, but like you said, Mark's wasn't taking any punches to come out around him. He went directly up the inside, although he out off the fence, he got all the shortcuts and all the favours, and his job well done.
What has that horse now become? He's a colt by I'm Invincible out of a reduced choice mare. What has he become? The $20 million man?
For sure.
And this week is not over for Matt Laurie. Next Saturday he'll be back here with Treasure the Moment in the Oaks. And he might even back this horse up in the Champagne a week after that. 3, 5, 6 and 2. 122.82 the race time. Home in 35.66.
Well, let's take a look at the horses in the yard for race 6 here at Eagle Farm. A benchmark 78 handicap over the 1,000 metres. A phone is your $3 favourite ahead of Mighty at $4.60. And the first horse to look at, Maxie, is $101. Flash R, trained by Troy Pascoe, Michael Roll.
Probably be a needed run. We haven't seen him for 15 months. The big fella. And he'll need a couple of runs. So
might be a
wait
trial.
For him.
Bit like a trial for him, maybe. Okay, here's Ralphie from the Gary Dowdy stable, Noel Callow.
Earmuffs in the race are off, so he'll be able to hear. And look, he's capable of running a race, provided they really hoon along, and they're likely to here. So that'll give him a chance.
Well, Economics has got plenty of speed. Cody Collis rides for Stewie Kendrick.
Yeah, he's drawn out though at stall 9, not easy over the 1,000 metres. Yeah, he'd have a chance. He was okay last start in the benchmark 90.
Here's Emperor, first up today from the Matt Dunn stable with Andrew Mallion.
Yeah, no market support. He's been very easy. He's had a couple of trials. They'll probably ride him quietly.
Here's Immoral, Tony Gollum, Martin Harley.
He's been backed into run a place, so they're trying something a bit different. Back to the 1,000, blinkers back on. So we might see an improved run here.
Preferred surface for Reliable Ruby, Chris and Corey Muntz, Talia Fenlon.
Yeah, she's good on soft and she relishes a hot tempo. Though she hasn't won here, she's run on a couple of times in good races.
Here's your favourite, number 8, Avone, Tony and Maddie Sears, Courtney Bellamy.
Barrier 2, so that's going to be the challenge for Courtney to get to the middle, outer part of the track with her. Well, just looking at the trials, Bernie, she's absolutely flying this mare.
Hurt So Good, Tony Gollum, Ryan Maloney.
inside barrier. He likes to get back and run on. He's been a bit disappointing this past 3 starts.
Wild Botanica, Stewie Kendrick, Kyle Wilson Taylor.
Bad barrier, but they ride her quietly, I would think, try and tuck him behind, and she just keeps on keeping on. Getting in top 4.
Here's Super Daisy, solid second pick at 370. Trevor Miller and Nikita Berriman.
Yeah, terrific short course sprinter. She's quick. She'll probably try for the lead, but she comes out of gate number 11.
And
she just needs to sort of keep something in the locker.
yeah. And Mighty, Tony Goldman, CJ Graham.
She'll love a hot tempo here. She was terrific at her first run since coming back to Tony's stables at the coast behind stable.
Alrighty, so these girls at the top of the market here, Maxie, are Bone, Super Daisy and Mighty.
Yeah, they've all met with very good support. I'm with Avone. First up today, number 8 to beat 13, Mighty to run on. 11, Super Daisy, and number 10, Wild Botanica. Super Daisy's come out like a Harley Davidson with the handlebars down. I'm looking forward to see how she handles this wide barrier, gate 11.
All right, I'm with the Bone as well. It was a great parade. Let's get to Tim.
3 chances according to the market. All 3 firms at the top. Avone 370 into 330 today. Super Daisy 420 into 380 today. And Mighty has seen a little bit of support 480 into 460. Avone, the best back of the 3.
All right, there's a moral who's about to take his spot. We do suspect Super Daisy and Bone, Maxie, maybe economics. Or look our speed runners here.
Yeah, a bit of pressure came out. Brinkley Cash was a late scratching, unfortunately for second reserve, Arrowsfield.
Yeah.
Had a good chance in this. I don't know what happened there with Brinkley Cash. It was bet scratch. Yeah, so they look to be the ones, but I'd like to see Avone just sit off Super Daisy. She's been explosive when she's been able to do that in the past.
Yeah, she has. We've got an issue here. They are trying to unload a horse. Oh, hello.
Oh, this is Ralphie.
That's Ralphie. Oh dear, Ralphie. But whether or not Ralphie is the problem, we don't know. Flash R's, Jockey, Michael Rod, you can see off there as well. Which horse is that, Maxie? That's economics, is it? The 4? With Cody Collar. So maybe it was economics. It looks as though Cody is undoing that breastplate. Did he just undo that breastplate, do you think, Nancy? It looks as though, yeah, he's going for the Sir single.
So this means it's going to be scratched.
Could be likely economics is coming out. He did draw, what, 9?
Yeah.
So perhaps he upset a few others and they had to get Ralphie out, who drew 10.
And Flash R had drawn out wide as well. So this means that the vet's looking at Flash R. This means that a bit more pressure's come out, Bernie, with no economics. So,
and this works for Super Daisy.
Yeah, it does. It does. She might not have to use much gas at all to cross. But I think Avone's got to come out and just make sure she works a little bit before perhaps letting her go on, is the way I see it here.
Right. This is going to be out as well. Flash R did look like he was in need of the run here today. So we really don't know who has caused the kerfuffle in the barriers.
Yeah.
Something has gone down, Max.
Yeah, the others have been in there for a while. These are short course sprinters that behave themselves so far by the looks of it.
Yeah, the favourite's been in there for a while.
Should we head upstairs? Maybe Josh has got a little bit more information.
Yeah, perhaps we'll head upstairs and no doubt start loading these horses quickly. So here's Josh rather for the 6th.
Let's confirm again. Yeah, Jockey. Both out? Okay, thank you. So confirm 1 Flash R and 4 economics are both out. Both late scratchings out the barrier. So 1 and 4 are both outs. In the meantime, Immoral goes up. Noel Callow is back aboard Ralphie, and he with Super Daisy and Wild Botanica will complete the line. So 2 to move in now for greatest 6 of the day. Yellow Kappa, Wild Botanica are about to move in, and Super Daisy to complete the line. So Avone will be jumping our favourite here. So Super Daisy to come up in the field to be right for run. And again, we can stand by, light blinking away. Vine the favourite in blue and white here. Light still flashing, runnishing now. Immortal's come out last. Away well of Vine, likewise Super Daisy. Back pair match their motors. Right up there also though is Emperor. That's the inside is Mighty. Further back to Wild Botanica. Hurt so good, not much room. Getting a long way back with Reliable Ruby. Ralphie 3 wide Immoral. There's 2 lengths away. So Super Daisy's away from the fence in front by a half. Second of Vine. Third the outside is Emperor. Wild Botanica's been wide. Ralphie's even deeper. And Mighty riding the rails, or nearest to it anyway. And further back to Immoral, getting towards the outside of Vine, joined by Super Daisy. Third the outside is Emperor. Then we've got Mighty driving up the inside, Ralphie down the outside, but also Wild Botanica stretched right across the track. Super Daisy, the inside Mighty, Avona's still there, Emperor's on the outside, Hurt So Good has lifted in strongly as well, coming home there right across the track, but it's Hurt So Good grabbing the lead in the shadows, and Hurt So Good has won from Super Daisy, Avone, Emperor, Mighty, Ralphie. Reliable Ruby, followed further back by Wild Botanica, and Immoral's pulled up in the rear.
Hurt So Good, sitting back, letting all the pressure go on in front, and he's got to the part of the track that he loves, the outside. That's when he's at best. He can really let down. I wasn't concentrating on him a lot there. Usually
9, 11, 8,
badly in the straight. Hurt So
13,
good.
4th.
I was more watching the inside there with Super Daisy and Avoni, and towards the inside there, Mighty made a little bit of a bid, so they were right across the track. But at the end, on the post, it's Hurt So Good. Trained by Tony Golan, written by Ryan Maloney, beating Super Daisy of Vone, and we're just waiting for the 4th number. So 9, 11, 8, and a photo. They used plenty of the Eagle Farm track there. We need to get back to Randwick, a Victorian winner in the Group 1 Sires Produce Stakes. Finrock getting the cash. Here's the team at Randwick catching up with the winning trainer, Matt Laurie.
Matt Laurie, what a week. Yeah.
Yeah, but PC our delegates from Venezuela said that the inner side is the best side. Mr. Lewis Marketing. Mr. Lewis Marketing said that that is the best side. So I think the horse overheard that or read that line. But Lewis Marketing said that about Randwick, not about Eagle Farm. My bad. Sincere apologies, Lewis. Alright, so this is what we have for the 7th one. It's a open Group 1. If we look at the odds, 7, 1, 5, and 8. If we look through the rails, 7 is the linear. Ideally, 7 should win. In this case, it's not one of the worst jockeys like this one. It's one of the worst jockeys. In this case, it is not like that. So 7 is good. Then we have 8, 1, and 5. 1 is next. 1 is the largest inner drift. So that's that. I think this one will pay a trifecta. This one is going to pay a trifecta. I think so. 5 is huge on distance, okay? 5 is huge on distance. And this is also a very strong linear. It is not easy. There's a lot going on. Generally, what happens is 7, the linear, then either the largest outer drift or the largest inner drift. This is the largest inner drift. So I think the odds are right, and this time this might just pay a trifecta. 715 or 751. Any of those combinations should work. The chances are here that this is the larger drift. It should ideally get in the second position, and with the distance and that thing should get in the third position. The other thing that might happen is they all are tailing gates 4, 3, 2, and this is 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that probably is going to pay a try. I think so. I have a very strong feeling that this is going to be a trifecta here. We'll take a look at the horses. If they don't get tailed, we'll try to get the tries. 7 should win. Let's take a poll. Someone said no, 100% no.
Both fronts back from a break. She gets a soft draw. She's a place chance here from a good barrier. My numbers 7, 5, 9 and 1 in the first leg of the quaddy. 7, 5, 9 and 1. Timmy Ryan, where's all the money on race number 6 here at Hawksbury?
Previous with Flying Embers getting the cash. Best back runner here is Koyos, $4.20 into $3.60. That might firm again. It has now a $3.40 chance. It's been well back. Princess Swords also sent a little bit of support, $6 into $4.60. Usain Bolt holding its place as a $4.80 chance. Most of the others are drifting. Wild Gypsy, Invade and Conquer, all quite soft. Herb sent a few bets, $13 into 12, but further support for Koyos. It's now into 3.30.
About set here. Red lights turned on. Race 6 Hawksbury ready to go, and they're away. And the Prince of Swords in the centre was the best to begin. Koyos is going forward, and Usain Bolt pressing up as well, and Invade and Conquer makes a line of 4 in the early stages. Herb was next, followed by Wild Gypsy, Oh Golly Gosh, How's It Kev, and back at the tail is Media Frenzy. So they settle into stride, and Usain Bolt takes up a clear lead over Prince of Swords, and Invade and Conquer trapped 3 wide. Koyos in fourth, being restrained, is resenting a little bit, got its mouth wide open, throwing the head about somewhat. Herb was next on its back, followed by Wild Gypsy, 3/4 away on the outside. Next then, Oh Golly Gosh from How's It Kev, and the last one is Media Frenzy. Field starts to pack up as they head down the side, and Prince of Swords pushed through on the inside and joined Usain Bolt. In third spot, the outside Invade and Conquer. They're 2 lengths in front of Herb and Koyos. Out wider was Wild Gypsy starting to track into it, and then How's It Kev. Further back, Oh Golly Gosh, Media Frenzy back at the tail, around the bend. Prince of Swords in front, called upon Usain Bolt to go back after it. Invade and Conquer under pressure. Herb gets out, starts to run on. Down the outside now, Oh Golly Gosh, and also Wild Gypsy. Still Prince of Swords though, 150 metres out. Led over Usain Bolt. Herb is coming home, as is Oh Golly Gosh. Prince of Swords in front. Herb lunges, missed. Prince of Swords narrowly over Herb in a photo. Oh, golly gosh, prominent for third. Back on the inside was House and Curd, followed by Zusain Bolt. Then Media Frenzy. Further back was Invaded Conqueror, Wild Gypsy, and Coyotes finished last.
Oh, he's tough, isn't he? He is tough. Prince of Swords. Well done to Alan Keogh. Olivia Chambers just took her time, got up on the inside, and it just kept on going. No excuses to beat the brigade. $4.30, $2.20. 3 Herb at $3. 11 Oh Golly Gosh will run third. Fourth is number 4, back to the inside. House and Kev and Chaos. I will be an astronaut before it starts to heavily back favourite again in provincial or city areas. 1, 3, 11 and 4, a half neck by a half length. And Alan Keogh's run continues. Well done to him. Well done to Olivia Chambers. $4.30 and $2.20. Prince of Swords wins. Herb runs second. Oh Golly Gosh runs third. How's it Kev runs fourth. 1, 3, 11 and 4. We've had one Group 1 the size produce. This next one's going to be an absolute rib tickler. It's the Group 1 TJ Smith. That's on Strike Over Central.
More group racing coming up after the break.
Well, he's essentially the new kid on the block looking to break through for his very first Group 1 today. His name is Briasa, and I can tell you I've been a fan from day one. I remember seeing him doing his barrier trials in his very first ever preparation. He's just continued to work through the gates. Fair to say he was a bit of a work in progress early days. He was a little bit quirky, probably wasn't the easiest to work with, but as he's matured and gotten older, butter wouldn't melt in his mouth now. He's looking so good. Arguably, he could have been 8 from 8. His 2 runs that he was beaten in, probably circumstances didn't help his chances there, but he's looking so good. He's lining up very shortly in the TJ, and I think he'll give them one hell of a run.
Very competitive, TJ. One of the great races on the calendar this. I'm going with Jolly Star. She was dynamite winning down the straight at Flemington. I've got a lot of time for Briasa. I do believe he could be the next big thing in the sprinting ranks. Overpass. Well, we know what we get with Overpass. He'll jump lead and give a tremendous sight. And Magic Time's got the draw. Not an easy race to sort out, but Jolly Star on top.
Okay, what's the betting saying here, Tim, with now about 12 minutes to race time?
Yeah, Jolly Star's very popular. She's 370 with tab.com fixed odds. Very short on the Whirlpool there, $3.30. The recent firm has been for Overpass. He's definitely going to run second pick. He's into $5. The Briasa just starting to get out.
I'm going to be swaying you at the moment.
Well, you know, I'm sort of disregarding, I was penalising Sunshine in Paris because of a draw, and now that you can come down the outside, I thought, even though I've left her out, she looks big odds for a horse peaking, and probably Jimmy starting the same.
Both pretty soft. They're hard to lay, 9.50 and 10 respectively. Will there be enough pace for them though? The recent firm is for Overpass at $5. I think he might even start short of that. That's where the money's starting to head towards.
Yeah, that's how I was reading the race, but I was hoping for a bit of more of an inner advantage for them.
Mounting out for Harvey Norman, all you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. Here is Overpass. First up today, Josh Parr and Bjorn Baker.
Yeah, well, Bjorn will have it pretty ready. He's a first up horse as a rule, and he's had 1-2 trials, so he's on the quokka path again. I'm not saying, he's going to be prime right up, but does he have to be? Just get into his rhythm, travel and quicken, which he usually does very, very well.
He's a cool dude, Ronnie. Like, he just goes about his business. He's a horse. He's very, very casual, super relaxed. He's paraded great. He looks like he's had a good bit of work in him as well. He looks, obviously, like you said, he's going to have a little bit of improvement in him, but he looks fairly forward for today's mission.
Jimmy Star, number 2, Ethan Brown, Kieran Marr.
He's been work in progress for a while, but he's still got a 50% winning strike rating. I thought he was brilliant first up, winning the Oakley Plate, and then just seemed to lose the plot on that softer track the other day at Moonee Valley on where the bias was completely against him. So, a real little blowout chance, I thought.
I don't know the horse, so I don't know what he's looked like in previous runs, but He's nice neat top. He looks very well here today. His coat's nice and healthy. He's got a really fluent, smooth action on him as he parades. So, yeah, no knock for mine.
Jedi Bill, number 3, Craig Williams and Brad Witter. He's an underrated horse. He's beautiful. Look at. He's just his task is wait for age for the first time. He's not 100-to-1 chance here, although he has firmed since that 100-to-1 went up. And I can understand why. He loves to be, put away and ambush late, this horse.
Yeah, he's a really good style of horse. Looks terrific in the yard. He's another one. He's got a beautiful, smooth action as he parades. He's a big, strong, robust type of horse. Holds really good condition and looks really well.
Head wall, number 4, Zach Lloyd on for Matthew Smith.
Absolutely flying in those 2 Melbourne runs. So, but again, he's going from the 52 limit to a wait for age, and probably his best asset here would have been if it was just a little bit, still a jar out, but he would have liked it heavy to compete against this lot.
Yeah, the stable always turns these horses out looking in terrific condition, and same again here today with Headwall. He looks great, his coat's glowing, attitude's terrific, so yeah, another tick for mine.
Now, here is Briassa, the grey, Tyler Schiller for Team Hawks.
Yeah, I love this horse. He gets his opportunity. We're looking for a new kid on the block, and he could well be the one if he sticks his hand up at wait for age here today. We all saw what he did at the Galaxy. It was incredible. And, he's here to make a statement if he's good enough.
Yeah, he looks terrific in the parade again here today. Ronnie, as we know, second up. He's obviously taken good benefit out of that first up run. He still looks nice and bright and alert. Very fluent in his action as he parades. Yeah, big tick for mine.
Sunshine in Paris, number 6, Chad Schofield on for Nishan and Archibald.
He did more than enough first up. Would have been close to top pick for a better draw, but if things fall into place and she has a buck back to follow here, she is charging down the middle late here.
Yeah, she's a big, strong, robust type mare. Always holds really good condition. She's all dappled up over the hind quarters. Yeah, big tick for mine as well.
Jolly Star, Damien Lane, Chris Waller.
Air-class mare off a dominant second up Newmarket win. Month, beautiful trial since. She's ready to go from the good draw with a jockey in the zone.
No negative at all. She looks absolutely outstanding in today's parade. She's obviously a good-looking mare, well put together. Yeah, no negative for mine.
We'll get to Magic Time, Jordan Childs and Graham Beck.
Yeah, similar setup. A month between runs in that trial. She's humming at the moment. I think she finds overpasses back here, peels off it, first on the scene, and will take some running down. It's a great each-way bet.
Yeah, she looks terrific again here in the yard, as she always does. She's a really relaxed and casual type of mare. I thought she was fraction unlucky last time out when Geordie got just...
Man, this guy, the second guy on commentary, he always agrees to whatever the first guy says. There's no contradiction. Yes, I also think so.
Likes the track, but this race is stacked full of stars or potential stars, and she just needs to find her.
He doesn't have a say of his own.
She looks absolutely outstanding again here today.
See, he'll agree to everything.
It's terrific. Yeah, all ticks.
Here's Kamachi, number 10, Nasruella and Gary Portelli.
Big odds for such a class mare. She was great, over 1,000 first up, just held up a little. Look, if the planets align for her today, she has a chance of really savaging the line.
She was the first one that took me on when I first walked into the enclosure. She's a beautiful, big, strong mare. Always holds really, really good condition. She's got a terrific attitude. She's paraded really, really well.
Number 11, Switzerland. This is the first of these 3-year-olds. Switzerland, Ryan Moore, Chris Waller.
Yeah, he's a 3-year-old whose future is already secured. So he's got the Waller factor, and they've had blinkers up the sleeve for this horse for a while now. I'm interested to see how he reacts with them.
He's paraded super. I couldn't find a negative for him.
See?
Traffic Warden, number 12, Blake Shin, James Cummings.
Yeah, not the ideal crowd, but he's had a little setback.
Why are they paying him?
50 days of trial since, so don't know whether this is a race you can come into with a setback.
Yeah, gee, I like his parade so far, Ronnie. He's had the 2 handlers on him, but he hasn't turned a hair. He looks absolutely outstanding. Hopefully there's a bit of speed up front where he can go back, get a little bit of luck. We'll be charging home late if he gets it run to suit.
And she's an A-lister, number 13, Rachel King and Bjorn Baker.
Yeah, lovely mare, but I'd suggest outclassed.
I couldn't have her on looks, Ronnie. She's still nowhere near where she needs to be as far as the coat-wise goes, so yeah, not today.
Okay.
Baker, the last time overpass was at Randwick first up. It was a Sydney Stakes win, and it showed that day he would have been very competitive in the Everest.
Yeah, I think he would have, and he was super that day. He broke his Randwick duck. Obviously, it's a
coming back to probably a tougher race now. Group 1, TJ Smith.
Frank, 5
He's
win.
been a great horse. And,
5 has the distance.
tough race, but I
There's
think
no
he's ready to
doubt.
go.
You approach this race because you're getting ready to go to Perth again, but this is a big carrot too.
This is
Grand is on. PC is on 8.
difference, especially this 3 weeks to Perth, where it's previously this been
I'm going to go with the linear.
track is the key for him. I think the track's perfect for him. He's going to lead. He's going to do his thing. He's going to be bold out front, and I think he'll give a good shot.
Good luck, Bill.
Thank you.
Overpass going onto the track with Josh Parr. Another great edition of the TJ Smith Stakes, a race that you've won, Corey, on the Great Apache Cat. Who do you like here?
I like number 7, Jolie Star. I really liked her as a racehorse. I thought she was terrific down the straight down there at Flemington. She attacked the line super. She's paraded well. It's going to be down to luck in running, I think, in this race. There's so many nice horses. They've all paraded really, really well. But I think, yeah, Jolie Star's on top of me.
I am, with the Magic Time here, I am 8, 7, 2 and 1 with Magic Time. Hopefully gets on overpasses back. They edge 3 or 4 off the fence in the ideal world. She peels around and she's going to give you an almighty sight for your money. I think Jolie Star is the one going to be finishing off.
The second guy is very smart. 8, 7, 2 and 1, he said. Here is how 8, 7, 2 and 1 is. 8, 7, 2 and 1 are all within the rails. He is talking about these 4 horses. He doesn't want to take a chance.
Well done. The other firmer today has been Overpass. He's the horse we like. He'll go forward and make his own luck in a race that doesn't seem a whole lot of speed. So from barrier 2, $6 into $5, he's the horse we're keenest on, and keenest to keep safe. Briasa have been popular all week, but that's just starting to dry up a little bit. He's soft today. He's been $5 out to $7, probably getting out closer towards his true price. Ronnie's tip, Magic Time, rock solid, $8.50 from barrier 1. Should get a great run in the race, and we're not keen to push too hard against him. $8.50 unchanged all day. Jimmy Star's been soft. He'll get back and need a bit of pace on here. He's been $8.50 out to 10. May even start a touch longer than that. There's no money for Jimmy. Sunshine in Paris also a little bit soft, 9 out to 10. Switzerland's a loser in our book. He was 14 out to 18, but just a bit of a late trim up back into 16. There is money around for him, and he's short on the world pool, currently $13 there. At this stage, Jolly Star best backed to win the TJ Smith. Jimmy Star, Switzerland, the other losers in our book. Overpass, the horse we like. We think he'll get a good run on the speed, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a late turn for him.
We're getting around to the gates here. We're just about on start time, and they're just arriving. And there's a few stragglers, but Fanny's been cantering around with these runners to the gates, and she's had a good look at them.
I have indeed, yes. Sunshine Paris is right in front of me. She's looking superb. She's just got a beautiful demeanour about her. Nothing seems to really faze her anymore. Headwell, I haven't seen him in some time. He's been doing his racing down in Melbourne, and he's come back looking a picture of health. He's got dapples upon dapples. Briasa is another one that just keeps looking better and better every time you see him. Jimmy Star, thought he might have got a little bit more by the time he got out here, but he's actually not. He's actually handled it really well. The barrier blanket just going on at Jeddah now as we speak, and he's another one that's arrived here in fantastic order. I mean, he's always a really good looker. Kamochi, we used to see her get herself quite worked up early days, and as she's matured now, she's a lot more settled and a lot more relaxed. Jolie Star is the ultimate professional. She always has been, and she's in tip-top order. Traffic Warden was quite fond of my pony when he first walked into the settling into the tie-ups earlier. He's settled down now. He was making sure his presence was certainly felt. I am very good. Magic Time, always in tip-top order. So all of these horses arriving.
8 loves the track and the distance.
As I said, they're handling the day really well today. It's not hot, it's just nice. There's a slight breeze about, so perfect conditions.
Thank you, Shan. Back to Tim Ryan for a final market update for second.
8 and 7 both are within the rails, so it's a very strong thing. It's a very strong thing. Either the linear wins or the 8
Overpass holds his price at $5. Briasa
Because of the relaxation.
back in $6.50. And most of the others are drifting. The putters focusing on the top three in betting.
There's nothing in between.
Slot in the Everest. We've got one horse here, Mulong, bought Private Harry.
But 8 is, I mean, 8 has physics, mathematics, everything, PC. 8 is a very strong one. There's no doubt. The 8 is good. I just went with the linear.
In October.
8 is a very strong one. No doubt.
Here's the big sprint of the championships. Darren Finbill. And the light is on. They're ready to run. Overpass to barrier 2.
8, 5, 7, 2. 8 to smash the veteran. There's a possibility that might happen.
Then came Switzerland further back in the race to Johnny Starr in the second half of the field. With Sunshine in Paris, Headball is well back from shoes.
That is exactly how it should happen. The one needs to go and take it up the lead. That's the idea. It is the largest in a drift. If you keep doing that, you will get the second place. There's no doubt about it. Keep running, baby. Keep running, keep running, keep running. Don't let them come near. Come on, one run. Now here is where what needs to happen. The 7 needs to get in. Where is the 7? Man, 5 and 1. Can you beat that down? 5. I am such a moron, man.
TJs with the legendary Chautauqua. Now they've been their fourth, they've done it all with Grace.
5-1.
Schiller has got the better of Overpass. It was brave as a bulldog. And Headwall is going to run third in front of Jimmy Starr. Next stop running the Everest. Wow.
Can you read this?
They believed he could get away from age. They got $7 or $7.50 to take for their money.
5-1. 7 and 8, they got nowhere.
Gets the job done from a brave Overpass. And yeah, that was absolutely flying at the moment. Jimmy Starr was really charging there late, but worthy winner. Well ridden.
Talking about flop, I'll tell you what flop is. Here is the flop that I got. You see that? I went with 7 and 1, 7 and 5. I did not go with a 5 and 1.
33-32. Briata coming back. 9 starts, 7 wins.
Man, that is...
His last start was
I went with a 7-1, 7-5 forecast. But I did not go with a 5 and 1.
to winning Group 1. Then how far will he go?
So that is the biggest flop today, the one that I have.
Is Group 1 win number 4. For Team Hawks, when they have been Team Hawks, it's Group 1 number 24. For John in his wonderful career, it's Group 1 win number 120. What prices are in the Everest now, Tim Ryan?
Yeah, we're already back open. $6 in the Everest. He was $11 pre-race, so he goes to $6. He joins the equal second line.
Beautiful Dows.
He's Conqueror in the guts.
Okay, we're just waiting for one of the Hawks boys to come on. Now, Wayne's here and Michael is here, but they're taking their time to get down in front of us at the winner's stall. Tyler Schiller's about to go over the scales. Yeah, I can't spot them, so we'll have to bring them to you later.
Brilliant job.
Welcome back to Eagle Farm for race 7 on the card. This is a benchmark 78 handicap over 1,400 metres. Sheer beats your $4.40 favourite. I had a fine shot at $4.80. Calico Jack is the first chap to take a look at. He's a $7.50 chance from the Trevor Miller stable. And Michael Rod is aboard.
Now this is the Doncaster mile.
It's coming to Trevor's stables, but it was 7. It was much better, more like some of the old
22, 24, 12 and 23.
It's a bit of give in the ground, can position handy. What to like about it?
Here's to Jockey. Blinkers today. Stewie Kendrick, Jake Bayless.
Yeah, she was really good a couple of preps ago and then off into the wilderness a little bit, but her first up run was good. Under plenty of weight, 61 kilos. So the blinkers are going on. If she runs as well as she did first up, she'll be in the thick of things.
Number 9 is your $4.40 favourite. She have Mallory Madden-Smith and Robbie Golden.
The wide gate, the softest track are perfect for him. He can hesitate a little bit at the start, so hopefully Robbie can get him out on terms with them, maybe get a bit of cover to the outside in the home straight. He's in good form, this fellow.
Sizzling Gal likes to get the toes in. Liam Birchley and CJ Graham.
Yeah, she
22,
has.
1 and 19.
First up behind Herman, they're doing the best work late down the outside, so I think this is the right race for her to run well in.
The Swallow Train Centre Stone with Kyle Wilson-Taylor.
Yeah, she's had a victory here last start.
I did not expect that 7 is going to do that to me.
But she was holding the second spot, so...
Nick Walsh trains fine shot with Cody Collis.
Yeah, very solid in the market, this fellow. He's got a good win strike rate, 5 from 17,
And this
he's not
is
far away. He was 5th behind Red Defcon of the Gold Coast. Just needs a touch of luck from the wideish draw, just slotting in a little bit. He's got good soft track form.
Here's Noble Conqueror, Chris Wilder, Damien Thornton.
But since coming up here, he's had
22, 1 and 19.
Dematassi is the 17 from the Toby Evans and Stephen McLean stable. Noel Kello.
It took a while to put a rider down. I thought he might have been scratched, but Noel's picked up the ride and look, he's rising a little bit in class, but going well. Gets a nice soft run just behind.
And Merchant Flyer, where is he? I'm keen to look at this horse. Grant Allard and Andrew Mallion.
Yeah, I'm very interested, Bernie. Keep an eye on the market. He's unchanged.
Might need the run, Maxi.
Might he?
Maybe.
Yeah, well, he put together 3 on the trot and just had a soft trial at Deakin the other day.
Alrighty, let's have a look at this market. She has been a firmer, Maxi, 440 into 390. We like him.
Yeah, there's been a bit of money for Calico Jack. He just keeps on firming. Trevor Miller's runner. 750 20 minutes ago down to 550 on the kilo. But I'm with Sheetab. He's drawn the right part of the track now. I was originally wanting to draw and get a bit of cover because he could pull a bit, but the more that I've got a runner on the outside, the better. And that's where he's going to be. He just needs to switch off. Robbie Dolan's got to get him to jump level.
Yes.
Switch off and then get him his cue.
Need tempo.
Yeah. We certainly do. I've got Centre Stone in. He beat her home comfortably last time. And then other chances, I think more a place chance, Sizzling Gal to run on strongly. And definitely Calico Jack, who should get a nice run up on the speed without too much pressure going on in Calico Jack. I was interested in Merchant Flyer. He's remained pretty solid in the market, but it does look as though he's holding a bit of condition, but still respected.
You're still respecting him and definitely not right in the coat yet, Merchant Flyer, but they don't always have to have a fancy coat to win, do they? I'm with Shehab as well. Just hope that there's enough tempo on for him, but faultless parade. Alrighty, minute to jump time. Let's get to Tim for a market update.
Yeah, she had best backed here. Laurie Mayfield Smith has had a couple of well-backed runners earlier in the day that haven't quite had things go their way. But punters are keen on Shehab. He is the best backed runner here in race 7 at Eagle Farm. 440 into $3.90 today. To run about 1/3 the total investment on the race. There has been good support though for Calico Jack to beat Shehab. An $8 price after scratchings this morning was quickly snapped up around about 8 o'clock. There's further support throughout the day. Sees him now a $5 chance. So 8 into 5 for Calico Jack. The top two picks firming, which means most others are getting out. Fine Shot, Tough to Lay. It's been $4.60 out to $6. Merchant Flyer also just out of touch, $6 out to $6.50. Then we have the Waller pair, Centre Stone and Noble Conqueror. Centre Stone a little bit easy, 7 out to 8, while Noble Conqueror coming in just a little bit, $9.50 into 9. Noble Conqueror just slightly better back of the two Chris Waller gallopers. And we've got 3 there at double figures. I can't give you much of a push for too much there. Sizzling Gal has seen a little bit of support at $19, but it is a drifter. Back to the top, and Shehab just back to $4, but continues to be well supported. Calico Jack, next best backed.
All right, thanks, Tim. Actually, I think Calico Jack could end up one of the leaders here.
Yeah, definitely. That's his form.
Yeah.
And he might take advantage of getting a soft time up front. This is the first leg of the quaddy here at Eagle Farm. And, it's an open affair according to the market, but Shehab has been well backed and is going to run faith.
All right, here's Josh for the call.
Pick up the fave. And the red and gold silks and the light turned on at the 1400. And they're all in. Field of 9. They make good line. Light still blinking, racing now. Oh, Shehab has walked out, missed it by a length and a half. To Jockey away well. She's in front from Demitas and going for Calico Jack on the outside. Leading fourth and centre Stone. A length and a half to Fine Shot. Sizzling Gal. Merchant flies over on the outside. 2 lengths away to Noble Conqueror. Being joined by Shehab over on the outside, has lasted also. To Jockey's in front. Second Calico Jack. Demitas in third. No luck for Fine Shot 3 wide, but might be where you want to be. Further back to centre Stone. A length and a half Sizzling Gal. Merchant Flyer. 2 lengths away to Noble Conqueror, and still Shehab is last over on the outside. So to Jockey's away from the fence in front. Second Calico Jack. Third the inside Demitas. Wider out Fine Shot. Between them Centre Stone. Merchant Fly. Shehab is working forward out wider on the track. Sizzling Gal back nearer the inside. Last of all of Noble Conqueror. 450 left to run. To Jockey's in front. Calico Jack second. Shehab has made us move quickly. Looming up on the outside. Demitas, Centre Stone, and further back to Fine Shot, but Shehab has grabbed the lead. Calico Jack trying to go with him. Centre Stone's up to third, but Shehab about a neck in front. Calico Jack the inside. Shehab in front from Calico Jack. Shehab in front near the line, and Shehab 2 got it. Shehab's 1, second Calico Jack, and third Centre Stone. Demitas, Noble Conqueror. Fine Shot to Jockey. Further back was Sizzling Gal, and the last one was Merchant Flyer. Well, Shehab missed the kick, but got into the running line, and that was the most important thing. He was back there second last with Noble Conqueror, and he literally towed Robbie Dolan coming down the side. Reaches the lead fairly soon. Calico Jack went with him pretty much every step of the way up the straight there. He wouldn't lie down. There was good support for Calico Jack. They almost pulled it off, and then Centre Stone.
9.
Centre Stone just lasting to get that third spot. And then Demitas number 17 fourth. So here's the closing stages once again. Shehab holding.
He's going to get a soft run. I think a lot closer to the speed today. Future history, but he's over the odds. Sharice's flying. She's probably going to need a bit of luck, but if she gets the right run, she's going really well. Torrenzino, he's another one that I think's flying, ready to win. His racing pattern is the issue. So I'm with the 6 from the 1. But I think it's a little bit of a cheap day for Boyd's Charlotte Match.
Yeah, he did look very well in the yard there, and I think he's been presented here to run well, and this obviously would have been a fairly long-term plan for the stable. The horse I've found on top just marginally is Vaselina. I thought she looked excellent today. If anything, she's come on from that excellent first up win at Mooney Gully. So I feel like she should be running exceptionally well. Emily and David can do no wrong at the moment. Their team's absolutely flying. A couple of other horses that I thought looked exceptional were Silicat, who looks fantastic, as does Sharice, who I had on top of Mooney Gully recently, but she had no luck. But this is a wide open affair here.
Briscoe Stable trying to go back to back with Tom Stockdale, saddle no less with our favourite Poison Chalice.
Accidentally, it's a success like Holly McKechnie joins us representing the stable. How is the favourite?
I think the featured really good order, steps up into it, so hopefully that allows him to get a nice spot in running and just a set foot.
Dominance since the blow run.
We've had a bit of a stage and obviously we headed to Hawksbury and no go, so we loaded him back on the truck and
Yeah, Goldberg handles a little bit of trouble given its domicile far in the States West, but what are the logistics around bringing gold back? Pretty long haul trips to the States border and then having to
I think Queensland taught him to travel. It helped him grow. He needed to grow up mentally and it helped him. So he actually handled the travel really well.
Where does Tommy like
Future history, Chiller, Cam Sunset, Regina, Sam Harvey, Ben on the two slot turns with the best just losing his temper.
A couple of minutes out from the 117 Total Brothers Celebrating Lives Easter Cup. You don't get prize money for it. I don't think they're handing out ribbons at these level at this level, but I was interested to be trying to play Amy Yard. She was doing the yard, and the owners of Vaseline are all pointing quite joyously at the centre screen we were talking about the others.
We can get this on right.
Redstone well was potential leader. I think future history celebrating life. Charlotte got parked right behind the speed. Behind there, not a lot of pace. So it could be another slowly run race. We'll see how it works out. But it's been a huge go. Boys and Charlotte. $15 all this. It was $9.50 on Wednesday. It was $3.90 with the VOP Open. He's now going to run you $2.70 in favour. He burst onto the scene with an enormous maiden in us in the Golden in July. There's been a few times second favourite between now and then. Can he get back into the one winning score today? We'll find out. Said the match.
Taking it outside of it. 5 goes second up previously for 2 wins and 2 minors. Charisse was terrific against the grain of Pretty Valley last start going in with Vaselina. Gina Sam, the next one. Going for Team Hawks already. And then Cup, the Melbourne Racing Club. And the field set at the 2,000 metres. The Group 3 contests. Set and racing. Boys and Chalice from barrier number 4, one of the better ones away with Charisse and Redstone well, and Future History from the inside is going to boot up as expected. Future History led, followed by Redstone well around them, and then Sunsets behind them. Boys and Chalice fourth one off. There's La Zebra, who was midfield, but zips up around them to improve. And then Bart Endeavour, Charisse, Torrenzino midfield, the inside. Chillicap's 3 wide, and then Vegeta Sand, Care-Temp Hester. Back in the field with Tusalem, and they were followed by Vaselina and Quintessa last at the 13.50. Future History bowling out in front by a length and a half to Redstone well on the inside. And then came La Zebra, who's working up. Sunsets is fourth to Rails, and Poison Chalice is getting a lovely run. A length and a half to Chillicap. There's 3 wide, it looks to be posted for the time being. Charisse behind her, happy to keep her there. Bart Endeavour next on the fence, about a length and a half away in the field. Torrenzino, who's pulling on the inside, it's keen. That works over its time. And then Vegeta Sand, Tussle and Care-Temp Hester. Back in the field there, Vaselina and Quintessa. So Future History extended that margin to a length and a quarter. La Zebra at the 800 metres and dialed it up a bit. They're 3 lengths in front of Redstone well. And they were followed by the inside Sunset's Poison Chalice, 5 lengths off the lead. A length and a quarter away, Chile Capture, Restart Endeavour, and then Fujita San Torrentino. Twin Tess's making up round the fence, Care Tempesta, and then well back in the field is Fatusalem and also Basilina. So Future History has a few of these chasing. Coming up around the turn in the Easter Cup, it's Future History by 2 lengths. Redstone well brought to the middle of the track. Then came whacking away on the inside. Sunset's getting off the fence. Poison Chalice up the outside. Quintessa's kept hunting for runs. Guide Endeavour behind them, and then came Fujita San and Care Tempesta. Poison Chalice at the 150 took the front, but here comes the wall. Torrentino's coming through. Guide Endeavour and Fujita San. It's a fantastic finish. Torrentino, Fujita San on the photo. Torrentino and Fujita San have hit it together with Guide Endeavour and a beauty. Then Care Tempesta. Photo all placings behind those Cerise, Sunset's Quintessa, Redstone Well, Chillicap, and then Poison Chalice, who got swamped for Tusalem, Future History, and at the tail of the field, the Zebra Basilina pulling up together.
Terrific go. Looks like Torrentino will be the one who gets the photo. So, also those 3 ratings on Poison Chalice. North's market move 390 and 270. Torrentino, who's 12, 11, 12, betting, gets the job done. Had thunder over the spoke about. Never whacked around the cup to land the place. Is the $2 favourite behind Amani Sonora. Behind Goldback, terrific performance. Behind Yes. And just goes down. Vagina said, it's another shoulder line. The afternoon. After a couple of months between runs, and has run terrifically to grab the third place. So 11, 13, 14, 2, a nose by nose, and they've run some serious time. Hangman set the track and race record in a hustling 2 minutes, 0.33, winning this race 3 years ago on a good reach-up. It got pretty close to break 2:01 here. 11, 13, 14, 2, a terrific go where you could throw a picnic blanket quite happy Saturday afternoon in April across the top 4 or 6 then in the extra cup.
Yeah, probably. He beat Lyons a bit from behind me, I knowledge 2 starts ago, and then the tape was just too slow in the Wangaratta Cup. But he got a genuine tempo today, and he was really tough to the line on some board rate. Vegeta San got conditions to suit, ran really well for lightweight. Loomed up and just 1 run short. Look, the favourite had absolutely every opportunity. He was given his chance to settle in a nice spot.
Finally.
He got to the outside at the right time, and he just didn't find a lot of the
Yeah, one of the great chances, a good little betting race this, and there's Fred Woke on the TJ. There's still 2 to come, 2 features from Royal Randwick, of course, the Doncaster Mile and the ATC Australian Derby, 2 great races. We'll get in there following this race at Ranick. They're getting set for race 7. Good luck, punters. The favourites, number 12, Alabama Fox. Here's our caller, Phil Roberts.
Well, $4 the field, another wide betting affair here this afternoon. Mask Commander's gone in. Starters heading out in front. 2 left to load here, Zambrero and Squeeze Box. Squeeze Box about to come up. Goes in now. Zambrero to be the last. $3.70 late for Alabama Fox has come into favouritism. Line is set. Red lights on. Attendant moving in with 1 near the centre of the line. 1,300 metres. All clear from behind and they're away. And Dream Deal began nicely. Lady Shenanigans is going to take it on for the lead. And Alabama Fox is working over as well. And Broadway Follies is up in the firing line in the early part, then edged in time. Followed next by Laurel Hill. A couple of lengths away, threatening after a little gap in the field. Followed by Kirkwood from the inside gate. Gets back in the second half of the ruck. And it's outside Zambrero, a couple of ways Osbred Nunya, followed by Last Command, and Squeeze Box goes back to the tail, about 14 lengths off the leader. It was Lady Shenanigans as they run towards the 600 metres, led by a neat length, second on the outside as Broadway Follies edged in time, working out 3 wide. Dream Deal fourth, just on the back of the pace, followed by Alabama Fox and then threatening. Inside next was Laurel Hill as they make their way up to the home bend. Further out was Osbred Nunya coming towards the outside. Last Commanders looking for a run through. Zambrero coming very wide. And Kirkham staying near the inside. Into the home straight, 300 metres out. Lady Shenanigans being tackled by Dream Deal the inside. Laurel Hill gets an inside run. Broadway Follies is battling away and Alabama Fox gets a run through the centre. Alabama Fox hit the lead inside the last 100 over Dream Deal. Laurel Hill the inside. Alabama Fox wins over either Dream Deal, Laurel Hill, out wide a Last Command from him off, and then Kirkwood followed by Squeeze Box coming from last. Next in then threatening Lady Shenanigans, Broadway Follies, edged in time, Osbred Nunya and Zambrero.
Alabama Fox will get the money. 12 Alabama Fox got a gem. Heavy Van der Hooven for Annabelle and Rob gets the run through. Last Command was waiting for the bell. It charges from the back, but the numbers will be 12 Alabama Fox, close to second. I think this might have grabbed second right out wide. Number 2, Last Command, and then it's close to back to the inside. No, the 6 will run second. So 6 hard up the fence. 12, 6, 2. 12, 6, 2 and 1. 12, 6, 2 and 1. Put them up. $3.70 and $1.50 for 12 Alabama Fox. Beats number 6, Laurel Hill, hard up the fence, runs second. Last Command out the car park, runs third. Dream Deal runs fourth. 12, 6, 2 and 1.
PC, thank you, PC.
One of the great races on our calendar is up next. It's the Doncaster Mile. Don't go anywhere. Back on the other side. Group 1 racing on Sky Racing.
Right, this is the Doncaster Mile. This is the reason today we all are here. Now that 20 is the favorite. If we look through the odds, 22 and 1. Okay. So if we look through the rails, 20 is the first one and it is the only one which is within the rails. Now this is a 1600 meter group 1. So I am kind of not sure if so if we try and understand what's going on. So the 20 is the favorite. It is the one within the rails, but it is not the linear. The linear is 2. 2 doesn't have one side of the rail, so it's very difficult for 2 to win. This is the favorite, and it's coming from gate number 14. Okay. Now, when that happens, when gate number 14 is what it has, then we need to look for the other jockeys. They are in the vicinity. So if we go through that, which will bring in the other jockeys. So all the top jockeys are here. Okay. Apart from 2. Apart from 2, all the top jockeys are here. 12.9, 14.1, 15.2, 14, 16, and 17. 14 is the favorite. 20 is the favorite, which is from gate number 14, but 16, 17, they also are with two of the best jockeys here. That's that side of the story. Now, if we compare with these horses who they are running, the 20 is the only one which has got two Group 1 or actual league races. This one has got 5, this one has got 4. If we look through the pressure line, I think 20 has the highest pressure line out of these three. 44, 65, 7. This one is in the middle. 13 is... 5 has the best jockey, by the way. 5 has the best jockey. What's your take? We are invariably going to lose this. That is inevitable.
There's nothing really bothers him. He's going to need luck from that gate, I think. Drawn 1, soft, big field. But if he gets any sort of luck, he'll be running soon.
20 will win.
Here's our
100%, 67%.
Geoglyph. Tetsuya Kimura is the trainer. Damien Lane, who's had a lot of association with Japanese horses and trainers over the years, is the postillion. Yeah, interesting horse. It's 56 days since the first up run in Tokyo, where he didn't do much. So he is a Group 1 winner over 2,000 metres, but that's in 2022. I'm just not sure if he's going well enough, but no real push in the market.
He looks well enough, Ronnie. It hasn't jumped out at me so far. He's had the 2 laps. He looks okay. I'm not going to say that he looks great, but he looks okay.
Heracles, stablemate to Tom Kitten, Blake Shin on for James Cummins. Needs improvement on what we've seen in 2 runs back, and the wide draw makes it tough for him. Couldn't knock him. He looks great in his appearance. He's walking out very fluently. Attitude's always good, but yeah, he's actually glowing in the coat. He looks really well. Militarize ran 3rd in this race last year. Chad Schofield and Chris Waller. Yeah, and that's only 3 starts back. We know how good he is when right. It's just hard to make a case for him looking at his 2 runs back. Yeah, but he looks much better than what he did these first 2 runs back. He's really tightened up. His coat's come on. He's got a tick for me today. Another Group 1 winner, Royal Patronage, Tim Clark for Waterhouse and Bott. Got the right form. Canterbury Stakes winner, good in the George Rider, should push forward from a wide draw.
2, 9, or 8.
How much does he get a rest here? He has to work to get across them, and is he left alone? That's the key to his chances, I think. He looks super relaxed here today, Ronnie. He has not.
I have a very strong feeling about the 9.
But he's really grown up and he's matured, obviously, and settled him well. But yeah, again, it's a big tick for mine because he has
19, okay.
Stephanie Magnetica, Jason Collett,
19, 8,
when she was beaten up too, so she's a good mare when right, we know that. Just hasn't been 100% right in a couple of runs back. She's getting better and does just sit there in the first half of the field from a really good draw here. So I think she gets the right run if good enough. She's definitely improved as far as her appearance-wise goes, Ronnie. As you would know, the first couple of runs, she just wasn't quite there yet in the coat, and I still don't think she is, but she's definitely looking better than what she did at first up and second half. Okay, now here are the imported mares, the expensive purchases for Yulong. Number 9, Anaset, Michael Dion for Chris Waller. 155 days off. She's obviously an imported American mare who didn't shape up in the Breeders' Cup last start, but the previous form was fantastic. She won
The American Oaks is a 3-year-old. Market says no. I just don't know what to expect, to tell you the truth.
She's a nice enough horse, Ronnie. She looks like she's very forward in condition. Drawn awkward, she's going to need a lot of luck. But as far as the looks-wise goes, she looks well.
And here's the Canadian import, Moira. Zach Burton jumps on. Zach's looking for his 4th Doncaster here today. Chris Waller is the trainer.
Yep, Canadian Horse of the Year she was. So she won the Breeders' Cup Turf, as we all know. She's lured Zach to town. Obviously very talented. Looks well, I thought, in the yard. Looks fit. Yeah, popular on the world.
Comes from gate number 21.
Don't know what to expect.
Yeah, she's a lovely looking horse. She's very light up over the hind quarter. She hasn't got much of a hind quarter on her, but she's a big lanky type of mare. Yeah, she looks well enough.
Just folk. Daniel Moore on.
But that has the maximum number of Group 1 races.
A heavy would have been his best chance, but this track's still soft enough for him to run well.
He's a horse. He carries really, really good condition. He looks quite big in condition. Very casual, very super relaxed.
Kovalika, number 13, Karen McAvoy and Chris Waller.
I thought he was pretty good first up. He's got a great second up record, this horse, and he's definitely one for the multis.
Yeah, he looks like he's tightened up as well from that first up run. He's trained on well.
Port Lockroy, here's another Group 1 winner, Craig Williams, Phoenician Manageable.
Yeah, underrated horse. He did more than enough there first up. He's a railway winner at this distance who might be a run better than what his price suggests.
Couldn't find a negative for him. He looked great.
Here's a runner for William Haggis, Almabeer, who have seen once in Australia in the Randwick. Andrea Adzeni has flown in to ride in the Doncaster.
He's much better in the yard today. The last glance I got of him, he was a bit of a mess there first up. He looks great. He's so relaxed today when he walked around a couple of laps ago. So, yeah, he seems big odds for a horse that was fancied in the Randwick. Might run well.
Yes, he's a different horse here today, Ronnie, from his first up parade there at Rose Hill. Yeah, he's quite worked up, but today he hasn't turned a hair. He looks terrific.
Here's 16, New Energy, Dylan Gibbons, Kieran Bell, capable on his day, but just didn't do enough first time.
Find a sort of negative for him. He's probably not quite there yet in the coat, but that would be a small negative.
Iona Work, Ash Morgan for Bjorn Baker.
Yeah, more conservative ride on this gelding today. He's a tough little customer, shooting for 3 straights. He's in great form, but I just wary. I'm not convinced that a tough Randwick mile with him.
They couldn't have him any fitter, I know that. There is no excess condition on him whatsoever. Very healthy in the
handicap. Reece Jones, Gary Portelli.
Yeah, backs up from Tuesday where he hit the line well after. I don't know what happened. He just given an impossible start. So they're going to be trying to ride him further forward in midfield from this draw today. And if that happens, he's a good trier. He can do something.
Yeah, he's a lovely horse, great attitude. Looks good again here today.
Firestorm, number 19, J Ford, Chris Waller.
Looks a different mare. This prep was fantastic behind Lady Shenandoah last start in good time. First up, Millie Fox win was great. She's well weighted here. She'll be forward in midfield as well. They're trying to, and she's got a great line.
19.
Yeah, she looks super.
Here's the favourite, number 20, linebacker, the 3-year-old with 49, Jack Lloyd for John O'Shea and Tom Charles.
Yeah, presents beautifully here, doesn't he? With a perfect weight, beating the handicapper. Nice trial since the Guineas win, and obviously very likeable. You can sit, 2 or 3 deep, no cover and peel, and hard to pick.
It's just so good seeing this horse, obviously, after the gelding operation. He's just become an absolute pro. He's paraded super.
It's either we go with 20, which is favourite, or we go with any of the highest headers.
For Ben, Will and JD Hutch.
Well, he presents well with a lightweight and a lovely racing style. So the map says that he's going to run you a race.
He's a big knee type that looks really well.
Okay, they're arriving at the gates. Corey, who do you like?
I settled with number 20, linebacker. He's just grown up so much since the gelding operation. He paraded really well.
Line breaker.
Just went on him. So he's going to end up with a nice run and a lightweight on his back. Will be very hard to beat.
Yeah, I like to favourite runners here. 3, 1, 20 and 2. I'm with Tom Kitten here. Just presented at the right time. I think he's hard to hold out. Another Will needs luck, but a talented horse. Same form lines. Linebacker, the 3-year-old. Hard to dislike, and Gringotts the best of the rest. 3, 1, 20 and 2. Yeah, number 20 linebacker will run your favourite in the Doncaster. 6 into 5.50 and a firm today. Best back, however, is Tom Kitten. $8 into $6 today. Gringotts popular, albeit out of roll 6.50 up to 7.
Another wheel in today as well, 850 into 8. Firestorm, Royal Patronage, both easy. Moira, the specking, got to a high of 18. It's back into 14. The Japanese Galloper, bit of specking for it, 41 into 34. And also Rank Outsider, Anisette, got to a high of $81. It's back into 71. So a bit of specking for a few of those imported gallopers. The best back at this stage, Tom Kitten in the Doncaster.
All right, the ownership group of all these horses still haven't cleared the tunnel yet. They're making their way out the front. There's a jam up of people. Big crowd here at Royal Randwick. Big field over behind the gates. Chantel's on horseback, following them around as they move in.
And they're all great. I wanted to touch on another wheel because this time 12 months ago, he was a horse that used to get himself so worked up. He was a little bit naughty, he'd sweat up and he'd do a lot wrong, but he's just a completely different horse. So he's obviously matured for the better. Linebacker, fantastic. His first few runs this campaign, he was getting himself a bit hot and warm, but now that he's deep into a campaign, he was so relaxed. Probably the best, the most relaxed I've actually ever seen him. Tom was fantastic, as you'd expect. I was quite taken by Moira, the Canadian mare. I thought she looked really good, and she's arrived around here really well. Nothing, I can't really fault anything. Royal Patronage, he's a horse that used to get himself really hot in the parade route, but today he was a lot better. He is hot since he's arrived around here, probably one of the only ones that has really sweated up, and that was quite good for him.
Thank you, Chantel. Back to Tim Ryan for a final market update.
Yeah, linebacker still fading 550. Tom Kitten continues to be well back 650, but the late go is Moira, the Canadian man, now into $10.
The famous mile at Royal Randwick. This is the Star Doncaster. And Darren Flindell with the call.
Lockroy picking up the Group 1 in Perth. Late last year, moves in. New Energy coming up. And Geoglyph, the hope for Japan, is drawn out near Coogee Beach. The extreme outside gate, and Geoglyph goes in with Damien Lane aboard. We're ready to...
I'll be out. I couldn't make up my mind.
Geoglyph was one of the last out together with NCAP. Now sharp out of the gates was Pericles from Rise at Dawn. Gringotts very handy together with Steffi Magnetica. And Whiteout Just Focus slowly rolling forward. Tom Kitten takes a spot down on the rails. Another wheel's deep out on the outside of Militarise, and then came out of Beer. Further back then to NCAP has been able to make up for lost ground there at the start. So Albert Beers well back.
Dow's 21 is leading.
Line back as well back together with Anisette. Iona Burkus is well back in the field, and they're followed by New Energy Kovalika, and Geoglyph is the last one. So the Doncaster field run down the side, and Rise at Dawn goes to the front here. It's Rise at Dawn showing the way by a half length on Pericles. Royal Patronage 3 out in third. Gringotts gets the right spot, fourth right behind them. Then came Just Folk, another wheel covering a bit of ground. Then came Tom Kitten, Port Lockroy, Steffi Magnetica. Hard held between runners. Now Perkins starts his run on Moira. Coming around the turn, Firestorm revved up. Further back is Anisette as they straighten up now. And Rise at Dawn comes up the right, being tackled by Pericles, Royal Patronage. Another wheel the outside. Steffi Magnetica's angling into the clear. Gringotts, Tom Kitten taking inside runs. Steffi Magnetica's working into the clear. They're right across the track. It's Royal Patronage, Steffi Magnetica. Up the inside, Rise at Dawn. Cap Steffi.
8.
With Rise at Dawn, Tom Kitten, right at another wheel Militarised. Then came out the Beer, followed by
BC! BC got 8. Boom.
To finish. Steffi Magnetica is a Doncaster winner. Number 8, Steffi Magnetica, Jackson Collett and Bjorn Baker is going to beat Royal Patronage and NCAP. Rise at Dawn closer towards the inside. Steffi Magnetica, her last win was in the winter, in the Stradbroke. She went round in an Everest and a
22.
third up today.
Jason Collett would realise a dream today, winning at Doncaster. And for Björn Baker, being an Australian, just got sweeter.
Wow, he's had a year, hasn't he? He's had a season, I should say, Bjorn Baker. She just drew the beautiful barrier. It's a big win on the board here. And he just had the beautiful run through, peeled to the right part of the track. And she gets the job done. Geez, they slowed up mid-race there and give the backers no hope in the back markers no hope there. He was great, Royal Patronage, sitting wide, no cover the whole way, and battled on particularly well. And Handicap, boy, oh boy, I don't know how, we'll have to have another look how much room he had to move in that race, but he had a bit to offer there late, and the leader's done a great job, Rise at Dawn. The emergency and snuck into the field there, has battled on well, but they went across the line as a pack there. I think we have to have a few looks at that race, but we have the winner who made her own luck there, Steffi McGinn.
Yeah, all honours with the winner. They've not been bagging her on the way through, but she hasn't looked as good as what she has done in previous preparations, but she's all heart. There's an absolute gem ride there by Jason Collett. A typical Jason Collett ride, sitting back, just picking the eyes out of things and sniping late, and gets there when the timing's right. Well done, mate.
This day has always been about Murray Baker and the derbies that he has won. Murray's had a wonderful derby day in years gone by. Now it's the Doncaster going to his son. So Doncaster goes alongside 5 derbies that Murray won. Ronnie, they walked in that early part after they settled down from the 1200 to say 600. They spat out sections of 12, 12:45 and 12:15. Tyler Schiller was getting a picnic up in front.
Yeah, well, you could see that, because you could see a horse like Top Kitten, who's never got on the bit in his life. When the speed slowed there, he started to reef and pull, and you thought, geez, they're going steady here. They had the big anchor drop there, which is unusual, I must say, for a Doncaster mile. And there's a couple there that probably we thought would go forward that didn't go forward. But she's just going to park herself in the right spot, and she's got a terrific turn of speed. What a night that's going to be. I feel sorry for Jason. I hope he's weighed in. 1:35, 28, 34, 17. More of the celebrations in a moment.
Welcome back to Eagle Farm for race 8 on the card. A Class 6 plate over 1,200 metres. Rhythm of Love is your $2.50 favourite. Let's kick off with Sailor's Secret at 50 to 1. Maxi Kelly Schweder.
Busy.
Yes.
I think, yes, PC did stake them individually. That's what PC said. 12, 19, 8, 2, 19, 8.
Morris McCann by Eagles Nest, beating 4.7. So let's get number 9.
Yeah, indeed. Spectre back to a Class
What are
6.
the numbers, by the
Master
way?
Showman. Stewie Kendrick, Cody Collins.
With no market support, he won first up at Doomben at a big
Yeah.
price, and then he
Go
went
to the
last.
next
Pulled up
race,
the
number
cardiac
9.
arrhythmia, so it won the slate clean. He had a recent trial, nice trial there at the Sunny Coast.
Substantial. First up from a spell here today. Tony Gollan,
18, 1, 5, and 4.
Key changes which are important. He's had a couple of trials and going well. He's going well for sure, this fellow.
18, 1, 5, and 4.
Heroic Miss is the 8. Talia Fenlon rides for Chris and Corey Munch.
She was good to us, wasn't she, last start here? But
You are, PC.
Class 5 at the midweeks. This is a lot harder, but with a couple off, she should get a pretty kind run.
Then we get to Daytona, Damien Thornton and Tony Gollan.
Yeah, originally I was keen, but going lukewarm because of the draw. It was going to perform some sort of miracle, Damien, from inside there. But the horse is going well.
Who's your bestie, Maxi? Mintaka Lad, David Van Dyke, Mark Seed.
Well, it's the right race for him, Mintaka Lad. He's Class 6 play, should be okay for him. And from the draw, he gets into the right spot. Just wonder whether he's better on firmer.
I think he is.
Probably is. So, look, I'm there with the Respect Cup on.
What about Blue Spinell, Tony Gollan and CJ Graham?
She doesn't mind a track like this today, and she's going to get a sweet time of it in behind. Again, from an inside draw, it's it could be a bit tricky.
Here's Midori Beauty, Matt Dunlap-Farley.
He's drawn in, but he'll be out the back, probably go out the back and get to the outside in the straight. So look for him to be running on.
And here is your favourite, Rhythm of Love, John O'Shea, Tom Charlton and Andrew Mellion.
Have a look at him, he should be.
Each strong horse.
Because he's had 3 trials. I think they're specifically setting for this race. And the last time he was here, he ran second in the Fred Best to Roll on High, beaten half a length after covering a bit of ground. So those 3 trials have been very good. And he'll love these track conditions.
Barrier 5, that's about where he needs to stay.
I think so. And Andrew Mallion's just got to just keep searching to get to the outside.
And Galway Hustler rounds them out, Corey and Kylie Gear and Robbie Golan.
Yeah, and on pacer, probably needs to step it up a little bit, coming off easier grade 4.
Rightio, he's been pretty solid, Maxie. Rhythm of Love. He is first up, 3 trials to prep for this. He looked great.
Yes, and everything looks spot on for him. There has been a good move for Substantial, 750 down to 420. They're down to 2 that I've got at the party. And I just think it's perfect for Rhythm of Love. Substantial, first up, he's been trialling very well, and then 9 and 12.
Yeah, I'm with him as well. The favourite, there's Master Showman taking his spot, but Rhythm of Love for me, here's Josh.
Now right at the 1200, red light turned on. Daytona Blue Spinel drawn in. Hello, Galway Hustler up in the air but back down again. Set now racing and Rhythm of Love away okay. Blue Spinel pinged away in front is Heroic Best up into 3rd now. Is the race favourite Rhythm of Love, and now Galway Hustler's going forward. Anti Substantial 3 wide, just drifting back, and Sailor's Secret goes on. The favourite now 5th on the inside. Rhythm of Love and Tarkalad going forward the fence, and they're clear then from Master Showman. 2 lengths away to Midori Beauty. 1 to the face and 2 lengths away to Daytona. So Blue Spinelli in front. Second, Galway Hustler. Going forward, Sailor Secret 3 wide. Likewise, trapped out Mintarka Lad. Heroic Miss on the inside. The favourite there, Rhythm of Love, will swing at 6 and further back to Master Showman. And back in behind those Substantial. At the 400, and Blue Spinel's in front by over 2 lengths here. Second, Galway Hustler. Sneak up the inside. Heroic Miss running home as Mintarka Lad. And down the outside, Rhythm of Love. Blue Spinel just in front, lifting down the outside, Mintarka Lad, likewise Rhythm of Love, and look at Master Showman coming home late, the inside, Heroic Miss, Master Showman are the 2, Master Showman's 1 from either, Heroic Miss, Rhythm of Love, Mintarka Lad, not sure the order, close up then we have Daytona, Sailor Secret, Blue Spinel, Midori Beauty, the face Substantial, and Galway Hustler.
So Master Showman really bursting the last little bit. Gets up in the middle to beat Heroic Miss. It is close for 3rd. On the outside there, the favourite Rhythm of Love and Mintarka Lad, can't really see. And then back behind those horses, Daytona, number 9. And Master Showman won a Doomben first up and then went missing. And they say cardiac arrhythmia. He recently had a trial on the Sunshine Coast, but obviously revelled in the conditions today under Cody Collis and bursts through and gets the money. Heroic Miss gallant again. She was up a bit in grade today, but she handled it beautifully. And we're just waiting for the 3rd number, Mintarka Lad, and on the outside, Rhythm of Love. Their heads are out of sync. Not much in it. We'll have to bring that to you a little bit later, folks. But Master Showman, you can see Cody's looking for a run. He's still got a fair bit of ground to make up, but a gap starts to appear, and he takes the run in the middle. The favourite had every chance there, Rhythm of Love, but he had his chance to win. He might have just peaked a little bit late, but Master Showman had to take hold, switch back towards the inside, and he gets the money. 15 gets 3rd, 11 4th. 4, 8, 15 and 11. After race 8 here at Eagle Farm, let's head back to Randwick for more after the Doncaster with Greg Steffi Magnetica, trained by Björn Baker at Warwick Farm, takes out the Doncaster.
It's a great day to be an Australian.
Well, and with the Swedish flag too, Steffi Magnetica. It's one of the iconic races, and so special to be here with such a great bunch of owners. Jason Collett, he's a bit like me. We needed a big one during the championships. Very, very special. I've got a great team. I'm the luckiest man in the world. Fortunately, Andrea, she was here earlier, but she had to go and look after our team at home and spend the list. But love you guys, and just so special today.
Caps off a great season, a great run that you've had. I mean, over Christmas and New Year, it was all falling into place, but you need the big ones as well.
You need this. I needed this, and then my team needed it. We're mindful. I'm super competitive. And it is very, very special. And last time I was a tad disappointed with her. It just worked out great. She drew a gate today. Jason, great ride, and she's tough. We know she performs third up, must say. Don't know what the stake money is today, but
well, it's 4 million overall.
Yeah,
do a quick sum in your mind.
I'm just still thinking about the Golden Eagle and the sprint. Is there such a thing as greed? I've got a bad.
There is for a Kiwi. Tell us about this mare and how what she's done to get here. She's running an Everest, the Golden Eagle. She's a Stradbroke winner, and here she is winning the best mile in Australia.
Yeah, it's remarkable. She's not the biggest, but she's the toughest. She is her own personality. She's a tough young lady, and she has been up against the best. So even last time I thought she would have finished off a little bit better, but she's here today, and just so special with the connection. And remember the Easter sales tomorrow, and I have a lot of vacancies in my stables, and I'm looking for new owners. I think we could really do well together.
One more thing.
JernBakerRacing.com.au.
One more thing from me this time. Murray won 5 derbies on this day. How special, and where does this rank in your career winning at Doncaster? Is it the pinnacle?
I remember when Murray actually won with Nom de Jure, and Fritz Waller won his first Group 1 in Doncaster that day. There's one bloke that'll be happier for me, and it's been the biggest influence of my career, Murray, and he'll be very, very proud. Still give me a bit of advice.
Right, this is what we have got, the 9th one. That 18 is the only filly in this race. The rest everything is geldings or colts. And that filly is the only one which is within the both side of the rails. It's also the best BB. It's 9. 6 is the actual linear, but it is not within the rails. Actually, none of them are within the rails. This is going to be tricky. Probably it's that or 1. I don't know. We'll see what's going on. 9 in Coughlin.
Fuck. Speed shown from Ed at the outside. Miss Aria and Glow behind them, followed by Super Razi.
From the deep, Sione is also forging forward, right Rose midfield. Then Nicolini, Vito, Lady and King, and well back as Steiner Motion beyond. And Shorten Lane draws back towards the end of the field. So the leader is Golden Mile, 950 metres to go. A half length to Clarbell, a length and a half. Ayrton third outside of Miss Aria. And Globe overdoing it, fifth out 3 wide. A length and a quarter, Roll on High, Sione, Bright Rose. Then came Super Razi, Lady in Pink, Nicolini, Vito, Steinem, Shorten Lane. And Ocean Beyond is at the end of the field. It hasn't been that solidly run. It's Golden Mile, 600 metres to go from Clark Hill. Then Ayrton 3 wide, Globe 40. Miss Aria behind them, followed by Roll on High. Next in the field, Bright Rose. Sione out wider on the course. Back in the field, Super Razi, Nicolini, Vito, Ocean Beyond, and Lady in Pink. Golden Mile around the corner of the 300 metres. Had a bit of a kick. A length and a quarter, Clarbell. 2 lengths, Miss Aria. And Roll on High right down the outside. It's Golden Mile with Clarbell, who's got it, Miss Aria. And Roll on High on the outside, Miss Aria. 50 metres to go. Nicolini, Vito is dropping from the clouds. Oh, Miss Aria, I reckon. Miss Aria from Nicolini, Vito, Roll on High and a big go. Behind those horses, Sione in a photo with Shorten Lane. And then came Clarbell. Next to finish Golden Mile, who got tied. Right Rose. Next to finish Lady in Pink, Steinem. Then Ocean Beyond. Back in the field then was Ayrton and also Globe as we stand by for the number. Nicolini Vito's put in a big lunge, but was it after the line? We stand by. He's got it. Nicolini Vito will get it, and there's the Nicolini Vito on the line as well. That 12 is absolutely enormous, but Nicolini Vito has sprouted. Nicolini Vito, number 12, is absolutely terrific winning here. 2 starts to beat comfortably, and Pusa was over to win earlier here on the afternoon. Look, he gets a gun run for the barrier. He's lightly raced. He's got improvement. He's the upward spiral still on his way. He's one of the major players. 10 Chili Charlie, barrier 1. Should get a lovely run. Thought they might be a little bit sharp for it. The trial didn't show us a lot recently. I'll let him go today and see what he can do. Number 11, Moonlight Grace. Alan Keogh's Gallopers. The whole stable's firing. This is a tough half go for this trip. She needs a bit of luck from the gate. And the bottom one, Bully for You. Not without some knockout chance, Bully for You. Chad Leader for Ross McConville. It was only beaten 2 lengths last time out in a stronger 64 at Kembla Grange. And the rubber 4 behind the bellow was rock solid with Code in Time, who's won against since, running second. He's with it, not without a play. My numbers 3, 8, 1 and 9. 3 I Stole a Merc on top of number 8 Hyperbolic, 1 Dashing Rupert and 9 Inspired Star. 3, 8, 1 and 9 for me. I've got I Stole a Merc on board, and just in the last little moments, Tim, it looks like the support's come from my Galloper.
Yeah, it's the horse I actually put up favourite on Thursday evening. I put up $2.50. Not a bean for it Thursday evening, Friday, all through into yesterday. It was $3.80 after scratchings this morning, and it's been second pick all day up until around about 90 seconds or so ago. And then money has just continued, and it's now shortened even further into $2.40. So $3.80 into $2.40 today for I Stole a Merc after it went up favourite on Thursday. Dashing Rupert have been the subject of great support Thursday, Friday. $4.60 on open into as short as $2.50. All it's done is drift in the last couple of minutes. It's now out to a $3.20 chance. It may even start a touch longer than that. Hyperbolic has also seen some support. The local for Brad Witter, 7 into 6 today. So it is a firm there. The third pick there, Hyperbolic, Inspired Star, quite easy in betting. It's been $6 all the way out to 10. Then we're out to one last shot with a $16 chance, just a little bit easy. Out to $13, actually goes even further again, out to $19 with continued support, Richard, for this favourite I Stole a Merc back into $2.30. Wow, it's been a big go today. After going our favourite, $3.80 this morning, now into a $2.30 chance. What were they doing, Richard? Thursday and Friday, they were betting all around it. Not a dollar for it, but that's changed today, especially in the last 90 seconds or so.
Throwing me the little dummy there, Timmy. They'll throw him the dummy. And I reckon it's all the Bjorn Baker fans that have backed Steffi Magnetic from the Doncaster have said, righto, let's just roll with the champ. They're getting set. This is race 8. Big go here. I Stole a Merc. $3.80 at $2.30.com.au. Tab.com.au. I was going to say, I'm always going to call him Phil Collins. Here's Phil Roberts, the great man upstairs.
Handful of the gates at this point. Australia Merc with the pink cap on, white pom-pom. Now one last shot comes in. Dashing Rupert coming up. And that will leave the Inspired Star and Iceman, but Dashing Rupert has reeled back at the first attempt at loading. And a roper riding Dashing Rupert, claiming 1.5. Bringing it down to 59.5. So it goes in now, Dashing Rupert. Starter is dashing out front. Iceman about to go in riderless with blindfold on. Goes in now. And Calder about to jump back aboard. And Inspired Star will be the last. So Inspired Star to come up. So the fourth line of betting, just in the double figures, Inspired Star, currently $11. It goes in, red lights on, starter has them. Second last Hawksbury. Red light flashing. Set to go. Away. And Australia Merc was one of the better ones to begin. But showing speed, one last shot is going to head them off after 100 metres. Australia Merc pushing up on the inside, may be able to keep it off the rail, and it will as they pass the 1,000. Hyperbolic moves up to be third in the early stages of the race. And Dashing Rupert lands in fourth the inside. A couple away, Inspired Star, Iceman on its inside. 2.5 lengths then, Moonlight Grace, followed by Chili Charlie, Stars and Bars. And the last one is Bully for You. They head down the side of the track inside the 800. And the favourite, Australia Merc, was able to drive through and hold out one last shot. Getting the lovely run, Prince Rupert, third back on the inside. And Hyperbolic tracking nicely. It's fourth and one off. They're a length and a half in front over Inspired Star. Iceman being niggled out back on the inside. And then Moonlight Grace, followed by Stars and Bars, working to the outside from the great Chili Charlie. And Bully for You as last. Australia Merc leads them into the home straight. Being challenged on the outside by one last shot. Prince Rupert now out into the clear, running on, as is Hyperbolic. Australia Merc is the leader. 200 metres out. It's more than a length on one last shot. Prince Rupert, Hyperbolic, Inspired Star, but it's Australia Merc going strongly inside the last 100. And Australia Merc comes away over Hyperbolic. One last shot ran third, fourth in Prince Rupert, then Inspired Star, followed by Iceman, Bully for You, Chili Charlie, further back Moonlight Grace. Last one in was Stars and Bars.
That's how the punters do it. .com.au, straight to the front. Brody Lloyd, good ride for the
PC is on fire.
A moment's worry. When one last shot hit across and Brody went up on the inside and said, if you don't mind, I might just keep going.
PC is on fire today.
130. Second, number 8, Hyperbolic, was good, getting home $1.70. Third was number 4, one last shot in the red colours, just in front of number 1, Dashing at Rupert, just up in grade a little bit with the big weight. Numbers 3, 8, 4 and 1, 3, 8, 4 and 1. The punters heavily back. Timmy Ryan put it up favourite 2 days ago, got out to $3.80 this morning. They didn't miss it in the last 5 minutes. $2.60 and wins by 2 1/4 by a length and a half. 116, 23, 33, 55. And the punters, Crash Bank, I Stole a Merc wins as you like. 3, 8, 4 and 1. It's Sky Brothers, Sky Thoroughbred Central. 3 Group 1s down. One of the great races that I love. I think a lot of people do. It's the time-honoured ATC Australian Derby. And that's where we head now to Royal Randwick.
Sean, welcome to Australia. And Willie Do It, I've just been down pointing myself with him. He's a really lovely animal.
He is. He's a nice, big, relaxed type of horse. Just taking all on a stride today. He's having a little bit of look around and likes and looks event here and the people. But yeah, no, he's sitting there well.
This is yawns, nice and relaxed. He does have all his owners here, so he's got some, is it 2,000 owners almost?
3,000 in my race. So yeah, a couple in New Zealand, 50%.
So you mentioned how laid back he is. How was the travel for him?
It's good, yeah. I spoke to a friend of mine, travelled with him over at Weeks NZB, and he said, yeah, he never moved. And,
Boom is working. Let me check.
Probably about 8.5 hours, I think, from our stable to Karen. So, yeah, bong.
So he's only run out of the money.
Nope.
That was 2 starts ago. Not his
The
fault.
quota is over. The YouTube API is such that it doesn't give me the quota. It'll again renew in 24 hours. Need more booms.
Well,
good luck. It's nice to have you guys here.
Excellent, thank you. Now, I'm a big fan of the filly here, Aliana. She's looking for a unique piece of history, and I think she certainly struck the right year. All her lead-up runs here have been great. She showed last year just how good
We'll have
she is.
to
Now, I'm
we'll
Team
have to
Aliana
check
here in the Derby.
on that PC. Right now the quota is over.
Really do it. Mickey D really got the best
We
out
need
of
to
him
get
that
that
day. He's
more,
going to
but
certainly give a big account of himself here. This is the Australian Derby, and they are in the mounting yard for this next race. Tim, what are we doing here with the favourites? It's been a domination with two horses, but now it seems like one has careered away.
It has. She even got into as short as $2.20, Aliana, just now back to her price of $2.40. But she's now the only loser. We had two losers all week. Now only one loser in our book. She's by far and away. She's holding nearly double what Willie Do It is now. So it's been pretty much one-way traffic most of today, Aliana. $2.40, Willie Do It back out to $5.
This is the mounting out for Harvey Norman. All you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. And will he do it? The New Zealand Derby winner is trained by Sean Clopworthy, and Michael D is the rider, the jockey who rode him in the New Zealand Derby.
Well, we obviously know he's a very strong stayer, looking at him and what he's done, winning 5 of his past 6. So he's been up a while now, but by all reports he's been out at Kieran's Bong Bong set up there, and he's thrived there. So look, he's got an undeniable chance with his staying talent.
It's every bit as big as what he does on the videos as well, Ronnie. When I first seen him, he's a bit of a man mountain horse, but he looks a bit of a gentle giant. Hasn't turned a hair since being in the yard. He looks really well.
Okay, here's number 2, Gold Rush Guru, another Derby winner, a Victoria Derby winner. Jamie Mellon on board for Henry Lewis.
Yeah, that he is. I just want to forgive the Royal Guineas last time. He wasn't suited leading there apparently, and I agree with that. So he gets a more conservative ride today. We know he's better than that, and he's quite capable ability-wise of bouncing back.
Yeah, he looks super relaxed in the yard as well today. He's just starting to get a little bit worked up now as he walks past me, but his first lap there, he was super relaxed, but you couldn't fault him as far as appearance-wise goes. He looks absolutely outstanding.
Here's the Doctor of Love, number 3, Daniel Moore for Trent Busselton and Natalie Young.
Yeah, well, he went over to New Zealand and he won the Avondale Guineas and second in the Derby to Willie Do It there, so he's got a nice level of consistency about him, and he's just got another one. He's got to cope with a pretty busy schedule of late, but he appears pretty tough.
Yeah, there's not a lot of him. Obviously, he's had a good bit of racing this time around. He couldn't fault his appearance-wise goes. He's still very, very healthy as far as coat-wise goes. He's dappled up over the hind quarter. He's got a beautiful action as he parades. But yeah, there's not a lot of him.
Okay, 4 Shenmue not in the yard just yet. So we'll go to Plymouth, number 5, Mark Zara and Glenn Thompson.
Yeah, the blinkers are off just to help him settle a little better today. He's got a beautiful draw for a lovely stalking position. I thought he was fantastic in the Rosehill Guineas, and that I'm gambling that might be the form. So I say right in this.
I haven't spotted him yet, so
yeah, he's just walking in now, Corey. So there's Plymouth. We've got Pocketing, the horse that won the Tulloch only 4 days ago, number 6, Josh Parr for Richard and Wilfried.
He got a good ride there from Josh to win on Tuesday. He's got a couple together now, but he needs to lift again here at 1.5 miles.
Yeah, I did catch him the lap before. He's a nice horse. Nice horse. Another one that doesn't carry any extra condition. It's paraded well so far.
All right, firm agreement, number 7, Tyler Schiller for Neesham and Archibald.
Oh, the timing's perfect if he can cope with the backup here. He's the best long shot by 100 yards. I thought he made up a heap of ground, looking a real 1.5 mile type there on Tuesday. Yep, I could easily include him in your multis.
He still looks really, really well as well, Ronnie. It doesn't look like he's taken any backward step from that last run. Still very healthy as far as coat-wise goes, and he still looks bright enough. Looks well.
King of Thunder, number 8, Zach Lloyd for O'Shea and Charles.
Thought he did more than enough on Tuesday, ridden conservative there. Barrier 1 today, they've already said further forward, which is understandable, and he presents well ready for a grand final and has to be in the mix.
Yeah, he's a big lump of a thing, holds really, really good position, obviously third up. He should be hitting in his peak right now, so he looks well.
Okay, Golden Century, here's another Kiwi. Nash Rawilla for Tony Pike.
Looks strong, but he does too much wrong. He just does a He's not focused enough yet, but he's certainly got talent, but still a maidener and does things right.
Super relaxed and casual in his parade so far. So yeah, tick for mine.
Ryan Moore teams with Chris Waller on number 10 Imperialist. Yeah, got the Waller factor there, but look, a lot's got to go right from that draw, and Shanwell was too good for him the other day.
I caught him first lap. He's paraded well so far, but I couldn't find a negative for him at this stage.
Mustang Morgan, the Kiwis keep coming. Number 11, Craig Williams on for Andrew Forthin.
Yeah, scratch Tuesday for this. Just might lack a touch of quality that might be needed for this.
Here's another one, Ronnie. I couldn't knock him as far as his parade goes so far. He's handled it well. He's had a little bit of a look around, but no negative.
All right, following Mustang Morgan is Confetti Garden, number 13. Tommy Berry rides for Busselton and Young, and this combination, the Berry and Busselton and Young combination, won a derby in 2016 on Tabaco. Here they are teaming up again.
Yeah, if you want to be forgiving for the wet track Tuesday, his other form was okay. So, yeah, he's still got a lot to do from that wide draw, getting the economical run he needed.
Yeah, he's another one. He hasn't taken a backward step from that run there at Rosehill on Tuesday. Yeah, he looks well.
Sits a pass, number 14. Busselton and Young again. This is their third runner. And the rider is Ben Miller. Very strong, one-pace stay. I might even find the lead here. And I would expect him if it was a heavy track. He lacks class, but he's a real strong stayer who puts himself on speed.
Super athletic type of horse as well. He's very fit, very forward. You couldn't knock him at all.
Autumn Arrowheart, number 15. Chet Schofield, Richard Link.
Yeah, I think he has a future, but more so next preparation.
He's another one from mine. He looks super fit. I only got him one lap, but he's definitely very forward.
Vernon Wynn, number 16. Tom Sherry on for John Thompson.
Wasn't bad in the Guineas, actually, but I just doubt he's got the necessary form here.
Yeah, no negative from mine.
Kasuki, number 17, Ash Morgan, Greg McFarlane.
Yeah, pretty hard to have here.
Yeah, I couldn't knock him. He's paraded okay.
Okay, here she is. The filly, the lone filly, taking on the boys. Number 18, Aliana, the red-hot favourite. Damien Lane, Chris Waller.
Yeah, surely she has to have the right form here. She was great in the Guineas, both Guineas actually, and also in the Hobart field. Just needs to execute, just settling the first half of the race here, peeling, and probably getting at least three off the fence here, and she's hard to beat.
Yeah, she's paraded really casual and relaxed. That's what I wanted to see in the enclosure, because she can get a little bit stirring, a little bit wound up, but she's on the best behaviour today. She looks terrific.
And Flying Argento will run 300 to 1. Reece Jones, Gary Portelli.
Yep, benchmark 58 win last start on a heavy 10. I don't think that's the form for this.
He looks okay. I couldn't find a negative for him though.
Now we're going to go back to number 4, Shanwar. Blake Shin and Kieran Maher, and there is Shanwar into the yard, and Blake Shin's up.
I tell you what, he looks a very, very nice horse. He looks a lovely horse. I like his style. Whether he's got the depth of form, I don't know, but he's a bit of a dark horse here, hard to line up, but in great winning form.
Gets a big tick from me, Ronnie. I really like this horse. He's only just entered the parade ring, but he looks well.
We're up to the Derby, and they're going to the gates. Corey Brown, a Derby-winning jockey. In fact, it's his 20th anniversary since Eramine won the Derby. Who do you like?
Well, there was that many of them, Rads. The only one I can remember is Shamwow. Nah, money joking. I thought he paraded super, this horse. He come from Melbourne. He's just got to get around the Sydney way. He paraded super. He should get a perfect run for Blake Shin, not far from the speed, drawn soft. Yeah, so it's a big tick for me, Shamwow.
Yeah, I am 18, 5, 8 and 4. This is relentless here, and I think a few expected that she'd keep firming as well, Aliana. She does have the right form, looks to be set up beautifully, inside draw. I was happy to hear Damien Lane's report after Jolie started saying, look, I was forced onto the fence. So it's in his mind to get off the fence here. I was a bit worried. The fence is close to be, well, okay. So I'm looking for an opportunity from the 700 home here, and I think she's very hard to beat. I think the danger is Plymouth, who has that same form line. I'll throw in King of Thunder, who could be ridden closer from an inner draw here today, and Shanwar, the unknown, best of the rest, although firm agreement and Willie doing it right there. But 18, 5, 8 and 4.
She's the best back runner we'll see at Randwick today. $2.80 into $2.25 today. She went up $3.50. Markets first went up Tuesday night. She's over half the total investment on the race. She's been a big go and she's a big loser for us. Really Do It's popular. Albeit a drifter today. He's 25% the whole. 75% between the top two picks. He's been $4 out to $5 today. Plymouth with the same form line as the filly. He's a firm 13 into $9. Shanwar holding his price. He's quite short on the Whirlpool. New Hong Kong owners, $5.75 on the Whirlpool. And everything else is drifting. No money at all for King of Thunder on the quick back up. It's a race in two between the punters, 75% between the top two, but 50% for the filly, Aliana. Best back runner at Randwick today.
Okay, Shani's in amongst it. She's just starting to jog up and down there. Shani, how does she look compared to these boys?
No, she's great. She's really good. As Corey touched on, she was really sensible in the yard. Look, she's up on the toe, and you expect that once they arrive at the gate.
So this is where it is. 7 is the one which is with the highest relaxation here. 7 is the one which is with the highest relaxation with league races. 18 is carrying less weight, but 7 is there, but the 1 is also there. I am not sure. I am in a kind of a 7. Let's go 7. Let's go 7. It's a 2400 meter. Let's go 7. I don't know, Adaman, but we'll have to. 18 is the only filly in this race, and there are too many horses. I mean, they're racing. It's not like the usual 10, 12, 15 horses that we race. Like, God knows how many horses in there. 18, 19, 20 horses.
Plymouth handled the start quite nicely as well. Being sent forward there sits a pass. And will he do it? Not too far away. Mustang Morgan is fighting forward on the outside. So there's a few having a bite for the lead. And it's Plymouth pressing on with Mustang Morgan the outside. King of Thunder holding a prominent role together with Aliana. And just caught a little bit deep. Sits a pass 3 wide in the early part. Will he do it? Gets onto his back. They're followed then by Autumn Moreau in the middle of the ruck with Shambar down on the rails. Further back to the Doctor of Love, 3 wide around Golden Century, firm agreement right up along the rails. A length and a half then to Burn and win on the inside of Pocketing. Now Gold Rush Guru taken back and switches off in the quite nicely really, Gold Rush Guru. In advance at Kasuki, then Flying at Jetto, Imperialist and Confetti Garden is last. Plymouth hits the Derby field up to the back. Out by 3/4 to Mustang Morgan. King of Thunder a lot closer today. So's Aliana and Sitsa passes on a wide path. They're followed by Shambar down on the rail. Now, Willie Do It's wider out. It looks to have a bit of cover there, Willie. Up on the outside of Order Maroa. Further back then to Firm Agreement, Golden Century. The Doctor of Love out 3 wide, but right on the back of Willie. Further back in the race to Burn and Win. Then came Pocketing from Confetti Garden. Well back Gold Rush Guru, Kasuki, Flying Jetto, and Imperialist is last of all about 16 off the lead. So it's Plymouth at the 1,000, a half in front to Mustang Morgan. Then came King of Thunder, very well positioned on the inside of Aliana. Sits a pass has been wide from the start, so's Willie Do It, but it looks as though Mickey D is starting to take closer order here on the Kiwi. Shambar right there on the fence. They race inside the 700 now, and Plymouth just in front of Mustang Morgan. Aliana is poised to pounce. She's peeling 3 wide, laying it down to the leaders now. King of Thunder slipping right up on the inside. Shamwell's taking a rails runner, and Willie Do It's under plenty of pressure as they turn. And Clemmer swings in front from the filly Aliana, who strides up boldly on the outside. And Aliana now takes the lead to the 300, beating off Plymouth. Shamwell, King of Thunder on the rails. From the back to Willie Do It and firm agreement. Aliana 175 out, 2 lengths clear.
18. Unstoppable that thing is, that filly. 7. Second is 7. 18 and 7. That was too good. Too good. 18. 7. She destroyed them. Too good.
I think we're talking greatness here in the history of this race, which first started in 1861. Only 10 fillies have won the Australian Derby. She becomes the 10th.
18-1. Okay. The 1 was supposed to be there. The 1 was supposed to be there. 18. Okay, that's Willie Dot. I placed both the bets, 7 and 1. No, bro, it is 7. 1 is here. 7, 1, 4, 7, 4, 1. 18, 7, 4, 1. I went with 7 and I put a EW on 1. So I lost both because the 7 was a win bet and 1 was the EW. 1 came in 4th.
You can do with a man like here from here on in. An explosive win.
Super confident ride, like you said, Ronnie. Obviously drawn soft.
I lost both the bets.
At this carnival alone, Lady Shenandoah, Autumn Glow.
Daylight second, yes. 7. 7 is the second one.
Dominant force, and they have been for a few seasons now. There's no doubt about it. We all look at the...
Didn't work on the 7. The 18 was absolutely lethal.
I think they're kidding off the boys, and
The 18 was absolutely lethal. Actually, the thing is, here is the thing. They're all almost same size horses. Okay, they're all almost same size horses. Now, according to the handicapping in New South Wales, there is a reduction of 3.5 kilos on the fillies. It's a 2400 meter. That thing had that advantage. It's a 3.5 kilo reduction here. So for the maiden horses, there's a 3.5 kilo there. So it definitely had all the advantages. It was also through the rails and everything. We were actually trying to beat an unbeatable one.
Maloney.
Yeah, he won the gold edition back in the summer on a very heavy track as a maidener, beating hella fast. And then he went around to the Bo Rogan's back here, but he's sort of pony size, isn't he? He's got 6 kilos, which I think could be a little bit of a problem. And Ken Gallop, he's a real trier.
That's the horse to Clinton Taylor and Justin Stanley.
Yeah, definitely. He was great first up and down, but behind him, he was smart. He was just stuck with Knox. coast, so expecting a bit better today.
Boomtown boss, Tony Govan, Emily Lang.
First up for 3 months. Last time he was first up, he won at Doomben. He's just got to be able to handle a track that's... Sorry?
Testing?
Yeah, it's a bit testing. And get to the outside, but yeah, good first up record.
Faultless Parade by Gin and Tonic. The 4, Bevan Lamming, Martin Harley.
Up into a smart one first up, went second behind Ben Zoo. He was handy, he was getting a lovely ride. He was okay over the final paddock. He's from 13. They've got some options. They're usually up forward hitting, but they might just go back a bit. Pull those lines and let him rip it straight. Not sure, but he's a nice horse.
Sammy Conquers All is the 6, Noel Mayfield Smith and Ron Stewart.
He was okay in the duel at the coast. Noel brought him up from Coffs Harbour and he ran a good race behind Answer Better, so he's here with a good hope.
Here's our favourite Benzu, Billy Healy and CJ Graham.
Well, that barrier's a good barrier. He's drawn out. CJ will just try and get a bit of cover, I suppose, the most, and then he'll get his chance on the outside. He gets onto a softish testing track for the first time.
Here's Yabby Pump, Richard and Will Friedman, Kyle Wilson Taylor.
Daytona tried to offset gate 1 by just going straight back to last. Actually been a great race, Daytona previous. I don't know where he's going to end up. Yabby Pump is a very nice horse. I'm respecting him a lot.
Cosmo Centaurus is first up, Rob Heathcote, Bailey Wheeler.
Got a lot of ability, this horse. Everything that could go wrong went wrong last start. Again, he's got a bad barrier, so hopefully it's not a disaster today for him. He could win this race, there's no doubt.
It's not really first up, but he's had a fresh there. Alrighty, good go for him as well, Cosmo Centaurus. Now the new favourite, 7's into 440.
Good race, lots and lots of chances. I'm with Benzu, number 7, to beat 8 Yabby Pump. He's been really easy in the market. Astapor, number 2, then 4 Gin and Tonic, 7, 8, 2, 4.
I'm sticking with my Boomtown boss and just banking that he can get to the right part of the track here. All right, let's get to 10.
Thanks, Benny. Cosmo Centaurus, a pretty good go here in the 9th race at Eagle Farm. $6 after scratchings this morning. That was taken not long afterwards, but good support over the past 5 or so minutes. $5 into that current quote of $4. Benzu, most popular runner with tap.com.au, just a small firm though, 480 into 460 for it. Gin and Tonic holding its place as a $6.50 chance. It's unchanged today. And most of these others just getting out a little bit. Boomtown Boss, 8 out to 9. Yabby Pump has been $6.50 out to $9.50. And Take a Bow a little bit easy today as well. There's been $9 out to $9.50. The best back, Cosmo Centaurus, just in front of Benzu and Eagle Farm.
So light blinking away, race number 9, racing, and Cosmo Centaurus away okay. Yabby Pump, Astapor, Super Alloy all began well. Then Gin and Tonic going forward, further back to Blitzum on the inside. Benzu 3 and 4 wide, but motoring forward. Semi conquers all as the next one. Further back to Take a Bow, Jarova 3 wide, Bengal Diamond the rail. Cosmo Centaurus back third last over on the outside. Boomtown Boss second last and ready to ignite a length and a half away. So Gin and Tonic's in front, second Benzu. Third the outside is Astapor. Yabby Pump fourth on the rail. Wide route Semi conquers all. Blitzum, Super Ralloy, Jarova, Take a Bow, Cosmo Centaurus is still back third last at the 450. Out wide, Gin and Tonic's in front, Benzu second. Down the outside, Semi conquers all. Astapor, Blitzum is making some ground. And just in behind those, Super Ralloy across the track, looming up as Benzu, Semi conquers all. Still there, Gin and Tonic, and driving up the inside now, coming home, Blitzum, likewise, Boomtown Boss. Boomtown Boss and down the outside, Semi conquers all, but Boomtown Boss has won. Second, maybe Blitzum. Up there, Benzu, Semi conquers all. Good luck, Super Ralloy, Take a Bow, Astapor, Cosmo Centaurus. Bengal Diamond, Gin and Tonic, followed further back on the run, then by ready to ignite, Yabby Pump and Jarova, about the last one.
So Boomtown Boss wins first up again, like he did last preparation at Durban, and he puts up around about a length. Second, maybe Blitzum. Benzu was there, and then Sammy Conk was all who raced up. I thought he might have been the one, but he's just felt the pinch a little bit late there, and under the big weight, Super Alloy was quite good first up, pushing just ahead of Take a Bow. So we need to see that race again. There was a lot going on. Ginatonic bounced quickly, went straight to the lead. Benzu took charge. He was really strong. So for him to hold on and run a place, his performance has been terrific. But Boomtown Boss sitting in behind, not frightened to go nearer the inside, and has got up and scored a comfortable win. Tony Gollan and Emily Lang. 3 the winner. Here we go. Now, he's back near the inside, near last as they turn into the straight. Emily doesn't have any options to get to the outside, so she comes back towards the inside on this winner, Boomtown Boss. Blitzham's just in front of him. Ginatonic has had enough of it at this point, and Benzu is continuing to kick. Sammy Conquers all. Not much doing out wide. Although Super Alloy, Take a Bow, Cosmo Centaurus are running on okay. Astapor in behind them, but yeah, towards the inside, probably 3 or 4 horses off the rails. Birdie comes Boomtown Boss.
Boom, boom, Boomtown Boss. Well done, Kat.
Yeah, Bernie, very nice win. Went into this race without a trial. Was a little bit concerned, like he might have been a run short, but he keeps himself pretty fit at home. And he's not the heaviest of horses. He's a pretty light sort of dude. And it was a very, very nice win. It's a little bit worried there at the top of the straight when she went back to the inside. His last words were, don't go back to the inside.
We are late in the day. It's probably finally dried out a bit.
Yeah, can do that when it's 1 metre out. They fan wide early in the day, and then later in the day they start coming back to the inside. Nice, and she's gone back to the inside, and he's won very, very well.
She'll get away without a serve.
Oh, that'll just make up for a ride earlier.
Oh, you're a hard taskmaster. Well done. 3, 7, 16 and 6. Let's head back to Sydney.
What a win. She was outstanding.
Yeah, she was super. Was always there playing from the barrier and hold a really good spot, which was really handy, really helped me, and she just travelled up the winner a long way out.
Was she ever in doubt?
No, I just saw they got to the top of the rise. I thought she's never been in front this far out, so just made her extend, and yeah, like I said, I thought, oh, maybe she'll float, but she pinned the ears back and she ripped through the line.
There was a query that she wasn't going to get the trip, but she absolutely walked it.
Yeah, I think the trip was the least of her worries. She absolutely seeing the distance out, no problem at all.
Oh, buddy.
Thank you.
You right with me? Here he comes in 3, 2, 1. Well, congratulations. A filly winning the Derby is pretty special in a trainer's career. Emotional for a change, yeah. So, no, she's a great filly. She deserved it. She was beaten those in the Caulfield Guineas, 1,000 Guineas. Beaten those by broadside in the race of Guineas, like just 2 career-making wins. So, it wasn't completely frustrating, but it was just, she deserved it, for sure. And what made you target her against the boys? And it wasn't just today, you set her on a path for the whole preparation. Yeah, it was just how it worked out. Because the 1,000 Guineas was so late, she sort of started a week or 2 later than the other girls. And they were all going towards the surround states and those races. So we had some good runners on bases. Yeah. So it just was fun. You've got more firepower to come in the Oaks, and of course you've had Lady Shenandoah, you've had Autumn Glow, and now this filly. It's a super crop of girls. Yeah, it is. It's quite unremarkable. It's just unreal. Yeah, we look after them, and they're just really starting to mature, and that was a dominant win. I don't get as emotional these days as I used to, but that was really special. Just watching that, you feel something. I was waiting for something to come with us sort of at the 300, and you could see the slum horses sort of doing their best, but when she peeled out with 100 to go, it was really special. Just bear with me for a moment. Do you think she would have given Treasure the Moment a run for money next Saturday had you gone? Sure. Would have been for that race. Would have been great. But I think she proved today she's up there with any staying through. Yeah, for sure. My job was to look after her. It'd be unlikely that she would back up. The next chapter, because she's a rising star. Congratulations. Thank you.
Wow, what a day's racing at Randwick. They've still got one to go. Then you can, of course, Thoroughbred Central tomorrow morning. The lucky last year, we've got a massive field. Let's get stuck into the Karma Zone, $61 at the mile. I just reckon, even though he's fresh and first up, the mile might just be a little bit short for him. Number 2's out. Number 3, Hooligan Tommy. Walked in the yard. We all said, bang. Looks terrific. Just a bit of a tricky gate for Keegan Latham to overcome. The first up win was absolutely terrific there at Goulburn first up. One of the major players. Number 4, Tavallo, $13. Tricky little gate. Rob Potter, Matty Owen. Look, the run at Goulburn wasn't that bad. It whacked away after doing plenty of work on top of the speed. The mile suits. I think it's certainly a knockout player at big odds. We then go down the board. Number 7, Magic Con, Tracy Bartley, Mitchell Bell. I know it's $23. Forget about last time. I don't think it liked heavy track at all, even though it's won on wet ground previously. The first up run he got beat. I reckon it's the big improver here at big odds, Magic.
Right, this is the 10th one. This is the 10th one here at Randwick, and this is the last one. If we look through the odds, 1, 3, 5, and 2. If we look through the rails, then 3, 4, 1, and 6. 1 is the linear. 1200 meters within the rails, 1 should be able to do it. But this is a group 3 race, and like here, this one had advantage, the 18. Here, this is disadvantage. This horse has been is not exactly in the right space. There are others who are with a lot of, especially that 7 with a lot of numbers. It's like that. So either this thing is like this, that this will win, or it'll go through this pressure of 3 and the 3 will win. The problem is, this jockey on a 1200 meter is kind of tricky. The best jockey is probably on 4 today. This jockey is a little tricky to deliver a 1200 meter linear. I don't know. I guess that's the part of horse racing that we gotta deal with. What happened? Hawksbury, 16 Coffin. One is on pace and just went full tard. PC, you should write a book. Man, it'll be a book to read. I'm telling you, you should start writing a book. You should start writing a book. Man.
First up, she's been well back to the last couple of starts, got a lot of luck, but Hunter's keen on a 7 after scratchings this morning to $3.90. A lot of our money just coming in the last 15 minutes or so for Moncana, so she's been a good go. Queen Strata is firm though, as a second pick, $4.40 into $4.20. And Hooligan Tommy firms as well, so 3 picks, all in single figures, all firming $5.50 to $5 for Hooligan Tommy from the White Gate there, barrier 14. Golden Moon, an $11 chance, it's just out of touch today. out from $10. Then we're out to Graceful Artist, who's been a little bit soft, 13 out to 15. The best backed in the last, Richard, is just Moncana over Queen Strata, but there's a bit of a late rally for Queen Strata. It's back in at $4, so a good battle for favouritism in the last. Moncana just a little bit more popular.
Tim, I was going to make it my value of the day this morning when I left home at $6.50. $3 $4 so late rally, as Tim just said, for Queen Strata, Hooligan, the top three at the top of the market, all being well done.
Do that, bro. It'll be one thing to read. People would love to read.
After the lucky last. Don't forget Thoroughbred Central tomorrow morning. And the team will recap, of course, the 4 big day at Royal Randwick and look towards.
It looks difficult for the one to win. Not.
Back at the Royal Randwick on day 2.
There's no. I mean, apparently it looks like there's pressure, but there's no pressure.
Position. Building 16 to run in the last. This is a benchmark 64. Red light's on. Set to run in the last. Away. Not a bad line out. Karma Zone and Hooligan Tommy Corbett. Not all that well served. Golden Moon likewise. Casanova. First one to begin, but Queen Strata's going to drive through on the inside. No second thoughts is up there early, as is Moncana, and I Love News is that far away. Tabolo on a forward move, followed by Magicon, settling just off the pace. They were followed next on its outside by Graceful Artist. So it's midfield and about one off. Next then was Divine Outcast, who was trying to slot in and look for a position. A couple away was Patrica Nest from Bubba. Karma Zone the inside. Japana was further back with Golden Loon. Hooligan Tommy and Kerber goes back to the tail. Has to be at least 20 lengths off the lead. As they leave the back straight, head down the side towards the 800 metres. No second thoughts is the leader. I Love You's worked up, now sits second and neck away off this lead. Then Casanova and Tavallo, it's outside. Moncana and the Queen Strata were next. Queen Strata the inside, trying to work into it. Next on the outside was Magicon starting to work its way into the race. Amazon was further back with Bubba as they make their way up to the bend with Patrica Mist going wide. And then Japana, well back Golden Loop, Corbett, and Hooligan Tommy is last around the bend. And the leader now is I Love News, being tackled by Moncana. And Moncana strides up, goes to the lead over I Love News. But Magicon is battling away. Queen Strata gets an inside run. It's Moncana in front over Magicon. Moncana is holding Magicon for the time being. Hooligan Tommy getting out late. Moncana in front though. And Moncana takes the last over Hooligan Tommy. Photo third either Japana, who flashed home out wide, or Magicon. They were followed next by I Love News back along the inside. Queen Strata likewise. Herbert made some ground. Further back then came to Bolo with Bubba, Casanova, Karma Zone. Graceful Artist was in that clump. Patrica Mist finished off out wide, then Golden Bloom. And no second thoughts about the last one.
That's how we do it, punters. 13 Moncana, $4.40 and $2.10. 3 Hooligan Tommy, who runs second at $2. And third, I thought maybe Magicon. No, number 16, Japana grabs third on the outside. Number 16, Japana grabs third and will pay $9.40 the place. Well done in the lucky last. 13-3, 16-7. Andrew Atkins wins the Jockey's Challenge. I can tell you the quadrilla this afternoon, with the winner being number 13 Moncana, $426. That takes us away from the lucky last. 13-3, 16-7. Moncana wins the last for Dan and Wyman. Well done. Hope you've enjoyed the day. One more race from Ranick to beat Joe Bell. Here's Greg and all the team at Ranick.
Performance in Moonee Valley was outstanding. Further back than expected, but just looped the field and then one running away. Of course, they will be further forward here. I can't really find anything I want to beat Clean Energy, but I think Island Deck, Cameron the Quinella. I really believe this race sets up quite nicely. So 1/10.
Okay, thanks, Darren. They're in the yard here for the last. What are they backing in the last, Tim?
At this stage, Clean Energy, still the $2.50 favourite with tab.com.au, but there has been a bit of money around for it. She's got pizzazz.
Yeah, she's got pizzazz in the $7 on the NOP now, $8.60 on the tote. Okay, let's go to the yard and have a look at them for the last race of the day, brought to you by Harvey Norman, for all you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. And number one's not in the yard yet, Clean Energy. Okay, so we'll start with number two, Zaiton. Mark Zara's got the ride for James Cummings.
Yeah, she's got good credentials. Easy trials. It's a very good first up run over an unsuitable distance against the boys there. Awkward draw is a little tricky. May have to take the medicine early, but does have the quality to run well here.
She looks better than what she did first up, Ronnie. She's definitely come on as far as appearance-wise goes. And she's always got a nice attitude, but she's not quite there yet as far as coat-wise goes. I reckon this run will top her off.
Okay, here comes Lilac, number three. Craig Williams is riding for Annabelle Neesham and Rob Archibald.
Yeah, little 5-week freshen since the surround. Where she ran okay, so obviously she's got good depth to her form. She's had a recent exhibition gallop to keep her up to the mark and should find a lovely
One big bet.
position here.
She looks okay. She's a very athletic topper. Horse, she's carries good condition, always got a nice attitude and walks out very well.
Okay, here's number four. Now this is the Moody Coleman Galloper that they've backed, the filly. She's got Pizzazz Blake. She is on board.
I respect the stable when they arrive at the championships. It's been a big day for them this day in the past, winning the past couple of TJs, and they know what's needed to win here. She peaked third up, winning a stakes race third up last preparation by a margin, and just with that little bit of support, I'm getting warm about her here today.
Yeah, she's a big tip for mine. She's a neat style of horse. She's carries good condition. She's all dappled up over the hind quarters, so yeah, she looks well.
Okay, now number five's just waiting to get in order here. Love Palm, the Kiwi. We might give her a bit more time and go to number 8, Husk, because Corey's not going to get a look at her. So Husk, number 8, Jay Ford for Team Hawks.
Has speed to use it to get from barrier 1, 5 weeks since the surround, back to 1200. Yeah, this is a tougher race, but yeah, she goes. She's fairly genuine.
Yeah, she's had a lot of racing this time round, but she still looks really, really well, holds good condition, still looks nice and bright and fresh. I wouldn't say above herself, but she looks good.
Okay, Corey, over your shoulder now. She appears. Love Poem, number 5, Jason Collett and Stephen Marsh. Ronnie?
Yeah, I think she's a beauty. I thought she did early work and sat outside the lead there, first up in New Zealand.
Huge run last start and beat Lady Shenandoah.
She's got nice form around
Number 1. 1 is the linear. It should win 1200 meters. 1 is the linear, but the jockey is a little funny. That's all.
Very well built.
The jockey can turn very
Well, there's number 6 more.
weird on this one.
Tyler Schiller for Shane Charlton.
Yeah, freshen back in distance adds a little bit of interest. Just to keep an eye on the market news with her.
Super relaxed and casual today. She hasn't turned a hair since being in the parade ring, just going about her business. So yeah, she looks well.
Okay, Flying for Fun is walking around behind more territory. Zach Lloyd, Bryce Hayes.
Yep, great effort first up in the Fireball, and then probably went out a touch too hard there last start, so could run better.
She looks really well. She's been sort of up in the bridle. She's very upbeat as she walked into the enclosure. She's obviously feeling very well. I couldn't put a negative towards her. She looks great.
Okay, here's 9, Miss Buslinger at big odds, 80 to 1 now. But I heard you say Chris Lees was giving her a push. Terry McAvoy.
Yeah, he said he thinks she'll run better third up now with blinkers on, so 80 to 1, I'm not going to knock that. Yeah, she's been on a while, but she's over the odds as far as, and they're happy with her at home.
Yeah, she's paraded well enough. She's got a nice, healthy coat on her. Another one that she seems to walk out very well. She's had a little bit of a look around, but yeah, no knock from on.
And Island Deck, number 10, Tommy Berry on for Robert and Luke Price.
Yeah, a few good judges think she'll run well here. She's got the tongue tie on, just... Well, this is a hard rule. She comes out of the surround and may have had a problem getting her tongue over the bit there with the gear change. So the first up win was great. So yeah, there's some love for her.
she looks well and she's paraded well. She's really on the march. She's determined to get on with things. She's been really pacing it out since getting in the enclosure. Yeah, no, not from mine at all.
And just walking in, Clean Energy. Ryan Moore will ride for Waterhouse and Bott. Yeah, she's obviously got quality. They're going to be further forward with her today. Huge win against the bias at Moonee Valley. It's well found here. Yeah, look, Joe out the track still perfect for her here today. Yeah, obvious favourite, but I think she's got competition.
Yeah, she looks absolutely super. She's obviously walked in with the two handlers, just got into the parade ring, so give her a lap or two to see how she goes, but you couldn't knock her as far as appearance-wise goes. She looks great.
What is that now?
Last of the day, Corey, who do you like in the PJ Bill?
With number one, Clean Energy, I really love the way that this horse won down there at Moonee Valley. She went against, like Ronnie said, the grain, but she really ate the line up strong. So Ryan Moore will be desperate to get on the board here today. So yeah, number one for me, Clean Energy.
I'm just swaying to better value in the last year, and 5, 4, 1 and 3 for me. I like the Kiwi. Love Poem. I think she impressed me the way she looked. She's impressed me what she's done in New Zealand around the nice, the right fillies there if they're good enough. And I'll just at the $8, I'll lean her way. I'm respecting the move that she's got pizzazz here. Moody Coleman on a day like this, hand-picked filly coming to Sydney for the autumn. The Melbourne ones that come here are always hard to beat if they're peaking at the right time. No knock on Clean Energy. I think she's a classy filly. I think she's got good competition here and just a price angle against her. And Lilac is very well fancied in her own right. So a lot of confident trainers here. 5, 4, 1 and 3 for me. Last fave, very, very popular with tab.com.au, 270 taken this morning. Did get into as short as 240, pushed back to 260, but that's been taken back to 250. Over 55% of the total hold. She's a big loser. A lot of multis through Aliana, so she's a bad result for us in the last Lilac. Second pick, a little bit easy, 480 out to 5. Best back runner in the last half hour or so has been She's Got Pizzazz. As much as $8.50 into $6.50 to Kiwi. Love Pole, rock solid, can't budget off $7.50. It is very firm. Saiton, very, very easy. It's doubled in price, $6.50 out to $12 and flying for fun. The leader in the last, a small firmer, 14 into 12. The Clean Energy, a bad result for us in the last. Okay, final word goes to Chantel Buckley behind the gates.
Give me a second for Clean Energy. She's just arriving now, but we'll touch on the Kiwi. She's got, the Melbourne Victoria Caliber. She's got pizzazz. She's in nice order. She's a busy little bee. She's really wanting to get on with things, but certainly nothing wrong with her. Clean Energy's just in front of me now. She's arrived here nice and settled. The two handlers on her. She can get a bit uptight, but really good for her. So this, double ticks for her. More territories is another one that she's had plenty of racing now, but still holding a really nice condition. Zaiton, she looks particularly well, and I didn't mind Flying for Fun, who's ready to run a peak race.
Okay, they're just about all in. The lights are blinking away. Darren Flindell with the call of the last, the precise here. PJ Bell Stakes on day one of the championships.
Group 1 for Bjorn Baker. And the Derby, Aliana in a romp. The filly winning it by 5 lengths. There's the light now, ready for the last, the PJ Bell Stakes. In the rough of racing, and she jumped quite well together with Lilac, so the two favourites are at it in the early part. Miss Bustlinger not too far away, then came Love Poem on the rails as Lilac takes the lead now from Miss Bustlinger. And Love Poem drives to third, Clean Energy fourth the outside. Over on the inside is Husk improving from Island Deck. Then came Flying for Fun, beaten for speed. She's got Pizzazz's back in the field and a gap into more territories into Zaitunga. Lilac in front is hacking along by a half of Miss Bustlinger. Then Love Poem, Clean Energy 3 wide. Then Husk over on the rails. They're followed then by She's Got Pizzazz, Island Deck, Flying for Fun. Zaitung on the fence on the inside of more territories. So Lilac comes well off the fence into the straight from Miss Bustlinger. 2 lengths away to Clean Energy. Further back then to She's Got Pizzazz, Flying for Fun and Island Deck. With Lilac going well here at the 250. I had Lilac in front by a length and a half from Clean Energy starting to knuckle down. Flying for Fun and zooming home, and She's Got Pizzazz the outside. Clean Energy goes to Lilac, but She's Got Pizzazz swapping them. She's got Pizzazz in the last few pounds good enough to win it. Now Flying for Fun has zipped through and made it close to the miners with Clean Energy and Lilac both up.
4.
Followed by Island Deck, was bustling, and then came Zaitung. More territories, Love Poem and a Husk.
4 had the best jockey.
She's got pizzazz. It took her the entire straight to move them down. There was no real sit there. She didn't go past them in a breath, but she's worn them down and grabbed them all. Has got the better of maybe flying for fun. It's got its nose down in the second spot, probably. And then Lilac and Clean Energy are there for third. Moody's done it. Moody comes to town. He snuck it in for the last with Catherine Coleman, and they've won the last with Blake Ship.
And that's a good effort because the leader had a picnic when Flying for Fun went back there, and Lilac just took control of the race at her own tempo there over the 1200. It was going to be near impossible for horses back where she's got Pizzazz was, but she wound up and she kept coming, and gets the job done. Flying for Fun, well, we all expected her to lead. And
So what happened is this one, I was having a lot of problems with this one. That's why it was taking such a long time. The first thing is it did not have the advantage. Second thing is the jockey. The jockey was best on 4. That's the best jockey. And this cannot do anything, but the 7 got in 4-7 and then 1. So the jockey will make a lot of difference in these races. I mean, this has got nothing to do with the jockey stats, how many races the jockey actually won. This is how the jockey has been handicapped. Anyway, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. We had 10 races here today, and that was the last one. But I'm going to be racing tomorrow again in one of the tracks. We race 5 days a week. So tomorrow is Sunday. We're going to be racing in one of the tracks. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to have some fun. And thank you so much for being there, Azza. Thank you so much, Azza, for being there. PC, my friend. I can't thank you enough, but thank you so much, my friend, for being there, and stay blessed. Frank, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Daos, thank you so much, Daos, for being there. Araman, thank you so much for being there. Tuna, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lewis, thank you so much for being there. Araman, thank you for being there, my friend. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you tomorrow in one of the tracks. Till then, have a great day. Bye-bye.